The infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 ZHU Zix's Dream. When ZHU Zixi pushed Fang Xuanan into a desperate situation step by step, no one spoke, giving her a stage to fully display her abilities. It was not until this moment that Liu Yuan stepped forward and grabbed ZHU Zixi's hand, looking at her distressedly and said, "Why are you so thin? Don't they give you food to eat?" "That's right." ZHU Shasha cried distressedly, stared at Fang Xuanan on the ground with tears in her eyes, gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You said you liked my sister. You don't even let me have enough food. What kind of man is that?" ZHU Zixi did not look very good. She was skinny, her short hair just past her ears was a little dry and yellow, her eyes were sunken, which made her originally big eyes a little creepy. Her originally plump and sexy red lips were now cracked and peeling, and her face was a little dark yellow due to malnutrition. Seeing this in the eyes of everyone, I don't know how distressed they were, and they wished to pull Fang Xuanan's muscles and skin him. In fact, they wronged Fang Xuanan. Although he tried his best to avoid his feelings for ZHU Zixi, he also did his best to give her the best in terms of material things. But ZHU Zixi has a problem. She is picky about food. She is not just picky. She would rather starve to death than treat her tongue badly. Compared with her, Wu Qianxuan's picky eating is not worth mentioning. If Fang Xuanan hadn't used tough means to force ZHU Zixi to eat some food, ZHU Zixi might have died by now. "Sister, this is for you." ZHU Shasha took out a thermos cup from the space ring. Inside was hot duck blood vermicelli soup, which she had cooked in the aircraft in advance. Her sister has a strong taste like her, and duck blood vermicelli soup is one of her favorite foods. ZHU Zixi sniffed, and her eyes lit up. "It's duck blood vermicelli soup." As she said, she unscrewed the lid of the thermos cup, picked up a spoon, and scooped a full spoonful of soup into her mouth. Looking at ZHU Zixi, who was squinting happily, Qianxuan took out a large plate of barbecued meat that had been roasted in advance. Sister Zixi always loved her roasted meat. On the side, Wu Qianxuan took out a cumin lamb chop that he made himself with an awkward look on his face and placed it in front of ZHU Zixi. Lu Chen smiled slightly and took out a plate of cream bread, which he asked the chef to make specially in the restaurant. He remembered that Sister Zixi liked to eat this very much. Lu Zhi blinked and took out a cream fish soup, which was the final product after she read the recipe and made it dozens of times. She remembered that Sister Zixi once pointed to the cream fish soup in a magazine and said she wanted to try it. Wu Yixin touched his nose and took out a bag of sugar roasted chestnuts. He remembered that Aunt Zixi always liked to eat this as a snack. Yuan Shan grinned and took out a paper bag. When he opened it, he saw a fragrant beggar chicken. "Ah, so everyone has prepared it." Zhuang Yuan smiled lazily and placed a plate of spicy chicken in front of ZHU Zixi. One after another, Wu Qianxuan and others took out the food they had prepared in advance. Even the older ones like Wu Qianzhang and Kang Ruofei and other sisters-in-law prepared food. Everyone smiled at each other, their eyes full of intimacy. Looking at the happy juniors, Wu Yuan and Liu Yan smiled at each other and saw the same relief and satisfaction in each other's eyes. From such a scene, we can see the deep feelings between the 8 clans, and we can also see how deeply ZHU Zixi's image of gluttony is ingrained in their hearts, so that they all prepared food without any prior agreement. "Zixi, look what Uncle Six has prepared for you." Just after all the juniors took out the food, Wu Wanhao took out a pottery jar with a face full of treasures and placed it in front of ZHU Zixi. Hearing this, ZHU Zixi, who was eating hard, looked out and found that it was turtle soup, and he couldn't help but frown. "Zixi, this is mutant turtle soup. Uncle Six spent a lot of effort to catch it. It's delicious. You have to drink it without leaving any." Wu Wanhao rarely nags. "Uncle Six, where did you catch it?" Qianxuan asked curiously. "It was in a ditch in the countryside, but it was too thin at the time, so I kept it in the room for a while, intending to give it to you when it was fat." But I heard that Zixi had suffered a lot before, so I stewed it. Sure enough, Zixi looked so exhausted, and she really needed to be nourished. Xuanxun, don't be unhappy. Uncle Six will catch you a bigger one in the future and give you nourishment. This one will be given to Zixi, Wu Wanhao said in a flattering tone. Qianxuan shook her head and laughed. How could she mind such a thing? She knew better than anyone that her body was in great shape after being transformed by the elemental origin, and she didn't need to be nourished at all. Besides, she didn't like to eat soft-shell turtles. Moreover, Sister Zixi was not an outsider. It took Zhu Zixi a full hour to finish eating all the various foods. She burped and felt drowsy while touching her round belly. Seeing this, Xuanyuan hurried forward and carried her on his back. What a joke. This was her sister-in-law, who was set in stone. How could he not take the opportunity to please her? Almost as soon as she lay on Xuanyuan's back, Zhu Zixi fell into a deep sleep. What should we do with Fang Xuanan? Lu Zhi asked, looking at the disheveled Fang Xuanan on the ground. Yuan Chang was furious. He has abused Sister Zixi. We can't just let him go. Otherwise, just do as Sister Zixi said, chop off his hands and feet, or poke out his eyes, or castrate him. Choose one of the three, or use all of them. I didn't really possess Zhu Zixi. Fang Xuanan on the ground shuddered, recovered from the previous blow, and defended himself. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at him in disbelief, their eyes full of hope. Could it be that this man still had some conscience, so he didn't do it to the end? Speak clearly to me. Yuan Zhu picked him up and said sternly. Ahem. Fang Xuan coughed for a long time before he spoke. Zhu Zixi's ability makes it impossible for me to possess her. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After coming here, the lingering haze in their hearts finally disappeared. However, even if you didn't really ruin Sister Zixi, you can't just be let off for what you did. Qianxuan's eyes turned cold, and she said lightly. Hearing her words, everyone nodded in agreement. Fang Xuan's heart tightened, and he waited nervously for the other party's verdict. Wu Wan's frowned. Let's take him away first. If we stay, there's no guarantee that something will happen. The three people guarding the gate will wake up sooner or later, or they will be discovered. It's better for us to leave. Fang Xuan heard this, and was terrified at first. If they left like this settlement would definitely be controlled by those traitors. But then he felt that it didn't matter. His men had betrayed him, so it didn't matter whether he left here or not. They moved quickly, with Wu Wanhao carrying Fang Xuanan and Xuanyuan carrying Zhu Zixi on his back, and they left here quickly and openly. It's not that no one chased them out, but they either quickly dealt with them, or they didn't dare to act rashly when they saw Fang Xuanan in their hands. Those people were not for Fang Xuanan's safety, but Fang Xuanan's strength was definitely not low, but they were held in their hands like a chicken. People cherish their lives, especially in today's world. Back to the aircraft. They didn't delay at all, and immediately let the aircraft take off. Since Zhu Zixi was still sleeping, they locked Fang Xuanan up, and planned to decide what to do with her after she woke up. The smooth rescue of Zhu Zixi and the unexpected news from Fang Xuanan made everyone feel good. However, compared to them, Zhu Zixi frowned in her dream. Zhu Zixi stood in front of the very familiar door and sighed. She knew she was dreaming, and knew what was behind the door, because she had had countless similar dreams, and also because she had experienced the same thing in reality. However, she still pushed the door open, and walked in without hesitation. In the bright high-end ward, people from the 8 clans were sitting or standing around the person on the bed. Everyone's eyes were red and swollen. Obviously they had cried, and Lu Chu and Lu Chen looked even more grief-stricken. Seeing her, everyone's face darkened, nodded to her, their eyes full of worry and pity, and then left quickly. She turned her head, and saw Lu Ju and Lu Chen, who were walking at the end, with grief on their faces. With a click, the door was closed by Lu Chen. You're here. A low and hoarse voice sounded softly in the quiet ward. She didn't answer, but slowly walked to the edge of his bed and sat down. She looked down at this man, with strong features, deep contours, handsome and sharp. Even though his face was pale and sickly, there was no trace of weakness. but he had a pair of gentle and tolerant eyes, like the first ray of warm sunshine in the morning, which could warm people's hearts. This man, who has a will and physique like steel, is now defeated by this inferior conspiracy. This is the man I love. I don't know when. ZHU6's face was already in tears. Lujun didn't say anything, raised his hand, and wiped the tears from her face with difficulty. ZHU6 grabbed his hand and pressed it against her face, crying loudly. Wow. Lujun, I will avenge you. I will definitely avenge you. Wow. I will never let them go. Lujun listened quietly, without expressing any opinions. His eyes were full of heartache, guilt and reluctance. After a long time, ZHU6's crying gradually became smaller, leaving only the small sobbing sound of breathlessness. Lujun blinked, held back the tears in his eyes, and said gently, Zixi, can I make a wish? You say. ZHU6 said with tears in her eyes. Let me die in your arms. ZHU6 was stunned, tears flowed more violently, and she choked for a long time before she said, okay. Only she knew how difficult it was to say this word. ZHU6 reached out and helped Lujun up, trembling as she held him in her arms. As time passed, she felt the body in her arms getting heavier and heavier. She knew that this was because Lujun was getting weaker and weaker. Zixi, you must always love only me, but find someone who loves you and gives you happiness. In the end, she heard such a whisper in her ears, and in her arms was a cold body. Sadness, sorrow, pain, and despair buried him one by one. She wanted to cry, but her tears had dried up, and her throat was hoarse. Chapter 202 ZHU6's proposal. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qianxuan and ZHU Shasha went together to wake ZHU6 up for dinner. Unexpectedly, just as they walked to the door of ZHU6's room, the door was opened from the inside. Can we have dinner? ZHU6 asked, shaking her slightly wet hair. Yeah. ZHU Shasha nodded. Sister, have you taken a shower? Just finished. Let's go. ZHU6 walked out and closed the door. Qianxuan and ZHU6 walked towards the restaurant with ZHU6's hands on the left and right. The three chatted one by one, each talking about their own experiences and encounters. By the way, Sister Zixi, Qianxuan suddenly said, a few months ago, we met Qianxuan when we were on a big mission. Guess what I found? Just like her, and Shasha and others, Sister Zixi and Sister Z, who are of the same age, are also close friends. What? ZHU6 asked casually. Qianxuan became more excited, her mouth opened and closed, and she told him clearly how Qianxuan was scratched by the crawler, how he was infected with the zombie virus, how she saved him, and heard his mumbling, and the final discovery. ZHU6's face did not show any surprise, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of irony, and she said lightly, this kind of thing has been guessed a long time ago. Men always have a kind of contempt for women in their bones. Even if they fall in love, they will struggle before admitting it. Even if they admit that they love, they will deny the importance of the other party to themselves. They often regret it after losing it, which is simply stupid. After a pause, she smiled gently, of course, except for my Lujun. Qianxuan and ZHU Shasha looked at each other and saw the envy in each other's eyes. Yes, envy. From a long time ago, Qianxuan, ZHU Shasha, Shibomin and Zhuangluo envied ZHU Zixi. In the past, they envied her fairy tale love with Lujun, but now, they envy ZHU Zixi's open-mindedness. Even after losing her lover, she can still mention his name so naturally. It's not that she has let it go. She is still sad, still misses him, and even in pain, but she has never shown it. She is not forcing a smile. She laughs happily, cries heartily, and everything comes from the heart. With a unique and real mentality, she misses her lover all the time. Seeing ZHU Zixi like this, Qianxuan can't help but feel a little ashamed for her previous shrinking back, for being swayed by the past and grief, losing herself, and escaping in self-deception. Shasha, how are you and Ayuan now? Do you still like to quarrel with him as before? ZHU Zixi asked casually. ZHU Shasha's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, I accepted his proposal. That's good. ZHU said with relief. I've always been a little worried that you're always so awkward, and if you're not careful, something unexpected will happen, and someone will steal your love away. But ZHU blinked, and a trace of cunning flashed across her face. Even if you agree to the proposal, your second brother and I will put some obstacles in his way. The harder it is to get something, the more a man will cherish it. ZHU said nothing, lowered her head as low as she could, and her ears were red as blood. What about you, Qianxuan? ZHU turned her head and looked at Qianxuan. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was asking. After a while, as if she had figured something out, she smiled and said, I also have a boyfriend. His name is Kimoki. ZHU raised her eyebrows in surprise and was about to speak when she saw ZHU suddenly raised her head. The blush on her face had faded, and she said in surprise, when did you let it go? How come I didn't know? There was no sign before. Qianxuan was stunned. It happened in the past few days. She thought she had made it so clear that everyone should know it. Okay, tell me first, who is this Kimoki? Why does this name sound like the same generation as Emojin? ZHU looked puzzled. This is a long story. ZHU thought for a while, picked out the key points, and briefly told Kimoki's life story. ZHU looked surprised and surprised. So there is such a secret. ZHU stole a glance at Qianxuan and leaned close to ZHU's ear and whispered briefly about the entanglement between Qianxuan and Kimoki 10 years ago. Even if she couldn't hear it, Qianxuan could guess what ZHU said, but she didn't mean to stop it. When ZHU finished speaking, ZHU glanced at Qianxuan, sighed, reached out and touched her head, and sighed. Don't be too persistent about anything. If you can let it go, let it go. Life must go on. What's more, you are lucky. As long as there is a possibility of making yourself happy, don't let it go. Wait until you hesitate and miss it. It will be too late to regret it. Qianxuan nodded solemnly, and her nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. If someone else said to her, you are lucky, she would probably think that the other person was talking nonsense. But when this sentence came out of Sister Zix's mouth, it was another matter. Qianxuan. At this moment, Kimoki walked over from the opposite side. Seeing this strange man, ZHU Qian guessed that the other party should be Kimoki. She carefully looked at him without leaving any trace. He was handsome and tall, and his appearance was not inferior to that of Aldo Qianxuan. He had a strong temperament and deep eyes. Every move was free and unrestrained. There is no doubt that this man is determined, confident and unrestrained, and at the same time powerful. However, what satisfied her most was not these, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Qianxuan. Focused, affectionate, restrained, and domineering. Such eyes were very similar to the eyes that Lu Jun used to look at her, but the former was hidden deeper and more dangerous, while the latter was frank and gentle. However, she was not worried about Qianxuan. The more a man cherishes a woman, the more cautious he is. Even if he hurts himself, he will not hurt the other person. What's more, Kimoki has already experienced losing Qianxuan once, and his cherishment of her will certainly become more severe. This can be seen from his deliberate concealment. Although ZHU gaze was obscure, it had no effect on someone like Kimoki who had received various targeted training. Kimoki's gaze suddenly stabbed at ZHU like a sharp sword. ZHU expression remained unchanged, but she was shocked in her heart. She could feel that the other party did not have murderous intent, but the pressure on her should not be underestimated. You know, as an international criminal police, ZHU has brought countless criminals to justice, ranging from vicious criminals to crazy terrorists. Her character has been very strong after many trainings, but she couldn't ignore Kimoki's glance. Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she actually felt a familiar trait in Kimoki, the indifference of the lawbreaker, which made her almost unable to suppress the urge to draw her gun and shoot. When she saw that it was ZHU who was looking at him, Kimoki's eyes quickly returned to normal and nodded politely to her. ZHU also nodded in response, but she was a little entangled in her heart. This man seemed to be 100 times more dangerous than she had imagined. However, she turned to think that it was the end of the world now, and danger was not all bad. Sister Zixi, this is my boyfriend Kimoki. The eye contact between the two was so fast that Qianxuan didn't notice it at all and introduced them. Hello, I'm ZHU Zixi. ZHU Zixi smiled heartily and her spirits were high. Because of Qianxuan's words, my boyfriend, Kimoki was in a very good mood and his face was a little gentle. Hello, I'm Kimoki. After introducing each other, they found that they had wasted a lot of time, so they quickly rushed to the restaurant. ZHU Zixi was very impressed with the restaurant, and at the same time, she was glad that she could finally live a normal life. However, except for ZHU Shasha, others saw a red color on her tray and couldn't help but complain, can this be called a normal diet? After dinner, they came to the living room with familiarity. Needless to say, many people had arrived before them. ZHU Zixi had just returned, so a party was imperative. After everyone arrived, Qianxuan took out all kinds of food that had been processed before during the inheritance, various snacks, drinks, and some fruit wine, and strong liquor that men liked, so that everyone could eat and talk. Everyone took turns to tell ZHU Zixi about everyone's experience after the end of the world, including the establishment of the Silver Star Air Force Corps, the trip to the granary, the trip to Province X, the escape, the confrontation with the top leaders of the shelter in City S, and told everything in detail. Then he talked about Qianxuan's things, including her previous life, magic and fighting spirit, including monster eggs, including the aircraft they took, and also talked about the plan to build a city, and the task of 6,500 5th level brain cores, and finding all the tribesmen. During this period, ZHU Zixi kept lowering her eyes and listening quietly, with surprise, novelty, excitement, tension, anger, hatred. The expression on her face changed continuously with the narration. When everything was finished, more than 2 hours had passed, and everyone present had at least drunk a cup of tea. After finishing the talk, Qianxuan asked ZHU Zixi to choose a space ring. As for the talent test, they would go to the logistics group to take the test afterwards. Which tribesmen are still outside now? ZHU Zixi asked after a long while. Luju, ZHU Yan, Shibamin, Zhuang Luo, Wuqian Sheng, Wuqian Lin, Wuqian Jin, Zhuang Ze, a total of 8 people. Zhuang Yuan answered quickly. Then, ZHU Zixi asked again, in addition to the aircraft we are sitting on now, there should be other aircraft, right? ZHU Shash nodded and asked in confusion, sister, what do you want to do? ZHU Zixi raised her eyebrows. I have a suggestion. Let some people go to find people, and the others go to explore the city site, to maximize the utilization of time. Everyone was surprised. They forgot that this could be done. Wu Wance's face was calm. It's not that he had thought about it before, but it was too difficult to choose the team leader. Their generation would definitely not be able to go. As for Wuqian Zhang and Wuqian Fang, it was not that they were incapable, but the former lacked cunning, the latter lacked ruthlessness, and as for Wuqian Ming, he lacked decisiveness. He also thought of Kimoki and Zhuang Yuan, but Kimoki probably didn't want to be separated from Qianxuan, and the two were the heirs of the Qi and Zhuang families respectively, so it was really not suitable for them to leave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Changing the Family Tree. Now that ZHU Zixi is back and has proposed such an idea, Wu Wanz couldn't help but put his eyes on her. ZHU Zixi is bold and careful, quick-witted, and flexible, has a very accurate grasp of the situation, is good at forbearance, and can humble herself and use everything she can. In this matter, she is very suitable. From what happened this time, it can be seen that, even if they didn't come, it wouldn't take long for ZHU Zixi to escape with her own abilities. However, thinking of ZHU Zixi's current strength, Wu Wanz frowned. Fifth uncle, let me lead the team to find someone. At this moment, ZHU Zixi spoke. No. Yuan Zhu objected. Zixi, your ability has no attack power, and you haven't started practicing yet, so you should stay. Yes, yes. Liu Yuan agreed. Besides, with Zixi's current condition, it will take at least a few more months to recover. Let me go. Zhu Zixi looked at Wu Wan's. I have a reason to go. Wu Wan's raised his eyebrows. What's the reason? Zhu Zixi hesitated, looked at Wu Yuan and Liu Yuan, and then looked at Mo Lingling and Mo Wei, feeling embarrassed. Seeing this, everyone realized that this matter was not simple, and it seemed to be related to Mo Lingling and Mo Wei. Xin Shishi, who had an amazing intuition, frowned even more, and stared at Zhu Zixi. Zhu Zixi thought that it was the end of the world now, and she didn't want to delay this matter. She bit her lower lip and said, a week before the end of the world, Brother Qianxuan called me. What did he say? Wu Wan's immediately realized the importance of that call. Thinking of his son and his two sons who were both top-notch, but had not returned yet, his eyebrows jumped. Zhu Zixi glanced at Mo Lingling and Mo Wei. This was the second time she had looked at the two children. She closed her eyes and said with a trembling voice, Brother Mo Shi and Brother Mo Wang may not be dead, or at least one of them is still alive. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was stunned, and when they came to their senses, they looked incredulous. Mo Lingling and Mo Wei were even more confused. Their eyes were blank, and they couldn't even react. You, say it again, say it again. Wu Yuan was trembling all over, his eyes were wet. His voice was like breaking a spell, making everyone sure that it was not an illusion just now, and they all looked at Zhu Zixi. Zhu Zixi sighed and spoke clearly. I said Brother Mo Shi and Brother Mo Wang may not be dead. Say it again. Wu Yuan was still a little unbelieving. I said, Brother Mo Shi and Brother Mo Wang may not be dead. Zhu Zixi raised her voice slightly. Impossible. Mo Lingling's sharp voice suddenly sounded. Her face was stubborn. Her eyes were slightly red, and her lips trembled as she said, Big brother and second brother were in a plane crash. It was a plane crash, not a car accident, or falling off a cliff. The voice was heartbreaking, with an indescribable fragility. Mo Wei on the side, opened her eyes wide, and scanned everyone without focus. She opened and closed her mouth twice but said nothing. Zixi, what happened? Speak clearly. After Mo Lingling's reminder, Wu Wan's also remembered the plane crash. Zhu Qianxuan smoothed the broken hair on her forehead, pursed her lips, and said, Brother Qianxuan said on the phone that he had never given up looking for the remains of Brother Mo Shi and Brother Maoang, and paid people to look for them in the sea area where the plane crash occurred. Later, the scope of attention became wider, for fear that their remains would be washed away by the sea. As a result, the people he paid found a person who looked exactly like Brother Mo Shi on a backward island, but that person had a hideous scar on his face and was missing a leg and an arm. I had just finished a big case and was about to take a vacation, and Brother Qianxuan asked me to help because it seemed that the island was very xenophobic, and as mercenaries they could not move an inch there, so he wanted to borrow my ID. In addition, he also called Qianlan and Qianjun. I was delayed for a few days, and then I met Doomsday on the way there. It was so chaotic at that time, and I thought my ID would not work, and I was really worried about Asu, so I went to find him first. After Zhu Zixi finished speaking, the living room was silent, and everyone seemed to be unable to react to her words. Did Qianxuan say anything else? Wu Wan's asked solemnly. Zhu Zixi nodded. He also said that the transportation to the island is very inconvenient, and it can only rely on some submarines and old fishing boats. So, I'm worried that they are trapped on the island now. Sister Zixi, did you say that the eldest brother is still alive? As if she had just reacted now, Mo Wei asked with hope on her face. It is possible, but not absolute, but there is a great hope. Zhu Zixi did not dare to say too much, for fear that they would be disappointed after getting hope. After a pause, Zhu Zixi turned to look at Wu Wan's fifth uncle. Just let me go. Wu Wan's pondered for a moment and said, you can't go alone, at least you have to bring dozens of people. I have no objection. Zhu Zixi nodded. I want to go too. Mo Lingling and Mo Wei shouted at the same time. Wu once looked at the two children and said, Wei Wei will go with Zixi, and Ling Ling will stay. Hearing this, Emma Wei Wei was very excited, while Emma Ling Ling was very disappointed. However, she was always sensible, and knew the use of her sister's ability in finding people. She also knew that the Emo family must keep one person, so she did not insist. In addition, Wu once lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, Qianming, Qianxuan, Ming, Shishi, Qianqiu, Lu Zhi will also go, as well as Lin Hui and Lin En. In addition to these people, you can bring 50 level 5 psychics. After a pause, he looked at Wu Wanyan, fourth brother, you should prepare sufficient supplies for them. In case of accidents, please consider it more comprehensively. Wu Wanyan nodded seriously. Without waiting for Wu Wans to speak, Qianxuan said consciously, I will prepare the aircraft. Next, there was another discussion about the division and various preparations. When everything was considered from all aspects, everyone relaxed. Because of the news brought by ZHU Zixi, everyone was in a good mood at this time. At this time, ZHU Zixi suddenly turned serious and came to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan looked up and was about to ask her what was going on when he saw ZHU Zixi kneeling down in front of him. Grandpa, I have something to ask of you. Wu Yuan was stunned and then quickly reached out to help her up. Child, if you have anything to say, just say it. Why are you like this? Am I an unkind person? He glared at ZHU Zixi in feigned anger, trying to adjust the atmosphere, but it didn't seem to work. ZHU Zixi turned her body to avoid Wu Yuan's hand, looked up at Wu Yuan, and said with a determined face, Grandpa, I hope you can agree to change my family tree for me. Wu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. His face sank, and he said lightly, how do you want to change it? He had a vague answer in his heart, but he still hoped that he had thought it wrong. Everyone looked at each other and had a clue of what ZHU Zixi was going to say next, and at the same time, began to worry about ZHU Zixi. ZHU Zixi straightened her back. Her eyes were bright and frightening. I hope to be able to write my name next to Lu Jun. Nonsense. Wu Yuan was furious. His eyes were sharp and intimidating. Sure enough, everyone had expected it. ZHU Zixi raised her chin slightly, met Wu Yuan's gaze fearlessly, and said calmly, this is not nonsense. I have been thinking about it for 4 years. These 4 years are enough for me to know what I really want. Seeing the disapproval in everyone's eyes, ZHU Zixi said calmly, I have confirmed that I will not fall in love with anyone other than Lu Jun, and I don't want to fall in love. I want to be Lu Jun's wife, even if we haven't been a real couple for even a day, but at least, I hope that after I die, I can be buried with him, and on the tombstone, he is the husband and I'm the wife. Woo woo. Lu Zhi couldn't help crying. Lu Chen was not much better, with red eyes, trying hard not to let the tears fall. Sister. ZHU Shasha looked sad, but didn't know what to say. Zixi, you have to think it through. If you are included in the family tree, you will truly become Lu Jun's widow. There is no concept of remarriage in our 8 clans. Even if you meet someone you like, you cannot get married. Liu Yan persuaded with red eyes. Zhaolin also persuaded. Yes, Zixi, you are only 29 years old, and you still have a lot of life. How can you be sure that you won't meet another person you want to spend your life with? Even if you really don't, have you ever thought about having a child of your own and becoming a mother? A suitable person? Someone you want to spend your life with? A child? ZHU Zixi's heart was filled with sadness. The man who sweeted her most was Lu Jun. The man she wanted to spend her life with was Lu Jun, and she also wanted a child, but the father of that child must be Lu Jun. She blinked her eyes and held back the tears that were about to hit her eyes. With a hint of fatigue in her voice, she said, don't say anything. I have made up my mind and will not change it. Liu Yan was anxious and opened her mouth to continue persuading. ZHU Zixi interrupted her and said, there is something I must tell you. My blessing to myself is, I wish Zixi will be pure and innocent for the rest of her life and reunite with Lu Jun cleanly. That's why Fang Zuanan has never been able to really touch her. Everyone was stunned and immediately understood the key. Suddenly, they hated Fang Zuanan in their hearts. If it weren't for him, Zixi, Sister Zixi / Aunt Zixi, would not have given them such a blessing. This is not a blessing, it's simply a curse. Zhu Zixi felt relieved. In addition to disgust, she was also somewhat grateful to Fang Xuanan. Because of Lu Jun's last words, she has been forcing herself to find a man who loves her and can give her happiness. She wanted to give up several times, but she always thought that it was Lu Jun's hope. In this situation now, even if she meets Lu Jun after death, she can justify it with confidence, but she has no choice. In that case, Lu Jun can only be speechless. Of course, with that man's possessiveness of her, even if he is dissatisfied on the surface, he may be very happy in his heart. Look how considerate she is. Zhu Zixi's eyes flashed with cunning and sweetness, as if she saw that the man was obviously very happy and proud, but still pretended to teach her a lesson. Chapter 204 Drunk. No one spoke in the living room. Everyone looked at Zhu Zixi with worry and pity, except for one person. Wu Yuan looked at Zhu Zixi with sharp eyes. How could she hide her little thoughts of going with the flow from others? His eyes were so penetrating that they seemed to be able to expose everything. Even Zhu Zixi, who had such a good psychological quality, had cold sweats on her palms and tried her best to control herself from looking away. Everyone looked at the exchange of eyes between the two, and they were all worried about Zhu Zixi, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Finally, Wu Yuan looked away first, sighed, and said in a tired voice, "I don't care about this matter. You can discuss it directly with Shasha, Lu Zhi, and Lu Chen." As he said that, he put down the two family tree books. "Don't forget to return them later." Then, he stood up from the sofa and left with heavy steps. I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that the old man's originally straight back was a little hunched. "You guys can do whatever you want. I'll go see the old man." After saying that, Liu Yuan also followed Wu Yuan and left. One after another, Wu Wanli and other elders also left after saying a few words, leaving some younger generations behind. Qianxuan moved her lips. "Sister Zixi." She wanted to say something, such as whether you want to reconsider it, or whether you want to find a way to remove the blessing, but for some reason, she couldn't say it. She felt that she seemed to understand Sister Zixi's thoughts, but she felt that she didn't seem to understand it completely. She subconsciously looked at Kimoki beside her. "What's wrong?" Kimoki pinched her hand and asked softly. Qianxuan shook her head, and then asked hesitantly, "If I die, will you be the same as Sister Zixi?" She wanted to know the answer urgently. Kimoki's eyes sank, and then he said angrily, "I won't let you die." "What if? I mean if?" Qianxuan asked. She knew she was a little boring, but there seemed to be an idea driving her to get the answer. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Kimoki's face looked a little bad. After a while, he said lightly, "I will die with you." The voice was very light, but full of seriousness. What he didn't say was that if he was going to die, he would take her with him. Hearing his answer, Qianxuan was stunned. When she completely understood what he meant, her heart beat violently. She rationally thought that she should stop the other party from having such a crazy idea, but she couldn't help but feel touched and happy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The joy and excitement in her heart seemed to drown herself. Qianxuan's eyes were as soft as water. She endured and endured, but finally couldn't help leaning over and kissing Kimoki on the lips. Kimoki was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Qianxuan's lips were about to leave, he immediately reacted and reached out to press the back of her head, deepening the kiss. When Kimoki let go of Qianxuan, she was already panting. Her cheeks were covered with blush, her eyes were blurred, and her half-open lips were with a delicate and attractive luster. Kimoki's eyes were dark, and when he was about to enjoy the delicious food again, he felt several unfriendly eyes. Kimoki looked up and saw that Wu Qianzhang and others' faces were as dark as they could be, and their eyes looking at him were simply cannibalistic. He didn't care and stretched out his hand to embrace Qianxuan, who was still in a daze, into his arms. Seeing Kimoki's arrogant look, Wu Qianzhang and others were stunned, and then they almost got angry, secretly thinking about giving this big-tailed wolf who abducted their sister a taste of pain. In addition to Kimoki and Qianxuan, Zhuang Yuan and Zhu Shasha were also whispering intimately over there, and their eyes were full of affection. But Zhuang Yuan didn't dare to be as arrogant as Kimoki, and he had to take into account ZHU Zix's existence. At this time, ZHU Zixi had already stepped forward and picked up the two family tree books on the coffee table. Sister Zixi, do you really want to change it? Lu Chen asked hesitantly. Although he has always regarded Sister Zixi as his sister-in-law, he doesn't want her to be alone for the rest of her life. ZHU Zixi did not answer. She turned the ZHU family genealogy to the page with her name on it, then asked ZHU Shasha for a fine brush and ink, carefully marked the 3 words married daughter on the back, and then wrote a line of small characters below, marking her husband's family. Then, ZHU Zixi turned the Lu family genealogy to the page with Lu Jun's name. She raised her hand, and her slender index finger tremblingly crossed the line under Lu Jun's name. Sudden death on October 19, 2009, the 20th century, at the age of 32. She blinked, forced back the tears in her eyes, and her eyes returned to calm. She held the fine brush and carefully wrote her name next to Lu Jun. When the ink dried, ZHU Zixi stretched out her index finger and gently tapped the 2 names side by side. Her eyes blurred and soft, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, outlining a shallow smile. That smile contained too many meanings: satisfaction, sweetness, sadness, and wish fulfillment, and so on. Throughout the process of modifying the family tree, ZHU Zixi's expression was almost pus, and every move was full of caution. Everyone watched quietly without saying a word, but when they saw her last smile, they almost shed tears out of sadness. Qianxuan bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud, but tears fell like strings of pearls that had broken off the string. Looking at the annoying tears on Qianxuan's face, Kimoki's brows were furrowed into a knot. ZHU Zixi came back to her senses and saw everyone who was sad, the depressing atmosphere in the room, and Kimoki's condemning eyes when he looked at her. She was stunned for a moment, then she saw Qianxuan with tears in her eyes, and then she smiled. Okay, why do you act like Lindai in everything you do? ZHU Zixi laughed and scolded everyone. Hearing this, everyone quickly restrained their emotions and their expressions returned to calm. ZHU Zixi smiled heartily, picked up a bottle of whiskey from the coffee table, unscrewed it a few times, poured a sip into her mouth, squinted her eyes and smiled. Today is my good day, you have to accompany me to drink. Good day? What good day? Everyone was stunned, and then they realized that today was also the day ZHU Zixi and Lu Jun got married. But, to be more precise, it should be said that it was a ghost marriage. Thinking of this, they felt bad. Wu Qianxuan was the first to respond to ZHU Zixi, picked up a bottle of white tongue orchid, and began to drink it. Then came Wu Qianming, Wu Qianzhong, Wu Qianfang, Wu Qiankong, Zhuang Yuan, Kang Ruofi, Wu Qianqiu, Wu Qianiu, Wu Qianxiu. Finally, Lan Qianxuan, ZHU Shasha, Xin Shishi and others also picked up some low-proof fruit wine and drank it. Even minors such as Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Yuan Chang, Wu Yixin, Mo Lingling, and Mo Weiwei did not stop them now. Everyone drank the wine in their hands silently, wishing to get drunk as soon as possible. During this time, Qianxuan took out a lot of wine from the space and let everyone drink as much as they wanted. Half an hour later, most of the people were a little drunk, with a heavy head and a big tongue. Lu Chen was lying on the armrest of the sofa with a bottle of wine in his arms. His face was abnormally flushed, and he muttered, "It would be great if the end of the world could have come 4 years ago." "Why do you say that?" Lu Zhi, who was still a little sober, asked with his chin propped up. Lu Chen's eyes turned red, tears flowed down, choking, and said, "If the end of the world had come 4 years ago, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, those 2 old guys, would not have had time to plot against us. Even if we still encountered that mudslide, we would have more chances of survival with superpowers. In that case, Dad, Mom, Uncle, and Aunt would not have to die. And Big Brother, Sister Zuan can make people jump around with a light magic. Woo, Big Brother can drink with us then." "Yes." Lu Zhi also cried sadly. "Woo, maybe we can really drink the wedding wine of Big Brother and Sister Zixi today." "No. Stop daydreaming." Wu Qianqiu stared at the ceiling in a daze, drinking the mayote in his hand, not knowing whether he was drunk or not. "It's all the fault of those 2 old thieves. Ping Jiang Wei and Jiang Zhang. Yuan Chang suddenly jumped up and smashed the half bottle of orange wine in his hand to the ground with a bang, and the carpet was soaked with wine. Yuan Chang looked down stupidly, but suddenly burst into tears like a child, crying and shouting, Ping Jiang Wei, Jiang Zhang. You must die. Give my sister back to me. Woohoo. I want my sister, and Jiang Shaoyang, bastard, unfaithful man. Yuan Zhu patted his head and comforted him. Don't worry, take your time, sooner or later you will deal with them. His voice was soft, but eerie. Because of his physical condition, he drank less, and he was still half awake. I know. Yuan Chang burped and nodded blankly, so I have to think about how to deal with them first. Well, think about it carefully. That's right. Zhu Shasha muttered in agreement. Brother, my brother's body is unrecognizable. They can't die easily. They have to die painfully. I'm going to torture them. Well, yes, the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. All of them must be repeated. Chariot, 5 horses torn apart. Well, what else? I'm going to look for it. I'm going to look for it. Can't let them die. Make them into human sticks. Wu Qianxuan frowned and muttered. Human stick. Zhu Shasha looked confused. Wu Qianxuan nodded shakily. Human stick is, well, what is it? I seem to have forgotten. Meat is quite rare now. Keep them. Cut a piece of meat every once in a while, and feed it to zombies or mutant animals. Ling Ling suggested out of the blue. She was sitting upright, seemingly normal, but her eyes were confused. Seeing a group of drunkards in front of him discussing various tortures in a serious manner, veins popped up on Kimoka's forehead. What bothered him more was Qianxuan beside him. He would rather she cried and made a scene than see her like this. She was clinging to Kimoka's arm like a kitten, her beautiful silver eyes wide open, her eyes empty and lifeless. She was crying silently. Seeing her like this, he felt heartbroken. Chapter 205 Target, Northwest Prairie. At this time, Zhu Zixi came over with a tray in one hand and rubbing her temple with the other. What are you talking about? She put the tray on the dining table with a pop sound, pulled out a chair and sat down. Nothing. Qianxuan took a sip of warm water and said, Sister Zixi, did you drink the hangover soup? Yes, but it will take a while for it to work. Zhu Zixi picked up a steamed bun and ate it weakly. Hearing this, Qianxuan felt relieved and took out an apple and started to eat it. Give me one too. Zhu Shasha smacked her numb tongue and said. Qianxuan gave her an apple and suddenly asked, by the way, do my parents know that we were drunk yesterday? Zhu Shasha's body stiffened and said hesitantly, they shouldn't know, right? She remembered that even Ling Ling and we were drunk yesterday. If the elders knew. She shuddered violently. Don't worry. Zhuang Yuan interrupted. They probably don't have time to take care of us. They are all busy consoling the old man. He had gone to Wuan Hao before. Zhu Zixi frowned. What's wrong with the old man? Could he be angry with her? Zhuang Yuan sighed. Nothing. He just feels bad. Zhu Zixi was silent. She knew it was because of her own affairs, but she didn't want to drag it on any longer. God knows, in these days when the end of the world came, every time she thought that she might die, she regretted not changing the family tree earlier. In those days, what kept her alive, in addition to her own tenacity and desire to survive, was the obsession of not getting revenge yet, and the thought of becoming Lu Jun's wife before she died. By the way, sister, what are you going to do with Fang Zuanan? Zhu Shasha asked, while biting the bread. Did you bring Fang Zuanan back? Zhu Zixi was surprised. Zhu Shasha nodded. Zhu Zixi touched her chin. Let's kill him. It's troublesome to keep him alive. He's a very narrow-minded person. If he's kept alive, he will definitely take revenge. Zhu Zixi nodded indifferently. Then I'll tell Uncle Wu Liu later. Fang Zuanan is now being guarded by Wuan Hao's men. Fang Zuan, who thought he had escaped and was trying hard to regain his previous power, didn't know that, because of Zhu Zixi's words, he would eventually die. By the way, Zixi, when are we going to find Qiansheng and the others? Wu Qianming asked in a hoarse voice. Start preparing after breakfast. After eating in the restaurant, we'll set off. By the way, I don't know much about the people in the Legion yet. Please help me choose the 50 level 5 superpowers. ZHU Zixi said, while drinking noodle soup. I know, leave it to me. Wu Kanming replied indifferently. ZHU Shasha pouted unhappily. Sister, why are you leaving so soon? We've only been together for 2 days. Okay. ZHU Zixi flicked her forehead. You're about to get married, but you're still so childish. The sooner I leave, the sooner I can bring Xiaoan back. ZHU Shash nodded listlessly. After breakfast, Qianxuan returned to her room, then entered the inheritance realm and searched carefully, helping ZHU Zixi choose a small and light aircraft. Then she found a lot of food, clothes, and daily necessities, and prepared a portion for Zixi, and others for everything she thought might be used. Isn't the old man here? Looking at the farewell team, ZHU Zixi's eyes showed disappointment. Liu Yan took her hand and comforted her. Zixi, don't worry, the old man just can't get over the hurdle in his heart, and feels sorry for your grandfather and parents. He is now stuck in a dead end, and he will figure it out after a long time. I know. ZHU Zixi was still a little sad. Before setting off, Wu Wanian told ZHU Zixi, Zixi, you have to be careful when you go out this time. Zombies, mutant animals and insects are fine, but you need to pay most attention to the people in the S-City shelter, Qianxuan shelter and Yuhei shelter. These 3 forces have long wanted to find out about the aircraft, and have been eyeing it for a long time. Before, we were in large numbers, moved quickly and aimlessly, so they had no way to start. Now that only a few of you are going out, they might go all out, and try to intercept you at the cost of some losses. I asked Zhuangxun, and the aircraft she prepared for you is extremely fast, and has strong evasive capabilities. As long as you are careful, there should be no problem. ZHU Zixi listened carefully, and nodded solemnly after Wu Wanian finished speaking. Seeing that it was getting late, ZHU Zixi gave an order, and the people who were traveling this time boarded the aircraft one after another. After the 50 level 5 superpowers had all gone in, she and Wu Kanming and the others waved goodbye to everyone, and turned to enter the aircraft. Seeing the milky white aircraft gradually turn into a black dot and finally disappear from sight, everyone retracted their gaze, and turned around to go back. Grandpa? Dad? Old man? Uncle? Grandpa Wu? Seeing Wu Yuan standing at the door of the aircraft, everyone shouted in surprise. Ahem, I'm a bit bored inside. I came out to get some fresh air. You guys do your things. I'm going back. After saying that, without waiting for their answers, Wu Yuan turned around and left in a hurry, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Everyone was stunned, and then shook their heads with a smile. Isn't it just to see you off? What's wrong with saying it? It's really not frank. Moreover, you don't say it, but you have already betrayed yourself with your actions. Okay. Fifth uncle, since there is no need to look for someone, where is the aircraft flying now? In the living room, Qianxuan asked Wu Wanse, who was drinking tea. Hearing her question, everyone looked at Wu Wanse. Northwest Prairie. Wu Wanse said lightly. Northwest Prairie? Everyone frowned. Zhuang Yuan wondered, is there such a place in Country Z? I know about the Northwest, but I haven't heard of any prairie there. Everyone nodded. It turned out that they were not ignorant. Actually, it is the Northwest. The Northwest Prairie is a folk term. There are indeed no prairie in the Northwest, but there are many small prairie groups. Wu once explained lightly. But I remember that most of the prairie in the Northwest has been depleted of water and grass due to poor maintenance. Zhuang Yuan hesitated. In fact, the grassland groups in the Northwest have been overused in ancient times and have become desertified. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, the top leaders of the country have wanted to improve the land several times. After all, the Northwest is still very productive. It's just that the funding problem has not been solved. The senior officials of the central government are unwilling to take responsibility, and the lower officials are afraid to act, pushing it back and forth, and finally nothing is done. Wu Wanxing raised his eyebrows. Are you stupid? It's the end of the world now. We can't farm, and we don't have any plans to open a horse farm. We are going to build a city. Why are you considering those things? Wu Wanli nodded and continued. Besides, the location of the Northwest Prairie is the most suitable for us to build a city. He took out a national map and unfolded it, pointing to 3 points and said, "Look, these 3 places are the S-City Shelter, Qianxuan Shelter and Yuhai Shelter. Do you see what you see?" Qianxuan was stunned and said hesitantly, "These 3 shelters happen to occupy 3 directions? I really didn't notice this before." Wu Wancheng nodded and said, "That's right. The S-City Shelter occupies the central part of Country Z, the Yuhai Shelter occupies the eastern part of Country Z, and the Qianxuan Shelter occupies the southern part of Country Z. At present, these 3 shelters are in a 3-way confrontation. If we want to avoid their joint suppression, we cannot touch their interests. Therefore, the choice of the city site is very important. We compared all the suitable places one by one, and finally chose the Northwest Prairie." Wu Wanli pointed to the address of the Northwest Prairie on the map and said, "You see, the Northwest Prairie is located in the western part of Country Z. No matter which shelter it is, it will not interfere with each other. Moreover, the development potential of the Northwest Prairie is also huge, which can give us more room to play. Besides the barren grasslands, the Northwest Prairie also has very rich forest resources and a large number of towns, which means there are considerable mutant plants, animals and zombies. Although it is accompanied by danger crystal cores, mutant animal meat and brain cores are all indispensable to us. At the same time, actual combat is the best way to improve strength. Our current situation seems to be smooth, but who knows when we will face survival danger again. In South Africa, because of the long-term war, any old, weak, young or woman can shoot at the enemy without changing their expression. Our situation is not much better than theirs, so I hope that everyone in the city will be able to become stronger in the future, not only in terms of strength, but also in spirit. And to do this, we have to hone our skills again and again. And this is inseparable from various dangers and battles." Wu Wanhao added in a resounding voice. Everyone was shocked and excited at the same time. "At present, there is still a problem." Wu once said, "I have 2 plans for building the city. One plan is to start from the center and build it bit by bit, while clearing out the zombies, mutant animals and insects. The disadvantage of this plan is that we cannot build the city wall until all the zombies, mutant animals and insects in the city are cleared. The other plan is to build the city wall first, surround the zombies, mutant animals and insects, and then we will clear them out bit by bit. The disadvantage of this plan is that we cannot start building buildings in the city until all the zombies, mutant animals and insects in the city wall are cleared. These 2 plans have their pros and cons, and it is hard to say which one is better, so let everyone vote to decide." Chapter 206 Kimoki's Anxiety. "I prefer the second option, it feels safer." Qianxuan expressed her opinion. "I think the first option is better and very challenging." Wu Qianyan, who likes excitement, was eager to try. "I don't care," Zhuang Yuan said lazily. Wu Wanyan frowned. "If we use the first option, there will be some unnecessary material consumption, and it is too risky. Even so, the process will be very meaningful. At least it can unite everyone and make them feel better and better. Nothing is more conducive to cultivating feelings than having a common goal," Wu Wancheng said. Seeing this, Wu Wan said, "Then let's vote. Those who prefer the first option raise their left hands, those who prefer the second option raise their right hands, and those who don't care or have difficulty in making a decision don't need to raise their hands. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the voice fell, pairs of hands were raised. Everyone looked around and finally found that most of the people did not raise their hands. The remaining people, 7 to 6, chose the first option more than the second option. Qianxuan was a little disappointed, but let go after a while. However, she turned to look at Kimoki and said somewhat unhappily, "Why didn't you raise your hand?" If he had raised his right hand, the result would be a tie. Kimoki touched his nose and felt a little innocent. However, seeing Qianxuan being so willful and capricious in front of him, his mood improved a little. Looking at the man who was helpless and doting despite her unreasonable behavior, Qianxuan turned her head away uninterested, but a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. Now that the destination has been decided, the aircraft will travel day and night to the Northwest Prairie in the following days. During these days, Qianxuan has been busy engraving magic patterns, and finally engraved all the necessary second level magic cores on the 5th day. In this way, the materials required for the most basic defense array have been completed, and she is temporarily free. So, she used her time to practice. Recently, although she has not stopped her routine practice, she has shifted her focus after all, and her progress is not great. Now that she had a free hand, she was thinking about breaking through the 6th level to become a 7th level magician as soon as possible, and then practicing all the skills of the 4th level of Shan Wu Lao. One reason was for the injury of the second aunt, and Sister Zixi said that brother Emo also had a broken hand and a broken foot. The other reason was that when the city was built in the Northwest Prairie, there would be more battles. In the inheritance realm, Qianxuan's eyes were covered by a black silk scarf. She held the bow in one hand and the string in the other. The breeze blew her hair up. Suddenly, her ears moved, and her tense right hand moved slightly, releasing the string in her hand. In an instant, 5 grey arrows with blurred shadows shot forward quickly, and then a burst of light changed. 1.2 points, 2 points, 4 points, 4 points, 8 points. Countless thin arrows like cow hair blocked the sky in an instant, and then disappeared, as if blown away by the wind. Qianxuan pulled off the silk scarf on her face, and ran to the grove in front impatiently, lowered her head, and began to count in a low voice. I saw that on the ground, there were pieces of green fallen leaves, and there was a cross-shaped crack in the middle of each leaf. 776, 777, 778, 779, 800. Yeah. Success. Qianxuan jumped up happily. This is the last arrow skill in the 4th level of Shan Wu Lao, and it is also the most lethal arrow skill. This arrow skill is called Bio Yao, which is most suitable for display in places where wind element are dense. The arrows shot out will split 5 times, and finally form 800 thin arrows as thin as cow hair. At the same time, the power is not reduced but increased, and even the hardest steel plate can be easily penetrated. It can be said that this arrow skill is a very sharp group attack skill. However, the reason why this arrow skill is so powerful is that it relies on the clever use of wind element. Therefore, the grasp of the surrounding wind element is extremely high, almost to the point of nitpicking. During this period of time, Qianxuan can be said to be competing with this arrow skill. He has been defeated repeatedly, and he has fought again and again, and finally displayed it perfectly just now. For Qianxuan, she pays more attention to group attack skills than single attack skills. In her heart, she has a feeling that she will reuse them one day in the future. Therefore, she is eager to become a 7th level magician as soon as possible. The magic system of Sadia is very different from that of many magic planets. On other magic planets, magic often depends on spells. Unless you reach the holy level, it is almost impossible to cast instant magic. But it is not the case in Sadia. Even magic apprentices can release instant magic. There is no such thing as spells. But compared with other planets, Sadia's magic system is very extreme. Unlike other magic planets that have various magics and various spells developed by predecessors, in Sadia, before the 7th level, magicians of all departments can only cast a few fixed magics. Although the power is not small, it is too conventional. In battle, they are often passive and lack changes. After reaching the 7th level, there is a big reversal. There is no fixed magic at all, and it all depends on the magician himself. By that time, magic varies from person to person, and it is varied and unique. All kinds of strange and changeable magic make people unable to guard against it and overwhelmed. Therefore, in Sadia, the status of a 6th level magician and a 7th level magician is very different. The former can certainly make people respect, but the latter makes people respect and fear at the same time. When she was a Nonado, she once studied and compared them carefully. The conclusion is that Sadia's magic system is much more advanced. Even a magic apprentice who has just started is exposed to the essence of magic. Therefore, although they are at a disadvantage in the early stage, as long as they cross the 7th level, their strength is more than twice that of other magicians of the same level on other magic planets. Sadia's 7th level magicians are basically able to study the element arrangement by themselves, and then slowly find the magic that suits them best. In this way, as long as you have not fought, you will never know what the other party has. At the same time, the magic used by the 7th level magician changes and increases every day. Sometimes they will even come up with a new element arrangement method on a whim, which makes it impossible for people to defend against it. Qianxuan's advantage is not small. As long as she becomes a 7th level magician, she doesn't need to figure out the arrangement of element from scratch, because she has already worked out the most suitable arrangement of element in the actual combat in her previous life. After practicing in the inheritance world for nearly a year, Qianxuan not only cultivated the 4th level of Xianwu Leak to the peak, but also had only one step to cross the 7th level. She was very satisfied with such results. Compared with Qianxuan's good mood, Qimoki was in a very bad mood these days, even irritable, because he hadn't seen Qianxuan for several days. Although he had a lot of things to do, he didn't even have time to go to the inheritance world to see Qianxuan. The reason why he didn't go to see Qianxuan was not just to try not to disturb her before Qianxuan's retreat. In fact, the reason why he was so hesitant was just a word from the future. Yes, you read it right, the future can speak now. It should be said that all god level monsters can communicate normally with humans after birth. Speaking of the child, Weelay, I don't know what's wrong with him. His personality is not like Qimoki at all. He is full of energy every day, and is very good at making trouble, so that Ziwang has to clean up the mess behind him every day. Although Weelay is lively, he is not smart. He is a little stupid and bold. He doesn't care about other people's faces at all. These days, because Qimoki put Weelay in the inheritance world, he often let Ziwang carry him to the tribe of the Sky Devouring Beast clan to play. Naturally, he also learned some new knowledge. That day, the spiritual power sensed that Qimoki was planning to put down his work and accompany Qianxuan in seclusion. Weelay said with sympathy, "Master, you can't stay in the inheritance world for too long. If you become an old man, the inheritance master will dislike you." It heard from its grandfather that humans like beautiful partners. The master and the inheritance master are also human beings, so this also applies to them. After hearing what it said, Qimoki was struck by lightning and stood on the ground. He didn't think he would become an old man, nor was he worried that Qianxuan would dislike him. At this moment, a picture appeared in his mind. He and Qianxuan were walking hand in hand on the street, and then he saw a hairpin on a stall and wanted to buy it for Qianxuan, and heard the stall owner compliment him. "Sir, you have a good eye. This hairpin is the best I sell here, just suitable for a little girl like your daughter." Qimoki was horrified by his own imagination. His face was pale. He took a deep breath and secretly comforted himself that lovers should also have private space. If he sticks too closely and makes Qianxuan resist, it will be more trouble than gain. Then, Qimoki has been practicing in his room these days and occasionally go to see Chukuang and others work. But even if he prepared himself mentally in advance, Qimoki's mood was also cloudy and rainy after not seeing Qianxuan for more than 3 days. In addition to the simple miss, he still has an lingering panic in his heart. 10 years of searching and not finding it still left a shadow in his heart. He was worried that Qianxuan would disappear almost every moment and even couldn't sleep well. He had the urge to go into the inheritance world to see Qianxuan more than once, but he tried his best to suppress it. He knew very well that his mentality was not normal. Letting it go would not be a good thing, and it might hurt Qianxuan. He must hold it in until Qianxuan took the initiative to appear in front of him. That way, it would more or less reduce the anxiety in his heart. Chapter 207 Arrival at the Northwest Prairie. When Qianxuan walked out of the room in a happy mood, what greeted her was Qimoki's suffocating embrace. Qimoki hugged Qianxuan tightly, so hard that he almost rubbed her into his body. Taking a deep breath of Qianxuan's unique breath, Qimoki sighed with satisfaction. "Xuan, you finally came out." Qianxuan was stunned. A light blush appeared on her cheeks, and she broke away from his arms and said angrily, "It's only been 3 days since we last met. Why are you like this?" Although his tone was blaming, it carried a hint of sweetness that she herself didn't even know. Qimoki didn't say anything, but lowered his head and kissed her forehead and said gently, "In another hour, we will reach the Northwest Prairie. I'll take you to eat something first." "Oh, no, I just ate in the inheritance world, and I'm still full now." Qianxuan quickly pulled him. Kimoki was stunned and then said, then let's go to the small living room to sit for a while. Qianxuan naturally had no objection. How was your retreat this time? Kimoki asked with his head tilted as he walked towards the small living room. Qianxuan narrowed his eyes and smiled proudly. It won't be long before I can become a 7th level magician. Moreover, I have learned a lot of new archery and dagger skills this time. Looking at Qianxuan, who was like a proud kitten, Kimoki's mood couldn't help but improve, and the haze that had been lingering in his heart for a long time gradually dissipated. By the way, Aki, have you been to the Northwest Prairie? Qianxuan suddenly asked. Kimoki nodded. I have been there, and I lived there for a few months. In Country Z, there are really not many places he has not been to. What does the Northwest Prairie look like? Qianxuan looked curious. Kimoki thought for a moment and said, compared to other places, the folk customs there are more simple, and the living conditions are a little backward. However, the mountains and forests there are okay. I used to go hunting with my comrades with a shotgun. Although they are all small prey such as hares and pheasants, it is still very good to be a pastime occasionally. By the way, there are many forest farms there, and more than half of the high-end wood in the country comes from there. Listening to Kimoki's introduction, Qianxuan felt a little sorry. Many things are impossible to see now. Talking, the two entered the small living room. Qianxuan brewed a pot of jasmine tea and poured a cup for herself and Kimoki. By the way, has anything happened in the past few days? Qianxuan sniffed the jasmine fragrance at the tip of her nose and asked. Kimoki leaned back on the sofa comfortably and said lazily, there is nothing else. It's just that all the professionals in the field of construction have been gathered by Uncle Woo Woo in the past 2 days. There have been many meetings of all sizes. They are probably discussing the construction plan of the city. Qianxuan nodded and said nothing. Anyway, she didn't understand those things very well and had no interest. So what have you been doing these days? Qianxuan asked casually. Kimoki raised his chin and said lightly, that's it, practicing, and then the Qi family's business. Oh. Qianxuan didn't care too much and asked expectantly, did Sister Zixi send back any news during this period? How can it be so fast? Kimoki said helplessly, you forgot that their journey is much farther than ours, and they probably haven't arrived yet. I didn't think of it for a moment. Qianxuan stuck out her tongue. After a pause, she said worriedly, I really hope that Brother Emo and Brother Emo are still alive, so that at least Ling Ling and Wee Wee will be very happy. By the way, I almost forgot, speaking of it, Brother Emo and Brother Emo are still your cousins. Huh. Kimoki was also stunned, and obviously he hadn't thought of this. Qianxuan became energetic and said with shining eyes, I tell you, if Brother Emo and Brother Emo were alive, they would definitely care about you. What do you mean? Kimoki raised his eyebrows. Qianxuan sat down next to him and said with a smile, before your mother was pregnant with you, she always thought that she would never have her own child in this life, so she always treated her nephew as her own child. Therefore, Brother Emo and Brother Emo are very close to your mother, and they also take good care of Emojin. If they knew about you, they would naturally care about you. Emojin. Kimoki's focus was different. Qianxuan was stunned, then remembered that Kimoki's adoptive mother treated him very well, and said, he is your adoptive mother's biological son. His name is Kimojin, and he also grew up with us. What kind of person is he? Kimoki asked hesitantly. Qianxuan tilted her head. Well, very gentle, very shy, even a little mild-tempered, and easily bullied. Because of his good temper, in the 8 major clans, even people younger than him call him by his first name. Despite this, he is very smart and hardworking. He is very talented in music, and was already a well-known violinist before his death. Really? Kimoki said with a hint of melancholy in his tone. His temperament is the same as his mother's. That. Qianxuan comforted him a little stiffly. Although his life was a little short, he lived a happy life, had a happy family, and was doing a job he liked. She guessed that Kimoki should feel a little guilty about Kimojin, probably because he felt that he had robbed the other party of the chance to survive. In addition, Kimojin's mother treated him as her own child, and he received selfless maternal love from her. Probably. Kimoki did not comment. Qianxuan couldn't tell what he was thinking, so she had to change the subject and said, by the way, so far, no one's contracted beast has hatched? She calculated that it had been nearly 10 days since the contract was signed. If she was lucky, someone's contracted beast would have hatched. No. Kimoki shook his head. Qianxuan was a little disappointed and then said, what about your future and hope? I don't know. They probably went to play with the sky-devouring beast clan again. Kimoki took a sip of jasmine tea and said, with their current size, it's almost time to start hunting training. It's also good for them to stay in the sky-devouring beast clan. Qianxuan said lightly. During their conversation, an hour passed quickly. Soon, they heard the notification of the landing of the aircraft. Are we there? Qianxuan was still a little dazed. Kimoki nodded, took her hand and walked outside. 5 minutes later, they walked out of the door of the aircraft. Looking at the desolate outside, Qianxuan's face showed obvious disappointment. The scenery in front of her was not much different from what she had seen along the way, except that there were more continuous mountains and forests here. It was already 2 p.m. Wu once said he was free to do whatever he wanted, and he and Wu Wanyan and others led a large group of professionals to conduct a field survey. Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other. What are we going to do? Qianxuan was confused. Kimoki looked around. How about we just take a walk? Qianxuan frowned. It's all the same. What's there to walk? What else can we do? Kimoki asked. Qianxuan was depressed. In the end, they left the aircraft together. Looking at the yellow and withered landscape, Qianxuan said with some lack of interest, at first, I thought it was interesting to see this yellow and withered landscape, but now it makes my head hurt. It looks the same, but it's still yellow and withered, lifeless, and makes people feel sick. Kimoki rubbed her hair soothingly and comforted her. If you don't like these, then we will build a colorful and vibrant city. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. You're right. Along the way, 1 or 2 zombies or mutant animals would occasionally appear, but they were often destroyed by Kimoki's wave of his hand. Qianxuan was shocked and secretly guessed his current strength. They also met many people who were as idle as them and ran out of the aircraft to wander around. They said hello to each other and separated. Qianxuan just thought that everyone was too excited to chat because they were eager to see their future home. In fact, everyone knew that the two of them were dating now, so they naturally didn't want to be a light bulb. Of course, there were also many people like Wu Kai and Fang who were planning to come and cause trouble, but were suppressed by Ruanming. Zhuangsun, what do you think about the house we will live in the future? Kimoki asked gently. Let me think about it. Qianxuan did not hear the implication of his words and began to think on her own. Well, I want it a story villa. It doesn't have to be too big, because it's more troublesome to clean up. The villa must have a garden, and I can plant anything. I always feel that with those cute and fresh plants, the air will become much fresher. It would be best if there was a swimming pool, so that I could go swimming in the summer. By the way, there should also be a great rack with a lounge chair underneath. In the summer, after swimming, I can lie down directly on it to cool off, and I can easily pick a plump and sweet grape to eat. As she was talking, Qianxuan realized that something seemed to be wrong. She was stunned for a long while, and suddenly came to her senses and said angrily, who wants to live with you? Kimoki lowered his head and put his forehead against Qianxuan and said seriously, Zhuangsun, don't you want to marry me? Qianxuan froze immediately, her cheeks flushed, and she dodged with her eyes and stammered, what are you talking about? Well, there's nothing to go shopping outside. Let's go back quickly. As she said that, she was about to leave. Kimoki, however, stretched out his hands to hold Qianxuan's shoulders and said in a low and soft voice, after we get married, you and I will form a new family, and then we will have a child of our own. She will be smart, cute, and lively, and can be described with all the beautiful adjectives in the world. We will accompany him/her to grow up together, watch him/her turn over for the first time, sit up for the first time, stand up for the first time, walk for the first time, and listen to him/her call us mom and dad. As Kimoki narrated bit by bit, Qianxuan was mesmerized. Kimoki held her in his arms. His eyes were incredibly soft. If these can make you happy, then I will spare no effort to achieve them one by one. and I just want you to always be by my side. Chapter 208. You before the age of 16. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Kimoki and Qianxuan came back from outside. The two were about to go to the restaurant for dinner, but one of Wu Wan's men notified them to go to the living room. Seeing the two people coming in hand, everyone in the living room was a little stunned, and their eyes fell on Qianxuan. Everyone looked at each other. Qianxuan seems to have changed. They looked carefully again, but found that they seemed to have seen it wrong. Wu Wanse called everyone over, in addition to having a meal together, to discuss the arrangements for the near future. Because Qianxuan had been a little distracted, she only heard the general idea, but she didn't know the specific details. Today, the Silver Star Air Force has a total of more than 30,000 people. According to the registration information of the Logistics Corps, more than 600 of them were engaged in construction-related careers before the end of the world. This number seems to be a lot, but compared with the construction of a city, it is really a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, there are nearly 200 Earth-type ability users who can play a very critical role. After all, when the control of Earth-type psychics reaches a certain level, bricks, tiles, cement and even whole houses can be easily obtained. As for building materials such as steel bars, some special psychics can solve part of them, and the rest are obtained through the plain trading instrument. Since there was a large-scale earthquake a few months ago, they decided to do their best to lay the foundation of the house and abandon those high-rise buildings. Anyway, this is not the pre-apocalyptic era, when every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Now, they lack everything except land. In addition to the above people who joined the city construction, the tasks of others are only two. One is to eliminate all zombies, mutant animals and insects, and mutant plants depend on the degree of danger. The other is to protect the construction personnel in the built houses. Since the end of the world, Yingxing has already developed from the initial 8,000-man regiments and a logistics regiment of more than 600 people to the current 19,000-man regiments and a logistics regiment of more than 10,000 people. Among them, Wu Wanli, Zhaolin, Wu Wanhao, Wu Wanxing, Wu Wancheng, Wu Qianming, Wu Qianian, Kang Ruofi, Wu Qianzhong, Wu Qianfang, Zhuang Yuan, Kimoki, Zhu Qianqian, Wu Wans, Yuan Zhu, Wu Yixin, Lu Chen, Ruanming, and Lu Zhi each led a 1,000-man group. The logistics group was led by Wu Wanyan as the general manager, and Zhang Huhu, Zhu Chun, Lian Shengsheng, Li Zia, Ruanming, Wu Qianqiu, Wu Qianiu, and Yan Zhu were assisted. In fact, several leaders of the combat groups have just taken office, and have not yet run in with their subordinates. This time, it can be regarded as giving them a chance. Kimoki, who suddenly became the leader of a combat group, did not feel any joy in his heart, but was a little impatient. After all, he did not want to do things that he thought were a waste of time, especially reducing the time he spent with Qianxuan. However, even for Qianxuan's face, he could not just walk away. With a frown on his face, he did not notice the fleeting smile on Wu Wan's face as he glanced at him. From the list, it can be seen that the members of the 8 major clans occupy all the high positions, which is indeed the case. Wu Wan's also knew that this would cause controversy, but he had to do it. It was not that he did not believe in the sincerity of others. After all, there was a magic contract. It was just that their current situation was too special. In order to better grasp the progress of the construction, and change and supplement various plans and programs according to the actual situation at any time, he could only do so. However, this arrangement was only temporary. When their situation stabilized, and they began to develop formally, many people from the 8 major clans would withdraw from their current positions, and devote themselves to other positions. In addition, the old people and children did some work on the construction site, such as carrying, helping, and passing messages. Among them, each of the 19 combat groups was responsible for protecting the construction personnel and the completed houses for 1 day every 19 days, and so on in turn. The remaining 18 combat groups, 4 combat groups each, guarded one direction, and jointly surrounded a protective circle in the southeast, northwest, and northeast to suppress external expansion. As for the remaining 2 groups, they were used as mobile groups, to deal with emergencies and special situations. When Qianxuan walked out of the living room, her mind was still in a mess. It was good enough that she could remember a general idea. Just as she was about to return to her room under Kimoka's usual escort, she was suddenly stopped by Zhu Shasha. "What's the matter?" Qianxuan looked at her with confusion. Zhu Shasha nodded and glanced at Kimoka unintentionally. Kimoka's face immediately darkened. What does it mean? That look clearly showed that he wanted to get him away from Qianxuan. Could it be that he usually behaved too well, so that this woman dared to jump on his head again and again? Almost instantly, Zhu Shasha felt a chill rising from her heart. Without even looking, she knew that the scary man opposite must be looking at her with a very cold gaze. However, she still tried to resist the oncoming pressure, suppressed the urge to run, and looked at Qianxuan. Qianxuan did not notice the secret competition between the two, gave Kimoka a comforting look, and pulled Zhu Shasha to a small living room next to it. When Kimoka's scary eyes were blocked by a door, Zhu Shasha finally let out the breath she had been holding in her heart. "What's wrong?" Looking at Zhu Shasha's relieved look, Qianxuan was a little confused. Zhu Shasha looked at her sadly. Qianxuan was disgusted by her look, and at the same time, she was even more confused. "I knew it would be like this." Zhu Shasha rolled her eyes, sat down on the sofa angrily, and was angry. She thought, "I'm so fearless for you, but you are still so heartless, which makes me angry." Seeing that she didn't speak all the time, Qianxuan was already confused. Seeing her like that, Zhu Shasha was immediately deflated, and said weakly, "Tell me, what happened to you today? Or what did Kimoka say to you? Why do you say that?" Qianxuan sat next to her, a little surprised. At the same time, she wondered, was my performance so obvious? Come on. Zhu Shasha shook her hands. "Everyone actually saw something more or less, but they are not as sure as I am." Her face straightened, and her eyes looked straight at Qianxuan. "Do you know what I saw in you?" "What?" Qianxuan was stunned by her. Zhu Shasha sighed, "The breath of a living person." Qianxuan was stunned, and then black lines. "What do you mean?" "It turns out that I was not a living person in your eyes before." Seeing that she was about to refute, Zhu Shasha waved her hand lazily. "Don't refute, just listen to me first." Seeing that Qianxuan was listening attentively, Zhu Shasha said seriously, 10 years ago, Minmin, Luolo and I all felt that you seemed to be missing something besides your personality change. But we have been puzzled until I saw you now, and then I suddenly realized it. Do you know what it is?" "What?" This is the second time she asked this question today. Vitality, anger, hope, expectation, goal, desire, desire. As Zhu Shasha said those words word by word, Qianxuan's face became extremely strange. "What is that look in your eyes? If I don't have what you said, would I still be a human being?" Zhu Shasha glared at her. "Then tell me where you show vitality?" Indeed, she had lost that thing after the age of 16. "Angry?" Zhu Shasha said sarcastically. She felt that she should have it, but facing such an aggressive Shasha, she didn't know why she couldn't say it. "Your hope. I hope that the 8 clans can survive the end of the world safely." Qianxuan wiped her sweat and finally answered. Zhu Shasha sneered. "Is that your hope?" "That's the hope of all of us. Just like all the people in Country Z hope that Country Z will become stronger. That's not your hope." Qianxuan was a little confused by what she said. "It's not my hope. What do you expect?" Zhu Shasha's voice continued to sound. She wanted to say that she expected to avenge the persecution of her clan members as soon as possible, but thinking of Shasha's previous words, that didn't seem to be her expectation. Goal? She wanted to say that her goal was to build a city belonging to the 8 clans together with everyone, but that didn't seem to be her goal either. Desire? Desire? Zhu Shasha's tone became more and more aggressive. Qianxuan opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She indeed had none of the desire and longing. Zhu Shasha suddenly stood up, looked down at her, and said word by word, "Look, you have nothing." The color on Qianxuan's face faded little by little, leaving only pale confusion. "Look at me." Zhu Shasha bent down and put her head only 10 centimeters away from Qianxuan's face, looking directly at her, not allowing her to avoid it. Before you were 16, you would take things you liked from us with a clear conscience. Before you were 16, you would cry because Brother Wookie ran away from home, but considerately didn't let Uncle Woo Woo see. Before you were 16, you would eat so much of the delicious seafood on the table that you couldn't even walk. Before you were 16, you would be secretly angry because the birthday present your parents gave you was not to your liking, and you would even play some pranks. Before you were 16, you would act like a spoiled child in front of Grandma Wu for a bowl of delicious red bean double milk skin. There are many more. I won't list them one by one. Don't you find the problem? I've just grown up and matured. Isn't that good? These should have been righteous words, but for some reason, they sounded a little guilty after they were said. Yes, you have grown up and matured. We used to think so, but the fact is not like that. ZHU Shasha pressed her temple. Before the age of 16, you were selfish, childish, a little fragile, had a bad temper, had many advantages and disadvantages, but you were so lively, so vigorous and full of energy, a living person. Instead of the kind of distant smile that was always tepid and kept a distance from others later. Qianxuan lowered her head and said nothing, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 209, Strange Circle. ZHU Shasha continued, recall yourself, after you turned 16, have you ever done anything, even if it was just for yourself? Without Qianxuan's answer, ZHU Shasha gave the answer, no. At that time, you had no desire to live, nor did you have the will to die. Therefore, we were confused by you, and did not find your abnormality. You were like a robot, doing all the things that Wood Qianxuan should do according to the program. You no longer have a bad temper, no longer be willful, and seem to be mature and sensible. What is the truth? Qianxuan's mind was even more confused. ZHU Shasha's words were like a breeze, blowing away the layers of fog in her memory. She didn't even notice what she said. Thinking back carefully, in the past 10 years, in addition to being immersed in the grief of the past, her other time was filled with various training, acting, and tasks. Even when she took a vacation, it was mostly to cooperate with other people's arrangements. Her original intention of joining the army was not because she liked it, but just to make herself busy, busier, and preferably so busy that she had no time to think about other things, whether happy, sweet, sad, or painful. Even she thought she was mature and grown up, had a method for doing things, and knew how to take into account the feelings of others. But it turned out that even she was deceived by herself. It seemed that, since 10 years ago, the color of the world has become lighter and lighter in her eyes. The colors of many things she liked and hated in the past have become dim from the original bright colors. It's not that she doesn't like it anymore, nor does she hate it, but it has become lighter. Although it can still cause ripples in her heart, it is only a little bit, and it dissipates very quickly. But what? ZHU Shasha changed her words and said with a face full of relief, you are a little different today. Different? Qianxuan murmured with a confused look. ZHU Shasha nodded. Yes, I see a different look in your eyes. So vivid. Is there? Qianxuan's hand involuntarily touched her eyes. Tell me, what happened to you today, or what did Kimoki say to you? ZHU Shasha asked the question she started with again. Qianxuan sighed and recounted what Kimoki said before, especially those ideas about children. Haven't you thought about these before? ZHU Shasha asked in a somewhat strange way after listening. Qianxuan smiled bitterly. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I don't dare to think about it at all. What is there to be afraid of? ZHU Shasha was even more puzzled. Qianxuan held her forehead. I don't know how to say it. I want to be a mother, but I'm afraid of being a mother. I'm not sure if I can be a qualified mother now. These two emotions impact each other, making me very conflicted, so I simply don't think about things related to children. ZHU Shasha narrowed her eyes and said, Zuan, don't you notice? You seem to have entered a vicious circle. Strange circle? Qianxuan blinked, looking puzzled. ZHU Shasha leaned back on the sofa and said calmly, you are not the kind of person who only sees what is in front of you. On the contrary, you are the kind of person who considers everything and makes plans and arrangements in advance. However, I find that you seem to be a little abnormal or avoiding anything related to Kimoki or things like today about children. Really? Qianxuan looked uncertain. Yes. Zhu Shasha said affirmatively. When you agreed to Kimoki's pursuit this time, didn't you think about the future of the two of you? You are in love with each other, and you are from the same 8 major clans. You can't be together for a lifetime, right? Marriage is a matter of sooner or later. Haven't you thought about these? Qianxuan was speechless. She knew what Zhu Shasha said, and she understood it very well, but she didn't know why she seemed to have subconsciously ignored it all along. After getting married, there will always be children, right? Zhu Shasha continued to say, look, such a simple thing, you actually didn't see it clearly all the time. Qianxuan sat there blankly, as if she couldn't digest those words. Seeing her like this, Zhu Shasha didn't care. She touched her chin and said, I remember that the situation was even more serious when you just reunited with Kimoki. You gave me the feeling that you clearly had Kimoki in your heart, but you deceived yourself and stubbornly believed that you and the other party had no future. Originally, I thought you were just temporarily insecure, but now it seems that there seems to be something I overlooked. Zhu Shasha raised her eyebrows and looked at Qianxuan from head to toe like an X-ray, making Qianxuan uncomfortable for a while. What is it? Zhu Shasha began to frown and think. Qianxuan was sitting on pins and needles, feeling nervous, expectant, and panicked. Her emotions were mixed, and she didn't even know whether she hoped Zhu Shasha could come up with something. After a long while, Zhu Shasha hesitated and said under Qianxuan's complicated and tangled eyes, are you not confident? What? Even though she had been mentally prepared, Qianxuan was still stunned. Seeing her like this, Zhu Shasha was more certain about her guess. You are not confident. You have deep doubts about would Qianxuan can get happiness. You have no confidence in yourself. Nonado did not get such happiness. The happiness that would Qianxuan, who was 16 years old, had within reach ended in misery. All this makes you desire and avoid the word happiness. So you agreed to Kimoki's pursuit, but never thought about the future. As you said yourself, it's not that you can't think of it, but you dare not think of it. As Zhu Shasha's narration like a judge, Qianxuan froze, her eyes were out of focus, and she was a little dazed. So that's it. It turns out that I have been unconfident all along. Wu Qianxuan, you are really a coward. Qianxuan's mind was full of thoughts, and it was all tangled into a ball of hemp rope for a while. At this moment, there was a violent shaking on the shoulder, which pulled Qianxuan's mind back, and the scattered eyes gradually became focused. Shasha, stop shaking. Qianxuan frowned and said uncomfortably. Hearing this, Zhu Shasha quickly let go of her hand on her shoulder and said angrily, Wu Qianxuan, listen to me carefully this time. Don't run away. If you dare to run away, do you think I dare to beat you up? Oh. Looking at Zhu Shasha's fierce look, Qianxuan hesitantly said. Zhu Shasha's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and she said solemnly, listen, since the problem has been discovered, no matter what method you use, throw away all your lack of confidence, and live a good life. After a pause, she said with some concern, you have to know that people need to understand each other. Now you and Kimoki, it has always been Kimoki who has been trying to get close to you and carefully maintain your relationship while you have been standing there passively accepting it. Kimoki is willing to give so much for you because he loves you, but you have to know that even if he loves you, he is still a person and a man who needs care. But if this goes on, even if he still loves you, he will be tired, not physically, but mentally. Zhu Shasha's last words rang in Qianxuan's ears like thunder. Yes, he will be tired too. Qianxuan blinked her eyes and calmed down the boiling emotions in her heart bit by bit. At this point, she can no longer move forward and can no longer leave everything to Aki. This is the happiness that belongs to both of them, so naturally she can't let Aki work hard alone. As for her lack of confidence, she thought she couldn't let it go so easily, but she wouldn't back down again. She would do her best to fight for her own happiness, so that even if she missed it in the future, she could calmly say that she had tried her best and had no regrets. As soon as the two pushed the door and walked out of the small living room, Qianxuan was pulled over by Kimoki, who looked her up from head to toe. After making sure that there was no difference from when she went in, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Shasha on the side was so angry that her teeth itched. What does it mean? Am I a plague or a flood beast? Is it worth your acting like this? Kimoki ignored her, pulled Qianxuan and left. Qianxuan only had time to turn around and say goodbye to Zhu Shasha. After sending Qianxuan back to the room, Kimoki was about to leave, but was invited by Qianxuan to sit in for a while. Kimoki struggled in his heart for less than a second, and then walked into her room. What's wrong? Qianxuan asked, looking at Kimoki, who seemed to be in a bad mood sitting on the sofa. Kimoki was stunned, then turned his head and looked at Qianxuan carefully. What seems to be different about her today? Since the reunion, Kimoki found that Qianxuan's temperament is not a little different from before. The previous Qianxuan was straightforward and asked whatever she wanted to ask directly, which often offended people easily. Fortunately, she also knew the limits and only showed this side in front of acquaintances. Now Qianxuan is different. She seems to be mature, and the words she said have become tactful and have room for maneuver. While benefiting herself, she also leaves a good impression on others. But he also found that she seemed to have become a little dull, and she didn't like to pay attention to things that had nothing to do with her. She didn't have the quirky curiosity before. That look made people feel a little indifferent. So in a situation like today when he was in a bad mood, Qianxuan would not ask even if she knew. He encountered such a situation more than once or twice. Many times he led Qianxuan to ask him some questions, and they all ended with his disappointment. Kimoki was stunned for a moment, then said, I will lead a combat group tomorrow, so I probably won't be with you. Qianxuan can be considered a non-staff member, and doesn't need to act with the main force. It's okay, I will be with the construction team to build a magic circle next, so I won't be much more free than you. We are the same. Qianxuan stretched out her little finger to hook his hand on the coffee table in comfort. Kimoki was stunned again. He thought Qianxuan would say something like who wants to be with you, and that intimate comforting gesture. He remembered that she did it to him 10 years ago. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Emotional Progress. Kimoki was still a little confused until he returned to his room. After drinking a large glass of cold water, his mind became clear again and was able to function normally. He thought carefully about what happened today, from the two of them going out for a stroll, to the meeting after returning, to Qianxuan being called away by Zhu Shasha to spend some time alone. Until now, Qianxuan was still the same. Then, Qianxuan invited him to sit in her room for a while. Wait, something is wrong here. Although Qianxuan would occasionally invite him in for a cup of tea or something, that was only after he expressed his unwillingness to leave. But today, it was Qianxuan who took the initiative to speak, and he did not express anything. After that, it was Qianxuan who took the initiative to care about him, and made those intimate gestures with comfort to him, without blindly avoiding any words and actions that showed the intimacy between the two of them. In fact, since the reunion, Kimoki has discovered the differences between Qianxuan and 10 years ago little by little. One is lively and the other is quiet, one is proud and the other is restrained, one is innocent and the other is calm, one is honest and the other is silent, one is happy and the other is depressed, one is flamboyant and the other is gentle. With so many differences, how could he not notice anything? Moreover, in the 10 years of separation, he had missed her over and over again, and had already engraved her every smile and frown in his heart. He was surprised and distressed about Qianxuan's drastic change in temperament, but he was more cautious and did not make any mistakes. Kimoki rubbed the little finger that Qianxuan had just hooked, as if the slightly cool temperature still remained there. Only he knew what kind of storm surged in his heart when he realized what Qianxuan had done. At that moment, he was so excited that he almost cried. God knows, the last time he cried was when his adoptive mother passed away. Although he didn't know what Zhu Shasha said to Zhuangxuan's subsequent abnormality must have something to do with her. However, seeing that the result was good, he didn't care about her. Kimoki raised his eyebrows, and a hint of real smile appeared in his eyes. His Zhuangxuan is back. No, it should be said that his Zhuangxuan finally found herself, and was full of vitality. That night, Kimoki fell asleep with a smile on his face, and the curve of his mouth did not disappear even in his sleep. The next morning, Qianxuan took Kimoki to walk into the restaurant. "What's for breakfast today?" Qianxuan looked around the menu on the electronic screen on the wall of the restaurant and read it out as she looked. White porridge, ham sandwich, egg toast, scallion pancake, wheat flavored apple cake, macaroni, potato cake, corn juice, bacon scrambled eggs, white baked egg custard, oatmeal cakes, egg pancakes, fried dough sticks, potato pancakes. It seems to be particularly rich today. In order to have a good start, what do you want? Kimoki asked with his side face. Qianxuan thought about it and said, "I want a portion of macaroni, a portion of corn juice, and a small bowl of white baked egg custard." Nowadays, the restaurant has begun to implement the super large portion, and you don't have to buy several portions like before to feel full, so even though she didn't order much, the quantity is definitely enough. "Then go find a seat and sit down. I'll buy it for you soon." Qianxuan found a relatively quiet place to sit down. Not long after, Kimoki came over with 2 large trays. Qianxuan helped him put the trays away and said, "The aircraft has not stopped much during this period, and no one can go out hunting. Many people must be short of money, right? Eating in the restaurant requires contribution points, and to obtain contribution points, you need to complete tasks." Kimoki nodded and said, "Indeed, I see that many people are buying alphabetic meals." The so-called alphabetic meals are those set meals such as A meal and B meal. However, those set meals are not the rich, convenient and fast set meals before the end of the world. In fact, they are some more filling noodles, such as steamed buns, glutinous rice cakes, rice balls, etc. Usually, they are bought when going out hunting. If you kill a mutant animal, you can also grill meat, or make soup outside to eat. Now that you are still in the aircraft, you are eating alphabetic meals, which shows that everyone is not well off. However, in the end times, no one has not experienced hunger, so although they coveted those delicacies, no one wasted any food on the alphabet meals, and they ate them all up without leaving any. As long as they thought that there were many people outside who couldn't even eat the alphabet meals in their hands, they cherished their lives even more, and even when they ate the dry and sticky glutinous rice cakes, they couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Don't worry, everything will be fine after today." Seeing that Qianxuan was a little reluctant, Kimoki comforted her. Qianxuan thought so too. She stuck out her pink tongue and dipped some of the orange corn juice, smacked her lips, narrowed her eyes, and said, "This corn juice is very fresh and sweet. Did you buy it for yourself?" The greedy look made Kimoki's eyes more doting. "No, I have vegetable juice." Qianxuan tilted her head and suggested, "Then we each have half. I'll give you half a cup of corn juice, and you give me half a cup of vegetable juice." This is what they used to do often because Qianxuan wanted to eat a lot, but didn't have enough food, so Kimoki suggested that each of them have half, so that they could taste twice as much delicious food. Kimoki also remembered the scenes of eating together in the past, and his mood improved a bit, and nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing that he agreed, Qianxuan took out 2 large glasses from the space ring, and moved one of them in front of Kimoki. The two smiled at each other, tacitly poured their drinks into half of the glass, and then pushed it in front of each other. The macaroni was baked with beef tenderloin, and the taste was a bit strong, which Qianxuan didn't like, but she was satisfied with the taste, after eating it occasionally. Kimoki always ate quickly, so when Qianxuan finished eating, he had already been waiting by the side. Seeing Qianxuan put down the spoon in her hand, Kimoki took a tissue and wiped her mouth. Qianxuan was stunned, but did not dodge, and enjoyed his service calmly. Seeing this, the smile in Kimoki's eyes deepened, almost turning into substance and gushing out. After leaving the restaurant, the two were about to separate. Because of Qianxuan's change in attitude towards him, Kimoki felt more reluctant than when he first knew it yesterday. Finally, he sighed, lowered his head, and kissed Qianxuan on the forehead, rubbed her hair, and then turned around and left reluctantly. When his back disappeared from Qianxuan's eyes, Qianxuan looked down at the time on her watch, and then rushed to the logistics regiment to find Wu Wanyan. "Fourth uncle, have you found the people I asked you to prepare for me?" Qianxuan asked straight to the point when she entered Wu Wanyan's office. Seeing her, Wu Wanyan's expression softened, but when he heard her question, he said with some concern, "It's ready." "But, Zhuangxun, is it really okay to find people from the logistics team? Although the people here are somewhat powerful, as long as they encounter high-level alien species, a general term for zombies, mutant animals, mutant plants and insects, they will basically be wiped out. Will they become a burden to you? Otherwise, you should ask Big Brother and others to arrange it for you. The strength of the combat team is much higher than that of the logistics team. Fourth uncle, don't worry, it will be fine. You will know when you see it," Qianxuan said indifferently. Seeing that she had made up her mind and knew that he could not persuade her, Wu Wanyan called in the people he had prepared for her with some helplessness. Looking at the 18 people standing in front of her, Qianxuan did not comment and gave it a try first. If someone did not meet her requirements by then, it would be too late to change them. "Zhuangxun, are you really not going to consider it again?" Looking at the 18 people in front of him, Wu Wanyan became even more entangled. It's not that he doesn't have confidence in his men, but among the 18 people in front of him, no matter whether it is supernatural power, fighting spirit, or magic, none of them has cultivated to the 3rd level. Among them, only 2 are at the 2nd level, and the others are 1st level rookies. As for supernatural power, few of them can fight. Qianxuan shook his head and said simply, "No, fourth uncle, I don't want them to fight. I just want to know, did you really find them according to my conditions?" Of course, these 18 people are very patient and careful people, Wu Wanyan assured. "That's good." Qianxuan said to the 18 people, "I asked you to come here today because I have a simple, but not simple task for you." Seeing that they were a little nervous after hearing her words, she said, "This task is very important and is related to the future defense strength of our city. The reason why this task is simple, but not simple is, well, let me give you an analogy. You should have heard about the story of the aircraft carrier and a screw, right?" Seeing them nod, Qianxuan continued, "What you have to do is equivalent to those who tighten the screws. This is very simple and boring, but if you make any small mistake, think about that aircraft carrier. I don't need to tell you the result." The last sentence made the 18 people feel a chill in their hearts, and they were very alert. "Well, miss, what exactly are we going to do?" a gentleman in his 30s asked nervously, rubbing his hands. Qianxuan glanced at him. She was actually not used to being called the eldest lady, but the other party thought she was dissatisfied with his interrupting, and said lightly, "You have all been exposed to magic and fighting spirit to some extent, so you should also know the existence of magic circles." The 18 people nodded, and they all had some guesses in their hearts, but the lesson of the gentleman man was just in front of them, so they didn't dare to ask, and their faces turned red. Seeing that they didn't ask, Qianxuan was a little surprised, and continued, "This time we are going to initially build a large magic circle as a means and barrier for the city, to defend against enemies in the future. As for how to do it specifically, I will tell you, when we get there. It's hard to explain now. Having a guess in your heart is one thing, and being confirmed by someone in person is another." The 18 people still looked surprised, and it took them a long time to return to normal, but their faces still showed excitement, curiosity, and eagerness that could not be concealed. Chapter 211 Magic Circle. When Qianxuan walked out of the aircraft with the 18 people, Wu Wan's had already been waiting there with a few middle-aged men. A few dozen meters away, 19 combat groups were neatly arranged like square formations. Although they did not reach the standard of formation in the military camp, they were neat and uniform, and had their own momentum. Looking up, she saw Kimoki standing in front of the 12th combat group. Their eyes met and soon staggered. "Since you are here, let's set off quickly." Seeing her, Wu Wan's face softened and he spoke. Qianxuan nodded, walked quickly to his side, and walked side by side with him. "Fifth uncle, how was the geological survey yesterday? Have you selected the center position? Qianxuan smoothed the hair that was blown to her forehead by the wind. Wu Wanse's tone was as calm as ever. Most of the situations are as expected, and the central location has been decided. However, the air here seems too dry, and I'm a little worried about the water source. At this time, they were protected in the middle by the combat group, and all the alien species were isolated outside. Qianxuan looked at the battle situation outside, and found that everyone was at ease, so he was relieved. Hearing what Wu Wanse said, she smiled. Fifth uncle, don't worry about this. The magic circle I want to build happens to be water-based. The city site is chosen in the Northwest Prairie, which has advantages and disadvantages, but there is no need to worry about the water source problem. Hearing this, Wu Wanse raised his eyebrows. Solving the water source problem is an advantage, but what are the disadvantages? Qianxuan spread her hands. Although the water-based magic circle consumes the magic power in the magic core, if the surrounding environment is rich in water element, it will greatly increase the recovery speed of the magic power in the magic core. The faster the magic core recovers magic power, not only will the power of the magic circle increase, but the time the magic circle can operate every day will also be extended. Wu Wanse frowned slightly and hesitated. Then why not change to another magic circle? If only it were that simple. Qianxuan looked somewhat helpless. Let's talk about the magic arrays of other systems. Let's talk about the fire system first. The air in the Northwest Prairie is already so dry. Do you want to turn this place into a desert climate? Then there is the wind system. The attack power of the wind system has always been known for being silent and powerful, but it is also very unstable. This makes the wind system magic array the most difficult to construct. Unfortunately, magic arrays happen to be my weak point, and my current ability is obviously insufficient. Next is the Earth system. Logically speaking, the Earth system is relatively peaceful, and has strong defense, which should be the most suitable for our current situation. However, because the magic beasts of the Earth system are good at defense, the high-level magic beasts are always less than the magic beasts of other systems. Therefore, although the inventory there is barely enough to construct an Earth system magic array. However, the premise is that my total success rate when carving magic patterns can reach more than 80%. I really have no confidence in my current level. The last remaining light system, dark system, space system and time system, I think you know that it is impossible without me saying it. Wu Wanse sighed lightly. Since we have already talked about the magic arrays of other systems, then you can also tell me about the water magic array you are going to build. Qianxuan nodded and said, the water system has always been in existence. That is easily overlooked in magic. Among all magic attributes, the fire system has strong attack power, the earth system has strong defense power, the wind system is the fastest, the light system is good at healing and purification, the dark system is weird and vicious, the space system is overbearing and fickle, and the time system is mysterious and cruel. Compared with the above, the water system does not seem to have any special advantages. In Sadia, most water magicians have lived a mediocre life, but often between two famous magicians, people will be more afraid of the water magician. The water system is a very tolerant attribute. It can attack, defend, and heal. It is invisible and colorless. If you really understand its true meaning, it is definitely not worse than any other system of magic. The magic array I want to construct is a brand new magic array that I have researched bit by carefully reading various classics. The main array of this water magic array is composed of 36 9th order magic arrays with 36 9th order magic cores as the array core, which is also the most important part. The total array core will be occupied by the heart of the magic city. Therefore, only people from the 8 major clans will be able to control this magic array. In addition, the 36 huge 9th order magic arrays are crisscrossed with 216 8th order magic arrays, 1296 7th order magic arrays, 7776 6th order magic arrays, 46,656 5th order magic arrays, 279,936 4th order magic arrays, and 1,679,616 3rd order magic arrays. The array cores are 216 8th order magic cores, 1296 7th order magic cores, 7776 6th order magic cores, 46656 5th order magic cores, 29936 4th order magic cores, and 169,616 3rd order magic cores. These magic arrays are linked together, and none of them can be missing. The overlapping effect is also extraordinary. The three magics covered by the magic pattern I carved are the Water God's Wrath, Water Curtain Sky Curtain, and Rejuvenating Earth in the advanced water magic. They are attack magic, defense magic and healing magic respectively, but they can only be used when the magic array above the 7th level is opened, and the consumption is very large. When the magic array is running, it will also form a natural defense shield covering the entire city. The defense power is determined by the level of the magic array opened. The higher the level of the magic array, the stronger the defense power. The power of the magic array that I mentioned that will be affected by the environment is this defense shield, because this defense shield does not consume the magic power in the magic core, but consumes the water magic power converted from the water element attracted by the magic array. As for the three advanced magics, they will not be affected by the environment, because they consume the magic power in the magic core, but the time I mentioned that the magic array can operate every day comes from this. Because in theory, when the magic array is running, as long as the three advanced magics are not used, the magic power in the magic core will never be consumed, and it can operate almost forever. In theory, almost. Wu once grasped the key point sharply. As soon as he said this, everyone around him looked at him with eyes full of admiration. It was not that they discovered anything because of his words, but they just admired that he could listen to Qianxuan's words carefully from beginning to end. Because of their curiosity about the magic circle, they were able to listen patiently at first. When Qianxuan's content became more and more complicated and difficult to understand, they were already confused by the long string of numbers and simply stopped listening because they couldn't understand it anyway. After talking for a long time, Qianxuan's throat was about to smoke. After taking a sip of water in a hurry, he continued, yes, in theory, because considering the actual situation, environmental factors are also very important. For example, during droughts, the water element in the air will rapidly decrease, and the defense array cannot be maintained. The defense array will begin to extract the magic power in the magic core. As for the fact that it can operate almost forever, it is because the damage and consumption of the materials of the magic circle itself must also be considered. Wu once nodded to show that he understood, and asked again, from what you said just now, it seems that the magic circle can only open apart according to the situation, to reduce the consumption of water element? Qianxuan took several gulps of water and nodded. So if a 4th level enemy comes, does that mean I only need to open the 5th level magic circle? Wu once said hesitantly. No. Qianxuan shook his head quickly. If a 4th level enemy comes, we have to open the 3rd and 4th level magic circles, otherwise the magic circles will not work. However, the superimposed magic circles are extremely powerful, so we only need to open the magic circles of the same level to be basically invincible. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering enemies with strength exceeding our own level. Wu once looked thoughtful. I somewhat understand what you mean. If the enemy is of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level, we can only open the 3rd level magic circle, or if it is of the 3rd level, we should be cautious and open the 4th level magic circle as well. Seeing Qianxuan nodded, he said again, and if the enemy is of the 9th level, then we have to open all the magic circles of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. And if I'm not mistaken, the higher the level of the magic circle, the more magic circles will be opened, but the strength of the superimposed defense shield should be higher than that of the same level. Qianxuan nodded repeatedly. As expected of her 5th uncle, she figured out the key to the magic circle so quickly with her brief explanation without knowing anything about it. Just listening to you, this magic circle is very exciting. Wu Wan's face flashed a trace of excitement, and then he thought of something. His face straightened, and asked, let's talk about the element environment problem you mentioned before. Can we think of some ways to improve it? Otherwise, I will ask the people below to find out if there is a dam nearby, and then let the engineers find a way to bring it over. I don't know if it will work. If it does more times. Fifth uncle, don't guess. Qianxuan explained with a bit of a smile. Water is the manifestation of the water element, but this does not mean that water is the water element. It can only be said that where there is a lot of water, the surrounding water element are mostly abundant. Of course, if the water is pure, it will also contain a lot of water element. But now the water on Earth has been contaminated by the zombie virus, and it is hard to imagine whether there is water element in it. So it is useless for you to divert the water from the dam, because there is no water element in that water. What should we do then? Wu once was a little worried. As a staff officer, even if he was one of the best, he could not avoid being infected with some professional quirks, and perfection was probably one of them. Qianxuan also understood, and shook his head with a smile, and said, Fifth uncle, it doesn't matter. When the magic circle is fully constructed, it will be equivalent to a large water element attractor. If this goes on for a long time, within a few decades, the environment here will be completely changed. By then, whether it is abundant water element or water sources, it will no longer be a problem. This chapter seems a bit boring, but it can't be explained clearly, because it is very important later. Chapter 212. Wu Wan says bad intentions. While the two were talking, they had unknowingly arrived at their destination. Wu once turned his head and said something to a middle-aged man beside him, and then saw the middle-aged man walking towards the combat group. Seeing Qianxuan's gaze, Wu once was stunned, and then said, Look at my memory, I actually forgot to introduce you. That's Qianxuan. Because I have more and more work, he is now transferred to my side as an assistant. He used to be a supervisor of the logistics group. Your fourth uncle introduced him to me. Qianxuan nodded and said, Do my dad and others have assistants now? Wu once shook his head and said helplessly, Although your dad's temper is much better than your sixth uncle, he is also impatient with people following him. Besides, most of the things are done by me, your second uncle, second aunt, and third uncle. He just takes a final look, and if he thinks it's good, he will stamp it. If he thinks it's not good, he will come to us for further discussion. To be honest, he really doesn't need an assistant. Then who have assistants now? Me, your second uncle, second aunt and third uncle. You have seen my assistant. Your second uncle's assistant is Eli Eugene, a gentleman in his 20s wearing glasses. You also know your second aunt's assistant, the girl Zushu you brought back from J province. Your third uncle's assistant is his former subordinate, He Yang, a fat man in his 40s. Wu once told her one by one. Qianxuan nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, there will always be a chance to meet. At this time, Qianxuan came over with a combat group, and the other 18 combat groups began another round of clearing. Looking at Kimoki standing next to Qianxuan, Qianxuan was stunned. What method did he use to let his combat group do the protection mission? You know, he led the 12th Legion, not the 1st or the 19th. Zuan, you can start. Qianxuan was about to give Kimoki a questioning look, but was interrupted by Wu Wance's words. Qianxuan quickly cheered up and confirmed, Is the center here? Wu Wance nodded. Qianxuan took a deep breath and focused all her attention. Then she waved her hand and 18 pre-prepared silver basins appeared on the ground in front of her. She squatted down and spread out all the stacked silver basins. When she stood up again, she was holding a strange silver instrument as tall as her body. She pushed it gently and moved it to a silver basin. She pressed it lightly and saw a tube extending from the instrument, and then filled the silver basin with liquid like mercury. When the 18 silver basins were filled with that liquid, Qianxuan pushed the strange silver instrument aside. What is this? Wu once asked, pointing at the liquid in the silver basin. Although this liquid looked like mercury, it was obviously not. Mercury did not have that kind of flowing brilliance. The main material of the magic circle is silver phosphorus liquid, which is blended with nearly 100 kinds of rare materials. Qianxuan turned to the 18 people behind her and said, Everyone come and get a basin. I will burn the magic circle later, and you will use the silver phosphorus liquid to trace the magic circle I burned again. Silver phosphorus liquid is very special, and can only be carried in a special container. You use your fingers when tracing. Only in this way can the accuracy be guaranteed. Remember, be careful not to trace it wrong. At the same time, when tracing, Qianxuan should not cut your fingers and mix blood in it. The 18 people were confused, but Qianxuan had already turned around. Anyway, they would understand it later. Fifth uncle, come with me. Qianxuan walked to a place and stood still, then took out something similar to a compass. Her fingers flew on it for a while, and she turned around and asked after a while, "Fifth uncle, how much do you plan to cover the city?" "About 50,000 square kilometers." Wu Wan's considered that they did not plan to build high-rise buildings, so he said carefully. Qianxuan looked strange, but the area covered by this water magic circle must be at least 6.7845 vitam, Sadia's unit of measurement, which is about 100,000 square kilometers. 100,000 square kilometers? Wu Wanse was stunned. You know, the largest city in country Z only covers an area of more than 80,000 square kilometers. However, he thought that it would be better to circle more places. After all, there will definitely be more and more new members in the future, and the birth of newborns is also a matter of time. Moreover, the life expectancy of people in the future will definitely be longer than it is now. Thinking of this, he felt that 100,000 square kilometers was a bit too little. For a while, Wu Wanse was entangled. Fifth uncle, just build a bigger city. Make the streets wider, and it would be best if large monsters can pass through. That would be so impressive. Qianxuan encouraged from the side. She missed the magnificent magic city of Sadia. Then how big do you want it to be? Wu Wanse was really undecided. 500,000 square kilometers? Qianxuan suggested hesitantly. In fact, she thought this was still relatively small. She remembered that there was an academy city in Sadia with 130.98 vitam, which was more than 2 million square kilometers. That was not the largest magic city, but she only remembered this one. Wu Wanse took a breath, but seeing that Qianxuan did not have a joking look on her face, thinking that her own Zuan was still very reliable, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then 500,000 square kilometers. Then I will start burning." Although it was a question, Qianxuan's hands had already started to move. The compass-like thing flew into the air, flashing a dazzling light, then spinning rapidly, and then getting bigger little by little, until finally a person was suspended in front of Qianxuan. This is actually a formation disc, or an ancient magic formation disc, used to construct a large magic formation. Even in Sadia, only some ancient hidden families and god-level strongmen who have been in existence for more than 100 years have it. Qianxuan's face became serious, and she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her mental power had already wrapped around the entire formation disc. At the same time, a pen-like object of nearly 30 centimeters appeared in her hand. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and began to draw on the array disc. A magical scene appeared. As Qianxuan drew, white light began to appear on the ground 10 meters away from her, and more began to spread outward. Everyone was confused, and the 18 people who were ordered by Qianxuan to draw the magic array were even more panicked, not knowing what to do. It was Wu Wan's who first saw the clue and said, "These white lights should be composed of magic arrays. You just need to draw the silver phosphorus liquid in the places covered by the white light." Hearing this, the 18 people were stunned at first, and then quickly took the silver basin and started to move. At first, they were still a little nervous. After all, it was easy to scratch when drawing on the ground with fingers, and bleeding was inevitable. But soon, they were relieved, because they found that the silver phosphorus liquid on the fingers would be absorbed by the white light before they touched the ground. Moreover, the white light would disappear in the places that were drawn, which was much easier than they thought before. Just when they let go of their nervousness, Wu Wan saw the key and warned, "Don't take it lightly. Especially where these lines intersect. Be careful not to spill the silver phosphorus liquid on your fingers, and connect the places that should not be connected." He also tried it, and soon found that the key was the complexity of those lines intersecting or close. Hearing his words, the 18 people who had just let go quickly raised their hearts again, fearing that something would go wrong. Wu Wan's was still a little worried, frowned, and sent Kang Hui to Wuwani in to ask for 2 teams, one for supervision, and one for replacement. In less than half an hour, Kang Hui brought dozens of people. Wu once patiently told them several times what to do, and what to pay attention to before letting them go to work. The 18 people soon felt the fatigue of this work, just like transplanting rice, bending over all the time, which was very torturous. Fortunately, there were substitutes, so that they could take a breath in the middle. Compared to them, Qianxuan was not at ease either. Although she seemed to only need to stand and write and draw, and looked pleasing to the eye and graceful, in fact, every time that passed, her mental power was consumed. If she did not have a lot of mental power, she would not dare to make such an attempt at all, and it would be better to commit suicide. I don't know how long it took. The white light had spread through the defense circle formed by the outer combat group. Fortunately, those people were much slower than Qianxuan in drawing the magic circle, and they were still in the defense circle. At 11:30 in the afternoon, the people from the logistics group came to deliver food. Uncle Woo Woo, should we go and call Qianxuan? Looking at Qianxuan, who was still standing in front of the array plate engraving the magic circle, Zhu Shasha asked Wu once. Let's take a look first. I don't know if this magic circle can be engraved in several times. Wu once hesitated. But Zuan should be hungry. Zhu Shasha said worriedly. Just as Wu once was about to answer, he felt Kimoka's eyes passing by him. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "It's okay. I won't starve to death if I skip 1 or 2 meals." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cold eyes stopped on Wu once, but he seemed to be unaware of it, and seemed to be in a better mood. Zhu Shasha looked up at him in surprise, and her eyes just met Kimoka's cold eyes. She shuddered and soon understood the meaning of Uncle Wu's words. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Yeah, it's just like what Qianxuan said. Uncle Wu is sometimes very mean. Kimoki is such a smart person. He was just worried just now. Now seeing Zhu Shasha's expression, how could he not understand what was going on? A trace of annoyance flashed across his eyes, and he turned away, and walked away to see which dishes Qianxuan liked today. Behind him, Wu once's eyes fell on him thoughtfully. "Hey, Uncle Wu, what do you think of Brother Qi?" Zhu Shasha asked with a sly look on her face. Wu once reached out and tapped her, saying lightly, "He's still too young, and a little impatient." Zhu Shasha, who was pretending to touch her forehead and cry out in pain, was stunned for a moment, then said lightly, "I think there's nothing wrong with it. He has been looking for Qianxuan for 10 years, and it's inevitable that he is too nervous about Qianxuan's affairs. If he can really keep his temper, I would worry about whether such a terrible person can bring happiness to Qianxuan." This time it was Wu once's turn to be stunned. Yes, he seemed a little harsh. However, he found that he was actually being lectured by the younger generation, and he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Chapter 213, Speculations about Insects. Smelling the aroma of food from afar, and feeling the roars in her stomach, Qianxuan swallowed her saliva, and tried her best to put her attention back on the magic circle in front of her. 2 hours. She can finish recording the first stage in just 2 hours, and then she can eat. Qianxuan comforted herself in her heart. Hey, why is the fragrance getting closer and closer? It seems to smell like sweet and sour pork ribs, and the smell of chicken soup. Looking at Qianxuan's stern face, her eyes staring at the array in front of her, her delicate little nose sniffing from time to time, she looks so cute. Kimoka's eyes can't help but be a little doting. Looking at Kimoki, who suddenly appeared in front of her, Qianxuan was a little confused, but her eyes were quickly attracted by the tray in his hand. After enduring again and again, Qianxuan couldn't help but give Kimoki a look that said, "I want to eat." The thin eyebrows raised, like a little queen, both proud and lovable. Kimoki smiled, took out a porcelain spoon, scooped some rice and hand-torn cabbage, and fed it to Qianxuan. Feeling the delicious taste from her taste buds, Qianxuan squinted her eyes in enjoyment, and the movement of recording the magic circle in her hand became brisk. After eating several mouthfuls, Qianxuan felt a little embarrassed, and gave Kimoki a look that said, "You eat too." Kimoki felt warm in his heart, and he readily sent a spoonful of food to his mouth and chewed slowly. Qianxuan's eyes widened immediately. He didn't even change the spoon. Question mark? When Kimoki fed another spoonful of food to her mouth, she struggled for a few times in her heart, but still opened her mouth and ate it. Anyway, it's not like she hasn't eaten it before. Qianxuan comforted herself in her heart. She was just too hungry, and she definitely didn't like this kind of intimacy. It's just that she just didn't dislike it. A few hundred meters away, Yuan-chan widened his eyes. Sister Xuan didn't even dislike that there was Brother Qi saliva on the spoon. They had all experienced Qianxuan's cleanliness. Zhu Shasha rolled her eyes and pouted. What's the big deal? They may have exchanged saliva so many times, so they won't mind it. Yuan-chan was stunned at first, and it took him a while to understand what she meant. The boy with a simple mind immediately blushed. Wu Wanli, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, also widened his eyes. After a while, he said sourly, girls are really not worth keeping when they grow up. Thinking that the baby he had pampered for more than 20 years would become someone else's, he felt so uncomfortable in his heart that he felt that the originally fragrant chicken leg had lost its taste. I think our Qianxuan has the potential to attract a live-in son-in-law. Zhaolin drank the delicious chicken soup and said calmly, isn't it? Seeing how obedient that boy is to his daughter, it is possible. Wu Wanli just felt hopeful, but suddenly lost his temper and said gloomily, no hope. The Qi family only has that one child left. Even if he agrees, the old man won't agree. If you don't agree, then don't agree. Zhaolin didn't care. Seeing Zhaolin's indifferent look, Wu Wanli was unhappy and said angrily, is there any mother like you? Your daughter is about to be taken away by the big wolf, and you are still like nothing happened. Zhaolin glanced at him sideways. Your daughter is happy, can I force her to break up the couple? She secretly complained that men are rough-hearted. If she said that her daughter had a good home, she would be able to really let go. After all, how can parents accompany their children for a lifetime? Moreover, no matter how strong a woman is, she will want to be loved by a man. Unlike this stinky man, he only cares about howling and crying, and can't bear to part with his daughter, and doesn't think about how his daughter is so old. What will happen if she doesn't settle down? After hearing Zhaolin's words, Wu Wanli became depressed and continued to gnaw on the chicken leg intermittently. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter unwillingly, even if it is to be taken away, it can't be taken away so easily. Hearing Wu Wanli's words, his brothers and nephews around him nodded in agreement without showing it on their faces. That's right. Wu Qianxuan was still thinking about making trouble for Kimoki, so that he couldn't spend too much time in front of Qianxuan. Compared with the resistance of these men, many women present showed a happy attitude towards the matter between Qianxuan and Kimoki. Zhaolin was discussing the advantages and disadvantages of Kimoki with several sisters-in-law with great interest. Not long after, a low laugh slowly overflowed. Obviously, they were still optimistic about this future. Nephew, son-in-law, Qianxuan's sisters-in-law were not idle either. Looking at the sweet sister-in-law, they all gathered together to whisper and reminisce about the past. For a moment, an invisible dividing line appeared in the attitudes of the men and women of the 8 clans on this matter, which added a lot of highlights to the good show in the next few days. Meanwhile, after feeding Qianxuan and wiping her mouth, Kimoki packed up the dishes and left, although he was reluctant. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after recording the last stroke, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew the mental power wrapped around the array plate, and relaxed her whole body. How is it? Seeing that she was busy, Wu Wanse hurried over to ask. Qianxuan moved her hands and feet, and said in a brisk tone, the first stage is completed. The first stage. Wu Wanse raised his eyebrows. How many stages are there? There are 2 more. Silver phosphorus liquid to draw the framework, genuine fish scale powder to draw the magic pattern carrier, and silver dragon blood to cast the central axis. The framework is completed today, just waiting for them to draw it with silver phosphorus liquid. The magic pattern carrier part is a bit difficult. I need the help of all water-based psychics and water magicians. As for the final central axis, it is too difficult. I will do it myself. Qianxuan took out an apple from the space and ate it with relish. I understand. All water-based supernatural powers and water magicians will fully cooperate with you. Wu Wanse said lightly, and then said with some embarrassment, Zuan, do you think we should send more people to work on the framework? Isn't it too slow with so few people? It's not just slow. At the current speed, it will take a long time to complete the framework that stretches for thousands of miles. Qianxuan was stunned, then looked around, widened her eyes and said, why is it so slow? Wu Wanse smiled bitterly, there are only dozens of people, and it is completely manpower operation. How fast can it be? Qianxuan was a little embarrassed. This was her first time to build a large magic circle. She had no experience and didn't know it would be so troublesome. She remembered that the teacher told her that it only took a dozen people and a few days to complete it. Suddenly, she looked enlightened. How could she forget that the dozen people the teacher said should not be ordinary people, but she didn't know who they were. She was not interested in those things at the time, so she just listened and didn't ask much. I'll ask the logistics team to send a few thousand people to do it. Seeing something on Qianxuan's face, Wu Wanse suggested. Qianxuan nodded and then said worriedly, but with so many people, isn't it too chaotic? I'm afraid of making mistakes. The consequences are not just as simple as failure. If it goes wrong, it may cause an explosion. Hearing this, Wu Wanse's heart trembled, and he pondered for a while and said, I will send another 1,000 people to supervise. You give me a copy of the formation diagram, and I will make a copy. After it is completed, let them check it according to the formation diagram. It has to be like this. Qianxuan nodded. By the way, what should we do with this? Just leave it here? Wu Wanse looked at the formation disk that was suspended in the air and flashing with soft light. You can't take it away now, otherwise the magic formation will be destroyed. I'll have to trouble my fifth uncle to send someone to guard it at night. Qianxuan asked Wu Wanse. Hearing her say this, Wu Wanse naturally didn't dare to be careless and called Qianxuan to the side to give him a few instructions. After eating an apple, Qianxuan took out a wet tissue to wipe the juice on her hands and then looked at the soldiers fighting outside. After watching for a while, Qianxuan frowned. Uncle Wu, those alien species seem to be increasing. She remembered that there were not so many in the morning, especially the insects. She looked at the large circle of very distinctive black, which had increased several times. Wu Wanse nodded and said solemnly, it has been increasing continuously and has not stopped. So far, the number of wounded has been increasing exponentially. Fortunately, everyone has experience along the way, and no one has died. However, the attack surface of the insects is too huge, and at least half of the wounded have become disabled. So many? Qianxuan was surprised. It seems that she will break through to become a 7th level magician soon. After a pause, she asked again, do you know why there are so many insects? Wu Wanse shook his head. Your 4th aunt and 6th aunt are busy and have not reached a conclusion yet. Qianxuan frowned, and his brain began to work rapidly. In a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and hesitantly said, 5th uncle, is it possible that there were so many insects originally? The reason why we saw fewer of them before is just because they are still adapting to the environment of the earth. Isn't it said that insects' nests are all underground? In this case, it is normal that we don't know the exact number. Wu Wanse's face became serious. You mean that they have now adapted to the environment of the earth, so they started to move? Qianxuan nodded. Not only that, I always feel that they seem to have some purpose for coming out this time. After all, it is obvious to all that the number of mutant animals and zombies has been decreasing. Wu Wanse's face sank, and he began to frown and think. Seeing this, Qianxuan did not disturb him, but called Qianxuan over and asked, Uncle Qiang, why don't I see any houses being built? Faced with Qianxuan's politeness and kindness, a smile flashed across Qianxuan's face, and he said gently, because it is built from the center outwards, the important buildings are built first, so the engineers dare not be careless, and are still discussing the construction plan. Moreover, the chief of staff also said that we should slow down and cooperate with the eldest lady's magic circle to avoid problems at that time. Qianxuan nodded. Her 5th uncle was still very careful. She had forgotten about this. Chapter 214 The Birth of the God of War. Here, Qianxuan and Qianhui chatted with each other. Qianhui was a gentle uncle who spoke slowly and calmly, which was very soothing. During the conversation, Qianxuan had a slight liking for him. He said that he was recruited as a family member in the shelter in City S. His wife turned into a zombie at the end of the world, and he lived with his 2 daughters. The eldest daughter was 14 years old and was a 5th level fire ability user. The youngest daughter was just 2 years old this year and had awakened water ability, while he himself had awakened instant memory ability. It can be seen that Qianhui loves his 2 daughters very much. When he talked about his eldest daughter going out hunting to support the family at such a young age, his eyes were full of guilt and heartache, and when he talked about his youngest daughter who was still learning to speak, he was full of doting. Seeing Qianhui, who couldn't help but speak faster and look excited when talking about his daughter's interesting things, Qianxuan couldn't help but think of the scenes when her father, uncles, and brothers used all kinds of tricks to coax her when she was a child. A trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Wu Qianxuan is a happy child, she thought. The family gave her the happiness of childhood and youth, so the future happiness will be created and fought for by myself. At this moment, Qianxuan was full of enthusiasm and took the first small step of confidence. When Wu Wanse came back to his senses from his thoughts, he saw the 2 people talking happily and was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Qianxuan rarely talked so warmly with strangers, even if the stranger was introduced by his family. In the past, not to mention his assistant, even his deputy came to visit her home. She was indifferent, polite, and distant. What seemed to be different about Zuan? Wu Wanse's eyes were thoughtful. 5th brother, I have something to go back to the aircraft. I will be back soon. At this moment, Wu Wanheo rushed over and shouted anxiously. What do you have? Wu Wanse hadn't finished his words yet. Wu Wanheo had already run far away. 5th uncle, what's wrong? Hearing the noise here, Qianxuan came over and asked. Wu Wanse shook his head. Your 6th uncle said he was going back to the aircraft, and I don't know what's going on. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows and hesitated. Will 6th uncle sense that the god of war is coming out? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. Wu Wanse suddenly realized, it's really possible. Let's wait and see. They didn't wait for long. 10 minutes later, Wu Wanheo ran over excitedly holding something. Haha, come and see. My god of war is out. He ran while holding the object in his hand high. Qianxuan held his forehead. How could he forget about this? 6th uncle, come here quickly. Qianxuan shouted loudly. Wu Wanheo was stunned, pointed at himself with a puzzled look, and saw Qianxuan nodded, then ran over reluctantly. He even wanted to hold the god of war to show off. When he walked in, Qianxuan quickly snatched the god of war from his hands, rolled her eyes and said, 6th uncle, can you be more careful? The god of war has just been born. How can you just take him out like that? Warcraft cubs are prone to premature death, okay? And the stronger they are, the more likely they are to die. Is that true? Wu Wanheo was shocked. Then what should I do? I'll take it back quickly. Forget it. I'll help you take care of it for a while and come back to pick it up when you're done. Anyway, she was free now. Oh. Wu Wanheo replied reluctantly, looking back every few steps and leaving. I originally wanted to take him to kill alien species. Listening to Wu Wanheo's muttering, Qianxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Killing alien species, the god of war didn't even have teeth. He was just sent to be killed by alien species. Qianxuan looked down and saw that the god of war's eyes were still looking at the direction where Wu Wanheo left reluctantly. She was stunned at first, then a flash of understanding flashed in her eyes, and she laughed and scolded. Are you still not happy? With your current appearance, you are not even enough to fill the teeth of those alien species. After all, it was a flaming lion, a famous warlike monster, and the same kind of stuff as his 6th uncle. The newly born god of war was much more attractive than Kimoka's future. He was the size of a puppy, with long and smooth red fur like flames. His appearance was similar to that of a lion, but there was a small spiral horn on the center of his forehead, and his round and wet eyes were the color of the clear sky. He was cute, no matter how you looked at him. Qianxuan took out a bottle of milk prepared for the future from the space ring. This milk was mixed with the juice of a kind of Sadiajiji fruit in the spring of creation, which was very good for the monster cubs. The instinct of the monster was very strong, and it was very discerning. Look, almost as soon as it was taken out, the little body of the god of war twisted, tilted his head and bit the pacifier, and began to suck with a sizzling sound. Qianxuan adjusted the position of the bottle to make the god of war eat more comfortably, but it seemed to be afraid that she would take the bottle away, so it stretched out its two soft paws and hugged the bottle tightly. Qianxuan was amused. With the company of the god of war, Qianxuan did not feel bored at all in the following time. When Wu Wanhao came to pick up the god of war, it had already fallen asleep in Qianxuan's arms. After what Qianxuan said before, Wu Wanhao was very careful when holding the god of war this time, for fear that he would accidentally hurt it if he lost control of his strength. Moreover, when other people wanted to hold the god of war or look at him, he was stingy and refused to let them, for fear that others would hurt his beloved baby. However, when Lizia stood in front of him with a faint expression, he wilted and automatically offered the god of war with both hands, which made the god of war couldn't help but give him a contemptuous look, but he didn't care. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the aircraft flew into the defense circle, and then the soldier stuck a very pungent powder and sprinkled it on the defense circle. This is a kind of powder developed by Zuchun that can repel alien species. In fact, the beast repelling powder in Qianxuan's hand could have been used. They have already confirmed its effect on alien species, but Zuchun wanted to do a test, so she used the powder in her hand. But for the sake of caution, there must be people on patrol tonight. Half an hour later, everyone took a shower and went to the restaurant to eat. Qianxuan and Qimoki had just bought food and sat down at a dining table, and Wu Qianzhong, Wu Qianfang, Wu Qiankong, Wu Qianian, Wu Qianiu, and Wu Qianxiu came over with trays. Qimoki raised his eyebrows as if he was coming with bad intentions. Fifth brother, are you okay? Looking at the wound on Wu Qianian's forehead, Qianxuan asked worriedly. What? Wu Qianian was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Qianxuan pointed at his forehead, and he immediately responded, it's okay, I was hit by the whip of a whipworm, and I bled a little. The healing ability user was busy at the time, so I didn't notice it. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked the others, are you all injured? Although they all looked intact now, they were all treated by healing abilities or light magic, so they couldn't be counted. Wu Qianzhong shook his head, it's okay, it's all small things, not being disabled is the luckiest thing. Qianxuan felt a little distressed when he heard it, and his little face wrinkled together. Qimoki was depressed watching from the side, and he would have been injured a little earlier. At this moment, he had forgotten that if he hadn't shown his strength, his new subordinates would not have believed in him so quickly. He was about to speak when Wu Qianfang, who was standing beside him, glanced at him and said first, Zuan, my second brother got you something good today. What? Qianxuan swallowed the egg custard in his mouth and asked curiously. Wu Qianfang blinked. The fur of mutant panda. Panda? Qianxuan's eyes widened. Isn't that a national treasure? Besides, are there pandas in the northwest? I don't know about that, but I've encountered one. Wu Qianfang shrugged. When I have time, I'll go find out if there's anyone in the army who knows how to deal with fur, and then I'll make a hand warmer for you. Not for my second sister-in-law? Qianxuan said a little embarrassedly. It's okay, I left something else for her. After Wu Qianfang finished speaking, Wu Qiankong started talking, followed by Wu Qianiu, Wu Qianzhong. As a result, Qimoki didn't say a word to Qianxuan during this meal, which made him very upset. The most hateful thing was that Qianxuan's brothers and sisters personally sent Qianxuan back to her room today, which made his original plan to fight his way into Qianxuan's room and be alone with her for a while fall through. Outside Qianxuan's room, Wu Qianzhong, Wu Qianfang, Wu Qiankong, Wu Qianian, Wu Qianiu, and Wu Qianxiu all looked at Qimoki with the same content in their eyes, provocation. Qimoki's face turned cold, and a faint murderous aura emanated from his body. He swept his gloomy eyes over several people one by one, then frowned and turned away. TSK, what's your attitude? Wu Qianxiu, who was originally waiting to see the other party beg for mercy or be frustrated, got angry and said indignantly with his eyes wide open, "Wu Qianxuan, Wu Qianfang, Wu Qiankong," and Wu Qianan looked at each other and saw the shock in the eyes of others. They all felt the murderer saw just now. This man is much more dangerous than they thought. However, judging from his appearance, he should have taken Qianxuan into consideration and did not attack them. As long as they knew this, they felt a little relieved. Being willing to compromise for Qianxuan, just this point made them more accepting of him. Wu Qianai and Wu Qianxiu did not fail to feel the faint murderous aura, but because it disappeared too quickly, they thought it was an illusion. However, seeing the strange colors on the faces of the brothers, they also found something unusual, frowned and quieted down. At this moment, Qianxuan fell on the bed with a face full of laughter. Her mind flashed through the changes in Kimoka's expression since the meal: understanding, astonishment, frowning, patience, impatience, sullenness, and gloom. Even if she was slow-witted, she understood the intentions of the elder brothers when they interrupted Kimoki several times before he could speak. But how long had it been since she saw Kimoka's expression change so much? It seemed to be 10 years ago when she frequently mentioned the sixth brother in front of him. But she was ignorant and unaware at that time, and it was not as fun as it is now. As a result, she was so happy that she forgot to help him out of the predicament. Oh, no, it's too funny. Ha 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 ha. Wu Qianxuan, how can you be so mean? She despised herself in her heart without much sincerity. Chapter 215, Insect Nest. On a winter afternoon, on a white sofa by the window brightly printed by the falling snow, a beautiful woman curled up into a ball, lying on the lap of a sitting man with full of attachment. The handsome man had gentle eyebrows and eyes, and his dark eyes were stained with light doting when he looked at the woman. This picture is beautiful, no matter how you look at it. However, it is very annoying in the eyes of Wu Qianxuan and others. Too arrogant, too arrogant. This is a provocation. Wu Qianfang muttered vaguely in a low voice. Actually, Wu Qianan touched his chin and said objectively, I think it's not bad to hand Qianxuan over to him. He has an open-minded personality and looks at things very intuitively. Wu Qianxiu snorted, not bad. He has been dominating my sister. You don't know that since he came, I have never talked to my sister alone. His tone was very angry. So you are jealous? Wu Qianxiu said in a light tone. Little 11, you can't say that. When Qianxuan fell into the river, she jumped in without hesitation. Wu Qianan disagreed. Don't call me little 11. Wu Qianxiu said angrily. What's so great about it? If it were me, I would do the same. Although the words were hard, his expression softened a little. Is there such a thing? Wu Qianfang widened his eyes. Wu Qianan nodded. I think so. Apart from other things, he absolutely loves Qianxuan to the bone. Wu Qianxuan nodded in agreement. If we really look for it, we probably won't find a man who loves Qianxuan more than him. But what happened 10 years ago? Wu Qianxuan's face was a little bad. When he first learned that he almost had a little nephew, his mood was extremely complicated, and he didn't even know how to describe it. But one thing is clear, that is, the heartache for Qianxuan and the anger towards Kimoki. For Wu Qianxuan, Qianxuan grew up under his care. Because his parents were busy, he and his brothers took care of Qianxuan together. Besides, this sister is beautiful and sensible, not afraid of him, and will act coquettishly to him. How could he not be hurt? Hearing that his spoiled sister had been hurt so badly without his knowledge, he was shocked and angry, but Zuelan was dead, so he had no place to vent his anger, so he naturally took it out on Kimoki. Therefore, he, who has always been steady, did those childish things with his brothers this time. Brother. Wu Qianxuan frowned. Actually, you know, the incident 10 years ago was not Moki's fault. I feel sorry for Qianxuan just like you, but I have to admit that he is probably the best choice for Qianxuan. Apart from others, he is the only one who can help Qianxuan get out of the grief 10 years ago. Wu Qianxuan rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. Yes, I know. Wu Qianfang raised his eyebrows. So what if I know? This doesn't stop me from making trouble for him. Wu Qianan shrugged. Whatever you want. Qianxuan didn't know about the conversation here. She was lying comfortably on Kimoki's lap. "Aki, am I your first love?" Qianxuan suddenly asked on a whim. Kimoki was stunned, then smiled. "Of course. How could I fall in love with anyone else except you?" "Really?" Qianxuan was so shocked that she knelt up. "You didn't lie to me. Why would I lie to you?" Kimoki looked amused. "That's good." Qianxuan was a little happy and kissed him on the face. Kimoki smiled, put his arm around her waist and let her sit on his lap. Qianxuan did not resist and leaned on his chest obediently. That afternoon, the two of them sat together like this for the whole afternoon, and they did not feel annoyed, but felt at ease. In the evening, after dinner, Kimoki was about to send Qianxuan back, but was stopped by Wu Wannian. "Fourth uncle, do you have something to ask me?" Wu Wannian said. "I want to ask you something about the 6505th level brain cores. Can they be replaced with other things? After all, brain cores are really hard to get now." "It may be possible." Qianxuan hesitated, "but besides brain cores, do we have anything else valuable?" Wu Wannian smiled. "You forgot the red particles on the insects. Because of the frequent appearance of insects, we have a lot now." "Then I'll go back to the room to check and give you news tomorrow." Wu Wannian nodded. "Then you should go back quickly. Good night, fourth uncle." Qianxuan waved and left with Kimoki. After returning to the room, Qianxuan took a shower first, then changed into pajamas and entered the inheritance world. The so-called plane trading instrument is actually a transit carrier that can be bought and sold, so it can be estimated. She took out a red particle and tried it, and found that its value was not less than that of the brain core. Seeing this result, she was relieved. In this way, they can also collect money to buy a flying ship earlier. After coming out of the inheritance world, Qianxuan lifted the quilt on the bed and crawled in. Now, she has to work hard to practice and strive to become a 7th level magician as soon as possible to regenerate the second aunt's arm. In addition, she has to find time to carve the magic pattern on the remaining magic core. The rest is the city's buildings. Also, I don't know when Sister Zixi will come back. I really hope that Brother Emo and Brother Emo are fine. All kinds of thoughts were in a mess in her mind. Not long after, Qianxuan closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, when Qianxuan was yawning and led into the restaurant by Kimoki, she saw Zhu Shasha smiling happily. "What's wrong?" Qianxuan asked in a daze. "You're here." Seeing her, Zhu Shasha grabbed her hand and said, "Today we have roasted sweet potatoes." She liked it the most. "Oh." Qianxuan responded without much enthusiasm. That was Zhu Shasha's favorite, and she didn't feel much. This meal, Zhu Shasha ate 5 roasted sweet potatoes. If Zhuang Yuan hadn't stopped her, she would have eaten more. After coming out of the restaurant, Qianxuan pulled Kimoki to the window to see the snow outside. From yesterday to now, the snow has not stopped. If it weren't for the special material of the aircraft window, they probably wouldn't be able to see the scenery outside. I don't know when it will stop. Looking at the heavy snow outside like goose feathers, Qianxuan couldn't help saying. Kimoki was about to say something when he heard a commotion. The two looked at each other and walked in the direction of the sound. Not long after walking, they heard several screams. Looking up, they saw a few embarrassed people supporting a bloody person walking in. "What's wrong?" Qianxuan asked in a raised voice. But one of them smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, miss, it just looks a little scary." Qianxuan was stunned and looked at them suspiciously, especially the one covered in blood. Well, the blood on his body is not his, but from a mutant animal. It was all over his head and face, but he himself was not injured. Another person hurriedly said. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. "Then you should go and clean it up quickly." As soon as she spoke, those people left quickly. Qianxuan looked at Kimoki. "What do you think about this?" She always felt something was weird. Kimoki rubbed her hair. They seemed to want to hide something, but they should not have any malicious intentions. Qianxuan nodded and was about to say something when she saw Wu Wanhao running in from outside with a cold body. "Did you see a few embarrassed people coming back just now?" he asked anxiously when he saw her. Qianxuan nodded with a confused look on her face. "Where did you go?" Qianxuan pointed in the direction where those people left, and Wu Wanhao immediately ran over there. "What's going on?" Qianxuan looked at Kimoki. Kimoki shook his head. Not long after, Wu Wanhao ran out with several people who had cleaned up. By the way, Moki, change your clothes quickly and come with me. I need your help. Wu Wanhao shouted to Kimoki. Kimoki was stunned, took out clothes from the space ring, and walked outside while putting them on. Qianxuan hurriedly followed. Sixth uncle, I'll go with you. She was a little worried. No, you stay, it's too cold outside. Wu Wanhao couldn't bear to let his niece suffer that pain. Qianxuan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kimoki's eyes. Be good, you can't stand the cold, wait for me to come back. Kimoki kissed her forehead, turned around and left in a hurry. When Qianxuan came to her senses, Wu Wanhao and Kimoki had already walked out of the aircraft. She slumped her shoulders in frustration. What? She's not a child. With nothing to do, Qianxuan had to go back to her room. Looking at the snow still falling outside the window, she couldn't help but worry about Aki and the others. She had a feeling that the matter that required Aki's help must be not simple. It was not until noon, but no one showed up. Qianxuan could not help but worry more. After quickly eating something to fill her stomach, she could not help but run to the door of the aircraft to wait for someone. Unexpectedly, she did not wait for Kimoki, but waited for Kang Ruofei, who was unconscious and carried back by Wu Qianxuo. What happened to my sister-in-law? Qianxuan looked at Wu Qianxuo worriedly. Wu Qianxuo was also anxious. I don't know, she suddenly fainted. Not injured? Qianxuan hurriedly followed him. No, we were just about to go and see the mutant plants outside. Just after taking 2 steps, my sister-in-law fainted. Wu Qianxuo was a little out of breath. Mutated plants? Well, my mother asked me to go and see them, and asked me to bring back 2 plants. She wants to study them. By the way, do you know where Uncle Six and the others went? Qianxuan asked suddenly. Why, you don't know? The tone was a little surprised. You know? Qianxuan asked quickly. Tell me now, I'm so worried. The soldiers down there found a worm nest, and my dad led a regiment to clear it out. Wu Qianxuo's tone was a little excited. A worm nest? Qianxuan couldn't help but raise her voice. Damn it. Why didn't you call me? I can help anyway. She really started to worry. Who knows if there will be a 7th level or even 8th level creature in the worm nest. How could we call you? You are the most afraid of the cold. I guess my dad asked them to keep it a secret from you, because he was afraid that you would insist on going. Qianxuan thought about it, and realized that it was really possible. Chapter 216 News from Comrades. After entering the medical room, and telling Kang Ruofei about her condition, several nurses came over, and took her for a checkup. However, when the results came out, Qianxuan and Wu Qianxuo both frowned. Say it again. Qianxuan said hesitantly. The doctor wearing glasses touched his nose awkwardly. After all the tests, Captain Kang's indexes are all normal. The reason he fainted is probably because he was too tired. Qianxuan and Wu Qianxuo looked at each other. What happened? Sister-in-law has always been in very good health. They don't believe she would faint because of fatigue. Besides, sister-in-law hasn't done anything that would make her tired recently. When will sister-in-law wake up? Qianxuan asked. She will wake up soon. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Kang Ruofei, who was lying on the bed, woke up. As soon as she saw the surrounding environment, she was stunned and looked at Wu Qianxuo. Qianxuo, what's going on? She was clearly with Qianxuo to help Aunt Six get mutant plants. How could she wake up in the medical room in a blink of an eye? Wu Qianxuo rolled his eyes. You asked me what happened. I was going to ask you what happened. You suddenly fainted. I was scared by you. Fainted. Kang Ruofei looked confused and pointed at herself. You mean me? Qianxuan nodded and said worriedly. Sister-in-law, the doctor said you were too tired. What do you think? Anyway, she didn't really believe that her sister-in-law would be so delicate. Tired? Kang Ruofei was even more puzzled. My work and rest schedule has always been like that. How could I suddenly be tired? Qianxuan asked in confusion. Then think about whether you have done anything abnormal recently. Kang Ruofei tried to think about it. If you want to say abnormal, does being hungry more easily recently count? Qianxuan was embarrassed. Sister-in-law, if I remember correctly, your fire attribute fighting spirit has just advanced to the 6th level recently, which is normal. Oh. Kang Ruofei nodded. In that case, there is nothing abnormal. Neither of them noticed that being hungry easily and having a larger appetite are two different concepts. Then sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell now? Wu Qianxiu asked with concern. Kang Ruofei shook her head. No, it's the same as usual. As she said that, she lifted the quilt and got out of bed, stretching her body. Qianxuan looked at her, and it didn't look like there was anything wrong. The three of them walked to a small living room together. Qianxuan heated a cup of milk for Kang Ruofei and put a soft pillow behind her waist to make her sit more comfortably. This made Kang Ruofei very uncomfortable. Why are you like this? It's as if something happened to me. Seeing her like this, Qianxuan didn't force her. She told her to have a good rest and went to the door to wait for someone again. After thinking about it, she went to the restaurant to buy some food and put it in the space ring to keep it. They must not eat well outside. This time, she didn't do nothing like before and just waited idly. Instead, she took out the magic core and the engraving pen and began to engrave magic patterns while waiting. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the door was suddenly opened from the outside and a cold wind rushed in. Caught off guard, Qianxuan shivered with cold, and the next moment, a figure blocked her in front of her and isolated the cold wind. Why are you sitting at the door? A familiar voice with a hint of blame sounded from above. Aki. Qianxuan looked up in surprise, then froze. Why are you like this? Kimoki's current appearance was really bad. His head, face, clothes, trouser legs, and boots were all stained with purple or green bloodstains of foreign species. The melted snow made the bloodstains even more disgusting. With the bursts of fishy smell, Qianxuan was just stunned and did not run away immediately. It was very polite. Wu Qianxuan, it's you. Kimoki was about to speak, but a voice full of anger suddenly sounded. Qianxuan was stunned and looked behind Kimoki. He saw Wu Wanhao and others standing there in the same embarrassed state, and they all looked at a petite woman in surprise. It should be the person who just spoke. Qianxuan took a closer look. The woman had messy shoulder-length light blue hair, a round face full of dirt, and only a pair of wide open and angry water blue eyes were particularly conspicuous. She felt familiar, but because she couldn't see the other person's face clearly, she couldn't remember who it was, so she asked tentatively, "Excuse me, who are you?" Unexpectedly, her simple words made the woman's face red with anger. Wu Qianxuan, you don't remember me? The tone was very unbelievable. Qianxuan was stunned, very confused. Who are you? Why should I remember you? Seeing that she didn't speak, the woman said angrily, "You vixen. You stole my man, and you dare to ask who I am." Silence. Wu Wanhao and others opened their mouths wide, looking stupid. Qianxuan and Kimoki subconsciously looked at each other, their eyes full of anger. Qianxuan, what is your relationship with this woman? Kimoki, what did you do? Well, Wu Qianxuan, you actually fell in love with someone else, changed your mind, and flirted with other men. At this moment, the woman suddenly shouted. Qianxuan was stunned, and Kimoki looked at her with a stormy look. Inexplicable. Qianxuan couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved, and angrily said to the woman, "Nonsense. Who are you? I will not change my name. I'm Qinmian." The woman raised her chin and said arrogantly, "Qinmian?" Qianxuan narrowed her eyes. The fat Qinmian? In her memory, Qinmian was not like this. "I'm not fat, I'm healthy." Qinmian's eyes widened, and she said angrily, "Wu Qianxuan, where is Mu Yuan? Mu Yuan? It sounds like a man's name." Kimoki narrowed his eyes and looked at Qianxuan. Qianxuan didn't notice it and asked hesitantly, "The man you just said is Mu Yuan?" "Of course, who else do you think it is? Or have you hooked up with too many men and can't remember which one it is?" Qinmian said sarcastically. This was too much. Qianxuan, who didn't want to argue with her, looked down, and her figure flashed, and a slap was slapped on Qinmian's face. Pa. Qinmian took several steps back, was stunned for a moment, then covered her face, and said in disbelief, "You actually hit me?" You know, she used to make a lot of sarcastic remarks to Qianxuan, but the other party ignored her, and that's why she became more and more unscrupulous. Qianxuan frowned and took out a wet tissue to wipe the stains on her hands, and said coldly, Mian, don't take my patience for granted. You know very well why I have been tolerant of you. Looking at the coldness on Qianxuan's face, Mian, who was always fearless, couldn't help but feel a little timid, but said stubbornly, you just feel guilty. Yes, she just felt guilty because she killed her brother. Heh. Qianxuan sneered, how ridiculous. Everyone has told you the truth, but you are still deceiving yourself. Who do you think killed Qin Jiang? It was you. It was you, Mian, who was tricked into revealing the time of our action. Otherwise, why would Qin Jiang block that bullet for me? If it were before the end of the world, she might not have exposed the other party's self-deception. After all, Qin Jiang had asked her to take care of this sister before his death. But in the end of the world, her mentality is tantamount to seeking her own death. No, Mian retorted, but her words were not confident. Okay. Qianxuan did not intend to continue arguing with her. Anyway, the other party knew the truth. Tell me, why did you mention Mu Yuan? And why are you here? Facing Qianxuan's clear and indifferent gaze, Mian did not dare to shout anymore, and said honestly, in July, for the large-scale military exercises in October, I followed Qianxuan and others to deliver military supplies here. Mu Yuan came here on behalf of their military region. As a result, the end of the world came suddenly. We escaped from the zombie group together, and Zuo Fang, Lion and Jun died in the zombie pile. There was originally a medium-sized shelter here, and everyone relied on their skills and awakened abilities to get by. Later, insects came out of the meteorite in groups, and the shelter was dispersed. This time, Qianxuan died, and Pang and Mia were seriously injured and disabled. After that, we have been wandering. A few days ago, we were besieged by violent insects and accidentally dispersed. As Mian narrated, Qianxuan's face became worse and worse. Zuo Fang, Lion, Jun, Zhangzia, these are all her comrades in arms. Unlike the troublemakers she had met before, these were her comrades who had trained with her, gone on missions with her, fought side by side in the wind and rain, and had gone through life and death together. Their feelings were self-evident. At the beginning, there were more than 40 of them, and some died in battle and some were injured and retired. When she retired, there were only 10 people left, including her. Now, 5 of them have died in the apocalypse. Of the remaining 4, Pang and Mia were seriously injured and disabled, and now they must be in danger. Only Qianxuan and Ali are left. You are well protected by them, right? With Mian's ability, she must have been protected by her comrades to survive until now. Even if she was broad-minded, she couldn't help but vent her anger on her. Mian was silent. No matter how sharp her words were, she could only remain silent on this question. Zhuangxun, are those your comrades? Hearing this, Wu Wanhao also heard some clues. Qianxuan nodded and said with some embarrassment, "Sixth uncle, could you please send someone to help me look for it? My comrades are very strong and will definitely not let you down." Hearing this, Mian raised her head suddenly and looked at Wu Wanhao expectantly. "You don't even need to tell me that." Wu Wanhao waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, your sixth uncle will take action, and I guarantee that he will find the person for you in less than 2 days. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, took out a group photo taken that year from the space ring, and handed it to him, pointed out the people they were looking for, and said, "If they don't believe you, just tell them my name, and give them this photo." If she wasn't really afraid of the cold, she really wanted to go and find it herself. Wu Wanhao nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you bring the person back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Quarrel. After talking about finding someone, Qianxuan hurriedly drove this group of sloppy people to take a shower. Turning around and seeing Kimoki still standing there, she said, Aki, you should also take a shower quickly to avoid being uncomfortable. Kimoki moved his mouth, but in the end he didn't ask, nodded and left. Hey, Wu Qianxuan, what is your relationship with the people in this place? Seeing that everyone had left, Mian came up and asked curiously. Looking at this child who only remembered to eat, but not to be beaten, Qianxuan frowned. The commander of the army here is my father. What do you think is the relationship? It's not that she wants to show off, but she doesn't want to face the other party's questioning. This woman doesn't know what it means to stop. Mian was stunned, and then said in a strange voice, you are so lucky. Qianxuan rolled her eyes, looked at her, and said word by word, my father's name is Wu Wanli. Wu Wanli? The Major General Wu Wanli of the military department? Mian was stunned. She began to recall Wu Wanli's information in her mind. He was the eldest son of a meritorious general. His wife was a colonel in the military. His 5 younger brothers were all successful, and his sons and nephews were also excellent. What did Wu Qianxuan say? Her father was Wu Wanli? She suddenly remembered all the sarcasm she had made about Wu Qianxuan, including the rumors that Wu Qianxuan had done everything she could to get promoted, hooked up with her superiors, and sold her body. She remembered the strange looks others gave her after she said those words, and immediately pointed at Qianxuan and trembled. You. Thinking of how she had been regarded as a clown by others without knowing it, she wanted to tear the woman in front of her to pieces. Qianxuan didn't want to pay attention to her at all, and called a member of the logistics group to take her to sign the magic contract. Although she hated her, she couldn't ignore her because of her comrades' dying instructions, and I believe that other comrades were the same. When she was the only one left, Qianxuan thought about it and went to the small living room where she and Kimoki often stayed. She didn't have to wait long. Kimoki walked in through the door, wiping his slightly damp hair, and took a few steps to sit next to her. Qianxuan reached out and took the towel from his hand and began to wipe his hair. Kimoki also let her, closed his eyes, and began to enjoy her air service. By the way, did you encounter a 7th level alien today? Qianxuan suddenly paused and asked. Huh? Kimoki opened his eyes and said lightly, 1 8th level, 2 7th level, 8th level? Qianxuan took a breath of cold air, turned around and asked nervously, you are not injured, right? Kimoki shook his head, stretched out his hand, and hugged her in his arms. I dealt with an 8th level mutant antelope, Uncle Six dealt with a 7th level slow walker, and the remaining 7th level mutant brown bear was dealt with by Brother Wooer, and Brother Wu dallied people to deal with those 6th level aliens. In fact, they were all injured, but they were all treated before coming back, and he didn't want to say it to make Qianxuan worry. This time, their casualties were not small. Among the more than 1,000 people who went, nearly 200 died, and the rest were all injured in the battle, including more than 60 people who were disabled. After putting her mind at ease, Qianxuan turned her attention to other things. In that case, the magic cores in our hands will be enough to buy most of a flying ship. The rest can be made up of the red particles of insects, but I don't know if it will be enough. Kimoki smiled without saying anything and stretched out his hand to gently comb her hair. By the way, where did you meet Mian? Kimoki paused and said, I found her in a ruin when I came back. She was almost frozen to death at that time. It's a good thing you found her. Qianxuan was a little scared. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. She said that to you, but you still care about her? Qianxuan sighed, rested her forehead on his chest and said, her brother died to save me. Although it was Mian who made the mistake that time, it is a fact that I made a mistake in the action. If I hadn't been too careless and didn't shoot the man completely, there wouldn't have been that dying counterattack. Hearing that Qianxuan had brushed shoulders with death, Kimoki felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he held Qianxuan a little tighter. Although she felt that she was being hugged a little tight, Qianxuan didn't say anything, but just quietly enjoyed Kimoki's embrace that made her miss him. She knew that this man was feeling sorry for her. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was harmonious, filled with a faint warmth. What's the matter with that Muyuan? Kimoki asked suddenly. Qianxuan was stunned for a while before she realized what the other party meant. She broke free from his embrace, widened her eyes, and said in disbelief, "Are you doubting me?" Kimoki frowned, suppressed the irritation in his heart, and said lightly, "I just have normal doubts, don't be so sensitive." But Qianxuan didn't believe it. She knew this man well. She was sure that the man was doubting her. This cognition made her feel a little wronged, and at the same time she couldn't suppress her anger. She opened her mouth to say something, but found that any language was so powerless at this time. She pushed Kimoki away with a sudden force, threw the towel in her hand on Kimoki's head, turned around and ran out of the small living room. Kimoki was stunned, took off the towel on his head, and then stood up to chase him. He ran a few steps, paused, and didn't know what he thought of, and turned back to sit on the sofa. He threw the towel in his hand aside, and leaned his head back on the sofa. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He knew that Qianxuan couldn't have the heart to talk about love in those 10 years, but jealousy quietly emerged from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but doubt Qianxuan's feelings for him. Rather than saying that he was jealous of the man named Mu Yuan, it would be better to say that he was jealous that the other party occupied the 10-year blank period when he was not with Qianxuan. For Qianxuan, her pain came from the loss of her own child. And for Kimoki, his pain came from the 10 years of searching for his beloved. For a whole 10 years, he was like crazy looking for the girl he loved to the bone. I don't know how many times, in despair, the pain of not being able to find Qianxuan made him want to destroy everything around him. As long as he thought that there were other men with Qianxuan, when he was not there, he was jealous and wanted to kill. Qianxuan was his, only his, and could only love him. His heart kept shouting, twisted and crazy. Kimoki reached out to cover his eyes and sighed a long breath, as if sighing out all the madness, pain, and jealousy. After a long time, Kimoki put down his hand covering his eyes and regained his calm. With a click, the door was opened from the outside. Kimoki raised his head suddenly and saw that it was Zhuang Yuan. He lowered his head in disappointment. His expression was so obvious that Zhuang Yuan naturally noticed it. He touched his nose and said, "Qianxuan came to see Sasha with a bad face, so I came to see you." Kimoki rubbed his eyebrows and said in a hoarse voice, "Did she say anything?" "No, she just hugged Sasha and cried." Zhuang Yuan sat down on the single sofa. Kimoki's body stiffened and his heart ached. Zhuang Yuan frowned. "What did you say to her?" His tone was somewhat accusatory. Kimoki was not angry, and he repeated the conversation between the two in a low tone. At this time, he was really at a loss and didn't know how to face Qianxuan. "You actually believe what Qianxuan said?" Zhuang Yuan was very puzzled. In his eyes, Kimoki was not someone who would believe everything he heard. Kimoki didn't say anything, and his face was full of annoyance. Zhuang Yuan thought about it and felt that it would be better to make it clear to him. Qianxuan's brother Qin did like Qianxuan before he died, so he blocked the bullet for her, but Qianxuan still doesn't know it. You should know how slow Qianxuan is in terms of emotions. But Qianxuan didn't know. She thought Qianxuan was using Qin's feelings to achieve her own goals. Later, several men who liked Qianxuan appeared, and Qianxuan was always unaware, so Qianxuan thought she was pretending. Until Mu Yuan appeared. Mu Yuan also liked Qianxuan, but Qianxuan liked Mu Yuan. As a result, Qianxuan hated Qianxuan even more, and would sneer at her whenever she met her. Qianxuan's temperament at that time, coupled with the relationship with Qin, naturally didn't feel like dealing with her. Later, Mu Yuan was transferred to other military regions, which was actually the work of his uncle. Although Qianxuan didn't know, she habitually blamed Qianxuan, and her attitude became worse and worse. We originally wanted to teach that woman a lesson, but Qianxuan suddenly retired from the army, and the matter was left unresolved. Kimoki rubbed his fingers, as if in a daze, and spoke for a long time. During those 10 years, there were many people who liked Qianxuan, right? There was obvious jealousy in his tone. Zhuang Yuan was stunned, and then said with a smile, "You are not jealous of those people, are you?" Kimoki said nothing, as if he agreed. Zhuang Yuan laughed even harder, and finally bent over, crying that his stomach hurt. Seeing that Kimoki's expression was already getting impatient, he rubbed his stomach, and leaned on the sofa, saying with an unsteady breath, Please, if you saw the end of those people with your own eyes, you would never have the idea of jealousy. Sympathy is more like it. After a pause, he said, let me put it this way. Can you imagine that you show your love to the woman you like again and again, intentionally or unintentionally, explicitly or implicitly, and the other party still knows nothing and treats you as an ordinary colleague or friend? As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something funny and laughed again. Kimoki was a little stunned, although Qianxuan is slow. If you confess directly, she can't fail to understand. This is his own experience. Come on. Qianxuan waved his hands in amusement. It's amazing. During those 10 years, there were people who were quite frank about their feelings and believed in, if you like someone, you should say it out loud. But Qianxuan's answers were nothing more than what did you just say? Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. What? We suspected many times that Qianxuan did it on purpose, but after several observations and tests, we couldn't find any flaws. So the conclusion is that during that period of time, Qianxuan's ears seemed to block out everything related to love. Of course, now it seems that she might have blocked out the love of everyone except you. Chapter 218 Reconciliation. Qianxuan was crying like a child. Shasha, he actually suspected me. Shasha's eyes were red. This damn girl has been crying for half an hour, and all she said was he actually suspected me. Qianxuan lay in Shasha's arms, her body twitching with tears. She was so sad. What exactly does he suspect you of? Shasha restrained her emotions and asked calmly. Qianxuan sat up straight, sniffing her nose and said, they rescued Mian. Hiccup, you know, that woman's mouth. Aki actually suspected that there was something going on between me and Yun because of what she said. You should know that Yun and I are just good friends. Shasha twitched her lips. Only you regard Yun as a good friend, but Yun has deep feelings for you. Shasha, say something. Seeing that Shasha didn't speak, Qianxuan shook her shoulders. Shasha glanced at her lightly and sighed. I say, you are 26 years old, not 6. Can you please be more mature? Qianxuan glared. Why am I immature? Shasha rolled her eyes. Let me ask you, how long did you and Kimoki date? Half a year. Then how long have you been apart? 10 years. Shasha spread her hands. That's it. Your understanding of each other is so limited. Isn't it natural for him to suspect you? Why are you sad? Qianxuan was stunned. It seemed like that. But, shouldn't lovers trust each other? Shasha held her forehead. Trust does not come for no reason. It requires more mutual understanding and honesty, and it can't be achieved overnight. Qianxuan thought so too. Anyway, they still have a lot of time to spend together, but she was a little unwilling and said, are you going to forgive him just like that? Shasha was happy, put her arm around her shoulder and said, okay, it's okay to teach him a lesson, but not too much. You have to know when to stop. Then how can we stop at the right time? Qianxuan was in a dilemma. She really had no experience. Shasha hesitated. Let him eat something he doesn't like. She had always been the one who was eaten by Qianxuan, and she also had no experience. It's useless. When I was a special forces soldier, I was even forced to eat insects by the instructor. Thinking of the scene at that time, Qianxuan shuddered. Aki is a secret special forces unit. He should be more experienced than us in this aspect. Shasha's face wrinkled into a ball. How about you not talk to him for 3 days? Qianxuan's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't this too childish? It seems that only children would play the game of I hate you, so I don't talk to you, right? What else? Shasha was completely at a loss. Qianxuan was tangled. She didn't want to forgive Kimoki like this, but she couldn't think of any good way. In this regard, the two women also had no talent. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a feasible plan. Therefore, when Qianxuan saw Kimoki and Qianxuan suddenly standing in front of her, she froze. Kimoki was also stunned for a moment, then he raised his foot and walked towards her. Qianxuan immediately came to her senses, then turned around quickly and ran away. Zhu Shasha and Zhuang Yuan were dumbfounded, while Kimoki froze in place, with the low pressure emanating from his whole body. Qianxuan fled into the room, turned around and quickly closed the door, then bent down and began to breathe. Halfway through her breathing, she realized that something was wrong. It wasn't her who did something wrong, so why was she running away? Qianxuan knocked her head in annoyance. So stupid. Lying on the bed, Qianxuan began to reflect on herself. She was indeed too immature in this matter. If she could talk to Aki calmly at that time, would the relationship between the two of them not be so awkward? Would Aki think that she was too unreasonable and no longer like her? Qianxuan thought a little nervously. She began to regret that she shouldn't have run away just now. Aki must be unhappy. Seeing Kimoki with an expressionless face and no emotion in his eyes, Zhuang Yuan and Zhu Shasha were a little scared. Well, poison leopard, Qianxuan is just throwing a tantrum. As long as you say a few nice words to coax her, she will go along with it, Zhuang Yuan said with a stiff face. Zhu Shasha was a little embarrassed. She could see clearly that the dead girl had just run away without thinking anything. Zhuang Yuan's words didn't seem to have any effect. Kimoki still looked like a stranger who didn't want to get close to him. Just as Zhuang Yuan was thinking about how to slip away without leaving any trace, Kimoki's voice slowly sounded. Are you serious? Zhuang Yuan almost burst out laughing. Is this man really the poison leopard he knew? He actually saw in him the helplessness of a young man who had just begun to love. He adjusted his facial expression and nodded seriously. Of course. As soon as the voice fell, Kimoki's figure quickly disappeared. Almost immediately, Zhuang Yuan covered his mouth and bent over with laughter. Zhu Shasha poked Zhuang Yuan's waist and rolled her eyes, saying, "Let's see if you can still laugh later." Zhuang Yuan was stunned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhu Shasha stretched her body and lazily repeated what Qianxuan had just said. Zhuang Yuan's body froze, and he struggled to death. "Are you joking? What do you think?" Zhu Shasha glanced at him with a smile. Zhuang Yuan looked sad. It was over. If Kimoki failed, he would definitely settle the score with him with his narrow mind. At that time, a beating would not be enough. So, people should never say too much. See, it's retribution. When she opened the door and saw Kimoki, Qianxuan subconsciously wanted to slam the door, but Kimoki was quick to hold the door. What's wrong? Qianxuan's expression was indifferent. In fact, as soon as she said this, she was annoyed and wanted to slap herself in the face. You are pretending. Kimoki's body stiffened slightly, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, "Qianxuan, let's make peace." There was a pleading tone in his voice that he didn't even know about. Qianxuan's heart trembled when she heard it, and she used a lot of strength to prevent herself from crying, but her eyes were red. She lowered her head and wanted to say something, but she was afraid that her voice would reveal her emotions. Seeing that she didn't answer, Kimoki was anxious and reached out to hold her. "Qianxuan, you don't believe me." Qianxuan's voice was almost inaudible. "It's my fault." Kimoki apologized hurriedly. "Then you have to compensate me." There was a slight uneasiness in his willful tone. Kimoki was stunned. Okay. How could he not respond? "Then I want to eat the cola chicken wings you make." Thinking of the unique taste, Qianxuan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Okay. The tone was full of indulgence. "And mushu pork." Qianxuan quickly raised her head and glanced at Kimoki. Seeing that there was no impatience on his face, she was relieved. Okay. There are also fish head tofu soup, assorted tofu, pumpkin pie, beer chicken, pot fried pork, cold 3 shredded vegetables, egg yolk baked pumpkin, glutinous rice cake, lotus shrimp bowl. Qianxuan said all the dishes she wanted to eat in one breath. Okay, I'll make them all for you. Kimoki's eyes were very gentle. "That's what you said." Qianxuan's eyes lit up, and then she frowned and said, "Also, in the future, you are not allowed to doubt me. You are not allowed to be mean to me. You are not allowed to bully me. You are not allowed to hide things from me. You are not allowed to not make delicious food for me. You are not allowed to dislike me. You are not allowed to be angry with me." Listening to those not allowed one by one, Kimoki was a little speechless. It turned out that he was not the only one who was uneasy. Looking at Qianxuan, who thought she was secretly peeking at him while talking, Kimoki's heart softened, and he wanted to immediately hug this woman who only touched his heart into his arms, and love her well. But he couldn't be impatient, he had to take it slowly, otherwise he would scare this little thing away. Seeing Kimoki's distracted look, Qianxuan, who had just finished saying a lot of don'ts, couldn't help but get angry. Stinky Arky, you were distracted while I was talking. Kimoki was stunned and quickly came back to his senses to coax this little girl. After Kimoki finally repeated Qianxuan's don'ts without any error and solemnly agreed, Qianxuan smiled again. Seeing the two people who had regained their affection and walked into the restaurant, Zhuangyuan and Zhu Shasha were both a little stunned. Zhuangyuan was about to step forward to inquire about it, but was stopped by Zhu Shasha. Are you stupid? If you go up now, won't you be hated? She always felt that Zhuangyuan would act stupid every time he met Kimoki, and she didn't know what was going on. Hearing this, Zhuangyuan quickly sat back and said embarrassedly, am I not too nervous? He was really a little afraid of Kimoki's fists, which hit the flesh without leaving any marks, but hurt deep into the bone marrow. Here, Qianxuan saw that there was black pepper beef tenderloin that Kimoki liked to eat today, so she quickly bought him one. Seeing this, Kimoki's expression did not change, his heart warmed, and his eyes softened. As usual, Kimoki blocked Qianxuan's view of Zhu Shasha and Zhuangyuan without leaving a trace. The two found a place to sit down and started a harmonious meal. However, the good mood of the two did not last long. Hey, Wu Qianxuan, is this your new boyfriend? Qianxuan came over with a tray in both hands. Qianxuan frowned and ignored it. Qianxuan didn't care either and moved closer to Kimoki. Handsome guy, what's your name? Kimoki turned his body inconspicuously and picked up a chopstick of celery and put it into Qianxuan's bowl. Handsome guy, don't be silent. I know a lot about Wu Qianxuan. If you want to know, I can tell you. Qianxuan didn't realize that she was unwelcome at all and talked non-stop. Handsome guy, let me tell you, don't be fooled by Wu Qianxuan's appearance as a lady from a wealthy family. She is actually the most shameless person. Qianxuan's body suddenly stiffened halfway through her words. She looked at the man's cold eyes and couldn't help shivering. She wanted to say something, but her teeth chattered. In the future, if I hear you speak dirty words and slander my woman again, your fate will be the same as this cup. It was a low and pleasant voice, but it was full of gloom. Looking at the cup swallowed by the dark vortex, Qianxuan widened her eyes in fear, and her whole body was shaking like a sieve. Chapter 219 Shangguan Yu. Looking at Qianxuan, who was curled up like a quail, Qianxuan shook her head. She was actually very strange. How could someone like Qianxuan have such a perfect sister? Qianxuan is a good person, which is the cognition of everyone who knows him. He is not good looking, but he is very sunny and heroic, like a sunflower that makes people happy. Passionate, straightforward, and loyal. This is what Qianxuan is like. It is because he is such a person that, even if he protected Qianxuan with his life, Qianxuan did not think wrong. After all, self-sacrifice is only suitable for appearing in celebrity biographies. But Qianxuan is such a person. In Qianxuan's eyes, it is not surprising that the other party saved her. Because Qianxuan is a very loyal person who is willing to stick a knife in his ribs for his friends. And Qianxuan, lazy, willful, narrow-minded, not distinguishing right from wrong, bullying the weak, and fearing the strong. These are basically her synonyms. Fortunately, she has too many shortcomings, but she is timid and dare not do anything evil. Eat quickly, we'll leave after we finish. Seeing Qianxuan was a little dazed, Kimoki patted her head and said. Qianxuan was stunned, and seeing that the other party had finished eating and was waiting for her, she quickly lowered her head and started eating quickly. During this time, seeing that the two did not notice her, Qianxuan hurriedly left in shame, and Kimoki just pretended not to see it. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief, drank the delicious fish soup, and said, finally left. Kimoki smiled, said nothing, and looked at Qianxuan's back thoughtfully. 10 minutes later, Qianxuan finished her dinner, wiped the corners of her mouth, and left with Kimoki. Aki, have you ever made a snowman? Qianxuan suddenly asked, looking at the snowy world outside the window. Kimoki was stunned, not understanding why she suddenly thought of asking this, but still replied, no, but I have played snowball fights. Let's not talk about his childhood. He played snowball fights with his comrades after joining the army. Really? Qianxuan tilted her head. I used to build snowmen every year, but I don't like snowball fights. Why? Because snowball fights are boring. Seeing Kimoki's confusion, Qianxuan smiled and said, every time I play snowball fights with my brothers, as soon as I get hit, they will start to let me go intentionally or unintentionally. Then why do you like to build snowmen? It's not that I like it. Qianxuan shook her head. It's just, how should I put it? Well, when we were young, the eldest brother and others patiently accompanied us to build snowmen, and when we grew up, we naturally had to accompany Sissy and others to build snowmen, like a tradition. Then Xuanxun, what do you like to play? Kimoki asked, turning his head. Qianxuan thought for a while. It seems nothing. It's not that she is quiet, but that after the age of 16, she has never played freely, except for a period of time when she often accompanied Mu Yuan on trips. However, thinking that the two had just quarreled because of something related to Mu Yuan, it is better not to mention him now. Kimoki put his arm around Qianxuan and didn't know what to say for a while. He wanted to ask her what she had done in those 10 years and who she had met, but he swallowed it back every time he was about to blurt it out. He couldn't and didn't want to tear open her scars so casually. How could he bear to? Qianxuan looked up at him. So what do you like to play? Kimoki was stunned. Do fighting and shooting count? Qianxuan laughed. It turned out that he was the same as her. Qianxuan thought about it many times. How did she and Kimoki start? But she always felt a little vague. It seemed that Kimoki approached her from the beginning, but she always hesitated and avoided. The initial response came from her honesty to herself, because she didn't want to deceive herself, and naturally didn't want to deny her true feelings. Like is like, 16-year-old Qianxuan is so proud and frank. But frankness alone is not enough. She is too immature after all, and a small ordeal almost crushes her. She sometimes thinks that the 10 years of separation are not necessarily a bad thing. It gave her the opportunity to mature and let her face her feelings more maturely, even if 10 years seemed to make her no longer as courageous as she was back then. After returning to the room, Qianxuan ran to the inheritance realm to take a hot spring bath and then crawled into bed to sleep. After breakfast the next day, Qianxuan heard two good news. One was that the magic circle was finally drawn, and the other was that the money to buy a flying ship had been collected. For everyone, these two pieces of news undoubtedly made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At least, the heavy debt on their shoulders was solved. Now, everything is ready. As long as the snow outside stops, the city they have longed for will be built bit by bit with the efforts of everyone. Everyone is fascinated by such a moment. What made Qianxuan even happier was that this afternoon, Wu Wanheo's subordinates brought back several of her comrades. Doctor, how are they? Qianxuan asked a doctor anxiously in the medical room. The middle-aged doctor took off his mask. The three men only had severe frostbite. After treatment and recuperation for a period of time, they will be fine. But the woman is in a bad condition. Her legs are seriously ulcerated, and her muscle necrosis is not optimistic. These are still good. She also broke 3 ribs, had a lot of bleeding in her lungs, suffered a strong impact on her head, lost too much blood, and had a lot of congestion in her brain. Even after treatment, we cannot guarantee that people can wake up, or that there will be no sequelae after waking up. Qianxuan's eyes went dark, and she helped Kimoki stand steadily, trying to stay calm and said, please, we will try our best. The middle-aged doctor's voice was still calm and steady. Kimoki helped Qianxuan sit on a chair on the side. After a long while, Qianxuan came back to her senses and said in a dry voice, Pang Pang is dead. The people who were rescued were Mu Yuan, Shangwen, Ali and Mia, and Pang Pang, needless to say, was in a critical condition. Kimoki held Qianxuan in his arms and stroked her back gently. After a while, Qianxuan suddenly broke free from his embrace, and her eyes pierced Qinmai and Mian, who had been silent, at the side. What are you looking at me for? Qianxuan couldn't help but tremble under her gaze. Qianxuan narrowed her eyes and said suspiciously, "No, you're too quiet." Qianxuan froze. "I'm just worried. How can I still be in the mood to talk?" But her tone was involuntarily a little guilty. Qianxuan looked at her until the cold sweat on her face came out, and then slowly moved his eyes away. Even if she didn't say it now, she would know sooner or later what she was hiding, or what she had done. Mia's operation took a long time, but Qianxuan insisted on waiting outside. If Kimoki hadn't gone to the restaurant to buy her dinner, she probably wouldn't even remember to eat dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mia's operation was still in progress, but the nurse came to inform her that one of her comrades in arms had woken up. When Qianxuan rushed over, she saw Qianxuan sitting up with the help of the nurse. Qianxuan. Seeing his weak appearance, Qianxuan couldn't help but redden her eyes. Seeing her, Qianxuan smiled, as if he had known it for a long time, and said, "I guessed it was you, Zio Qianzi." There was obvious joy in the cynical tone. Qianxuan was embarrassed, and all the excitement in her heart disappeared under the name of Zio Qianzi. "Qianxuan Yu, how many times have I told you not to call me Zio Qianzi? I'm not a eunuch." Qianxuan roared, even though she knew that the man in front of her would not listen to her words at all. She couldn't help but emphasize it for the nth time. "Sure enough, I know, Zio Qianzi." Qianxuan was powerless. She hated Qianxuan Yu's blatant hypocrisy the most. "Zio Qianzi, don't you want to introduce the person behind you?" Qianxuan looked at Kimoki with interest. Kimoki looked at this seemingly slick man, with some dirty purple shoulder-length hair, and a gentle face was completely destroyed by a hideous scar that ran through half of his face. Despite this man did not look ugly, but instead had a sense of peace. The light purple eyes were clear and calm, with a faint or inspiring light when they were moving. It was neither dazzling nor negligible, making people dare not despise him, while letting down their guard. In fact, Kimoki knew Qianxuan Yu, or rather, he knew Qianxuan Yu, the ace special forces soldier of the capital's military, the king of the kings, and the half-devil. "This is Qianxuan Yu, my comrade in arms," Qianxuan introduced. Kimoki stretched out his hand to Qianxuan Yu before Qianxuan could speak. "I'm Qianxuan's boyfriend, Kimoki." The indifference on Qianxuan Yu's face disappeared when he heard his name clearly. He squinted his eyes and looked at Kimoki, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with him slowly. "Nice to meet you, Junior." The king of soldiers selected after him did not disappoint him at first glance. Qianxuan was stunned, looked at Qianxuan Yu, and then looked at Kimoki. What's going on? As far as she knew, neither Qianxuan nor Kimoki could be said to be approachable. Kimoki will not be mentioned. Although Qianxuan Yu looks easy to talk to, there are actually very few people he really likes. Just when she was about to ask, Qianxuan Yu changed the subject and said, "How are Mu Yuan and A Li?" "They are all fine. They will probably wake up soon." After a pause, Qianxuan said in a worried tone, "It's just Mia." "Wait, Mia is still alive?" Qianxuan Yu suddenly interrupted her with surprise. Qianxuan was stunned. "You thought she was dead," she said. "Why didn't Qianxuan ask about Mia just now?" Qianxuan Yu smiled bitterly. "Although my medical skills are not superb, I'm also proficient in it. I can still diagnose the injuries. In Mia's case, there is only a glimmer of hope, unless a perfect operation can be performed, but now it is too late. In the end times, medical equipment is in short supply and electrical equipment cannot be started, which is nothing but wishful thinking." Qianxuan understood what he meant and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Maya is undergoing surgery now. Although I can't guarantee a full recovery, her life is no longer in danger." Qianxuan Yu was stunned and looked at Qianxuan in disbelief, as if trying to confirm that he was not hallucinating. Chapter 220 Anger. Facing the inquiry in Qianxuan Yu's eyes, Qianxuan didn't say anything, but showed a comforting smile. Seeing this, Qianxuan Yu's expression relaxed, and he completely relaxed. "That's good." His tone was very relieved. Qianxuan looked happy, and suddenly thought of something, and asked, "By the way, what's the matter with Qianxuan?" Qianxuan Yu was stunned, then his face turned cold, and raised his eyebrows and said, "Why, did you meet her?" Sure enough, Qianxuan hid something from her. Qianxuan guessed this in her heart, sat sideways on the edge of the bed, frowned slightly and said, "She was rescued by my 6th uncle." Hearing this, Qianxuan Yu was startled, lowered his eyes, and said lightly, "Don't worry about her in the future. For Jiang's sake, we have done our best for her." Qianxuan was shocked. What did she do? She knew Qianxuan well enough. Although he seemed cold-hearted, he was a very sentimental person. In the past, because of Jiang, he had always taken care of Qin intentionally or unintentionally. And now that he has said that he will let Qin fend for herself, it must be that Qin has done something that has violated his bottom line. Qianxuan Yu glanced at her, his expression a little bleak, and he said with some self-mockery, "If she hadn't caused trouble, Qianxuan would not have been killed. Pang and Mia's serious injuries and disabilities are also related to her." "You said that Qianxuan were killed?" Qianxuan interrupted him with an ugly face. Qianxuan Yu closed his eyes, nodded, and said in a sad tone, "Zio Qianzi, I really regret it. I shouldn't have brought that scourge with me. You don't know that Zhangsha was raped and killed. When we rushed over, she was naked and lying on the ground miserably, with her eyes wide open, full of fear, anger, and unwillingness. And he was tortured to death. His body was in pieces, and there were few intact pieces of meat to be found, and it couldn't be put together." At the end, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from his closed eyes. Qianxuan's eyes widened, her body trembled slightly in anger, and her voice was hoarse. How could this happen? Thinking of the comrades who used to laugh and scold her died so tragically, her heart felt like being pinched by a hand, and it hurt. Qianxuan Yu wiped his face and pretended to be relaxed. "However, we helped them to get revenge, and the other party's end is not much better." Even so, there was no happiness in his tone. The people were gone, and no matter how much revenge was done, it would be useless. Qianxuan only felt a constant buzzing in her ears, and the world was spinning. She reached out and held Kimoki's arm tightly, gritting her teeth and saying word by word, "Qin, man." The tone was unprecedentedly cold and cold. Qin, who was outside the operating room, was on pins and needles. Her heart was beating non-stop, and her eyes looked at the direction where Qianxuan left again and again. Thinking of Qianxuan and others' attitude towards her, she was panicked and sweating all over. What you fear will come true. When she looked up again, she saw Qianxuan rushing over like a gust of wind. Qin shuddered all over, subconsciously stood up from the chair, and ran away. But it was too late. Qianxuan grabbed her collar and pressed her against the wall. The back of her head hit the wall with a tooth-piercing bang, and Qin was in so much pain that tears splashed out. "Qin, man." The voice with hatred rang in her ears. Qin shuddered and swallowed the screams that were about to come out of her mouth. She looked up and saw Qianxuan's cold and gloomy face. "I didn't mean it, really, please forgive me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Qin was really not very courageous, and she was frightened all of a sudden, and began to beg for mercy with tears. Qianxuan was unmoved, watching her performance coldly, slowly reaching out his hand, grabbing her hair, pulling her head, and slamming it against the wall at lightning speed. Dang. Qin forehead was bloody, and she howled miserably. "I'm sorry." Qianxuan's voice was extremely soft. "I'm sorry, can you let Qianxuan live?" Dang. Qin head hit the wall again, adding insult to injury. Qin voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. Qianxuan spoke again. "You still have the nerve to scream? You killed Qianxuan. You still have the nerve to scream? Dang. Why don't you just die? Dang. Qianxuan are both dead. What are you still doing alive? Dang. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. Wu Qianxuan, no, Major Wu, please spare me." Taking advantage of Qianxuan's pause to catch her breath, Qin seized the opportunity to beg for mercy. Disgust flashed in Qianxuan's eyes, and she twisted the hand holding her hair hard. Just as she was about to strike again, a hand reached out from the side to stop her. Qianxuan looked over. "A key." His tone was slightly confused. Kimoki gently untied her hand holding Qin hair, and without looking at Qin who fell heavily to the ground, he held her in his arms, stroked her back, and said softly, "Don't cry. I'm not crying." Before she finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes. Qianxuan was stunned and then threw herself into Kimoki's arms as if she had given up and cried like a child. Wow. Aki, you don't know how good Qianxuan is to me. She used to help me take care of my clothes. Wow. She also braided my hairband and washed my hair. Ark is the same. She often helps me burp, helps me repair my phone and computer, and makes antivirus software for me. Wow. And Pang Pang. Whenever he finds delicious snacks, he always calls me over and makes homemade facial masks for me. Kimoki held Qianxuan like a child and sat her on a chair beside him, stroking her back with his hands. Qianxuan's crying became quieter and quieter. She hugged Kimoki's neck, hiccuping and sobbing, with misty eyes, and muttered, "She treats me better than you do." Kimoki choked, his face darkened, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth, and was about to say something, but he found that the culprit was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. He was immediately angry and amused, and stretched out his hand to pinch the innocent sleeping face, but he was reluctant to use force. "Really, born to be my nemesis." His tone was full of tenderness and helplessness. He held her carefully, stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly he saw Qianxuan lying unconscious and in a miserable state on the ground. He paused, went into the office next to him, called a nurse to deal with it, and left without looking back. Qianxuan raised an eyebrow when he saw Kimoki coming in with Qianxuan in his arms. Kimoki didn't say anything either. He first carefully put Qianxuan on an empty bed next to him, covered her with a quilt, and then sat on the chair next to Qianxuan's bed. "What's wrong with her?" Qianxuan looked at Qianxuan on the side. Kimoki's expression was gentle. She cried for a while and fell asleep. Xuan would fall asleep every time she cried, just like a child. Looking at Kimoki with a doting and helpless look on his face, Qianxuan's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised in his heart. "You like Qianxuan? No, that's not right. You love Qianxuan?" Kimoki nodded calmly. "Ah, I fell in love accidentally. It's really unexpected." Qianxuan looked disappointed. Kimoki understood what he meant. As a soldier like them, the training they did was extremely inhumane, and the result was that they were more or less lacking in emotions, not to mention love. Even friendship was extremely difficult to have. Qianxuan thought he was lucky to have precious friendship, but he didn't expect Kimoki to have love that was almost insulated from people like them, which was really incredible. How could he know that rather than saying that Kimoki had love? It would be better to say that he only saw Qianxuan in his eyes and kept it in his heart. However, there is a long way to go, and he will always see it clearly. When Qianxuan woke up, she saw the two people talking happily and in a harmonious atmosphere. She rubbed her eyes, got off the bed, put on her shoes, and sat beside Qianxuan's bed. "What are you talking about?" As soon as she finished speaking, she yawned loudly. Kimoki reached out to help her straighten her wrinkled clothes. "Just chatting, nothing important." In fact, he was asking Qianxuan about Qianxuan. He was reluctant to let Qianxuan think of those unhappy things, but he didn't have such scruples for Qianxuan. Oh. Qianxuan was not awake yet, and she was a little dazed. "Look," she threw herself into Kimoki's arms like a kitten, rubbed his shoulders, and leaned on his shoulders with half-closed eyes. Kimoki carefully adjusted her position so that she could sit comfortably on his lap, and gently helped her to tuck the hair that fell on her forehead behind her ears. Qianxuan on the side watched with amusement, and it was hard to believe that the man in front of him who was gentle and considerate to Qianxuan was the same person as the man who was so majestic and talked appropriately in front of him just now, and calmly tried to get him to talk during the conversation. "Aki, I had a dream," Qianxuan said vaguely. "What dream?" Kimoki's tone was gentle. Qianxuan rubbed Kimoki's head with her head. "I dreamed that you wanted to hit me." Kimoki was stunned and looked at the little head in his arms suspiciously. Is this a coincidence, or is she begging for mercy? After looking at her for a long time, Kimoki sighed, rubbed her head, and said, "That was a dream. It was fake. There is really nothing he can do about her." "That's good." Qianxuan nodded, as if she was relieved. "Little Qianxi, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you really make me look at you with new eyes." Qianxuan, you deliberately emphasized the 4 words look at you with new eyes. Qianxuan was stunned, as if she just realized that there was a third person here, turned her head, and said in confusion, Qianxuan? Puff. Qianxuan, you laughed. You have changed a lot, but you are more likable than before. If Qianxuan and the others saw. He paused halfway through and said with regret, they will probably be very pleased to see you. The youngest sister has found her own happiness. Chapter 221. For what? Okay, Zio Qianzi, tell me about Maya's condition. Qianxuan Yu said, while wiping his hands with a wet tissue, throwing a clean apple core into the trash can beside him. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Yuan, who was eating hard, and Ali, who was talking while eating, were stunned. Qianxuan, who are you talking about? Ali widened his eyes. Mu Yuan looked apprehensive. Maya is still alive. Qianxuan Yu narrowed his eyes into a line and said in a joyful tone, Maya is undergoing surgery. Then, he looked at Qianxuan, and the meaning was self-evident. Looking at the 2 people who were so happy that they were a little at a loss, Qianxuan smiled and repeated what the doctor had said before. When will Maya's surgery be over? Mu Yuan grabbed the quilt beside him excitedly. Ali also widened his eyes and looked at Qianxuan expectantly. Qianxuan looked at the time. It's just past 9 o'clock now. We have to wait a while. Don't worry, someone will come to notify you when it's over. Ali swallowed and said dryly, can Maya recover completely? People are like this, they always want more. They were overjoyed to know that Maya was still alive, and now they began to expect more. However, Qianxuan obviously didn't think it was a luxury. Don't worry, even if there is no way now, there will be one in the future. We have a lot of strange people with special abilities here, and there will always be someone whose special abilities can help Maya's situation. Ali tilted his head. Hey, are there many kinds of special abilities? You don't know? Qianxuan was surprised. Ali was at a loss, and then looked at Qianxuan Yu on the side. Qianxuan Yu coughed twice before saying, because of Eri, we try to avoid contact with other people, so we are a little isolated from the news. He paused, not knowing what he was thinking of, and sighed, that's why we were caught off guard that time. Qianxuan was puzzled, is there something wrong with Eri? Eri seemed to have thought of something, and his bright eyes dimmed, looking a little grey. Mu Yuan reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's not your fault, you don't have to blame yourself. What are you talking about? Qianxuan was a little anxious about their incoherent conversation. Eri forced a smile and said, I don't know why, at the end of the world, I awakened 2 superpowers. One is a wind power similar to speed, which can turn myself into wind. It is fast, highly concealed, and can be very immune and dodge various attacks. The other can develop the potential of people around you without knowing it, and awaken superpowers safely and without risk. However, this superpower is not under my control, and operates completely around the clock without distinction. Whether it is Qianxuan or Kimoki, they don't know what expression they should make at this time. Such superpowers really make people. I don't know what to say. Undoubtedly, that kind of superpower is incredible, powerful and extremely practical. Or it should be said that Eri's 2 superpowers are very powerful, and it is a blessing to get one of them, but I didn't expect him to have 2. So, you are worried that Eri's superpowers will affect other people, and then people will find out his specialness, and it will be a crime, so you have been avoiding contact with other people. Qianxuan's tone was incredible. Kimoki raised his eyebrows. So, your team should have awakened their superpowers a long time ago. Qianxuan Yu nodded, but Ali almost jumped up from the bed, pointing at Kimoki and making a fuss. Hey, who are you? Qianxuan was speechless. You were nagging for so long, and didn't notice such a living person? Mu Yuan smiled apologetically at Kimoki, then glared at Ali. What are you yelling about? That's Qianxuan's fiancé. Qianxuan's face twitched, and she glared at Kimoki fiercely from an angle that no one could see. Kimoki smiled at her gently, not caring at all. Eri was stunned and stammered, you said he is Zio Qianzi's fiancé. Fiancé? Without waiting for Mu Yuan to answer, he opened his eyes very wide again, and then looked Kimoki up and down, as if he was looking at some rare species. At last, he sighed, he is worthy of being a warrior who can pick Zio Zhuangsun, a flower from the top of the mountain. I actually found obvious flaws in him. As he said that, he looked at Mu Yuan with great sympathy, and also blinked his eyes in a way that seemed to be comforting and cute. Brother, I sympathize with you, but don't worry, I will take good care of you. Mu Yuan was extremely depressed. Damn, don't expose someone's scars so blatantly. He had finally deliberately forgotten the pain of losing love. What was the point of Eri doing this? Eri, who didn't know the taste of knowing, completely equated losing love with having his game console confiscated by Qianxuan. Qianxuan, what do you mean by being caught off guard? Qianxuan said and frowned slightly. No one would know better than her that Qianxuan Yu's ability is definitely not something that can catch him off guard by ordinary things. Kimoki saw clearly that when Qianxuan asked this question, very obscure pain and fear appeared in Mu Yuan and Ali's eyes. Qianxuan Yu paused slightly, picked up a glass of water from the bedside table and drank it. After a while, he slowly said, the leader of the team that killed Akin Zhangzhia. His ability is very strange and terrifying. He can control people's nerves. As long as the level is slightly lower than his, they can only act as puppets for him. A person with strange abilities? Qianxuan and Kimoki looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Qianxuan Yu and the other two looked puzzled. What is a weird psychic? Qianxuan's expression was a little solemn. She bit her lip and explained the meaning of a weird psychic before saying, my eldest brother and second brother have weird abilities. My eldest brother can control the bones of living things, and my second brother can control the blood of living things. We have been to the S-City shelter, where there was a weird psychic who could remove any internal organs from a living thing remotely. Is that so? Qianxuan Yu looked a little surprised. Ali said with lingering fear, our situation was very dangerous. Our levels were lower than the opponents. The 5 of us, Mu Yuan, Qinmai and Mian, Mi Yap, and Pang Pang, were all controlled by that man. Qianxuan fought against more than 20 people alone, and the battle lasted for a day and a night. If Qianxuan had not figured out a way to transform lightning to heal himself, he would have been a pile of dust with his injuries at that time. Mi Yao and Pang Pang were also seriously injured and disabled in that battle. Pang Pang's ear was missing, his entire shoulder and arm were cut off, and even a piece of his scalp was cut off, and he was almost separated from his body. But in the end Pang Pang did not survive. At the end, Ali was already sobbing and crying like a child. Qianxuan Yu and Mu Yuan looked a little sad, with slightly red eyes. Qianxuan bit her lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. Which of her comrades in arms had not fought bloody battles for the people? Which of them had not put life and death aside and lived with their heads tied to their belts to protect others? But what was the result? What did they get in return? They did not die at the hands of zombies, did not die under the claws of mutant animals, were not eaten by insects, but were cruelly killed by the humans they once protected. What were they fighting for? The meager salary of special forces? Or the honors that were not recorded in the files? None of them. What they had in their hearts was dreams, beliefs, and the country. She remembered very clearly that Zhangxia's family was also extremely wealthy, and she was the daughter of her parents in her old age, and she had always been loved. One year, her mother introduced her to a person with very good conditions in all aspects. She also liked him, and the other party was also very satisfied with her, but hoped that she could give up her current career. Zhangxia hesitated and struggled, and could not make up her mind. At that time, she happened to be on a border mission, and saved dozens of ignorant children in the smoke of war. At that time, a child stood on tiptoe, and kissed her on the face, saying softly, "Thank you, sister." It was those 4 words that made her determined to give up the possibility of happiness. She said to the man, "For you, my job represents danger, hardship, and separation. But for me, it is a lofty dream and belief, which outlines my soul. I can't bear to part with it." But what was her outcome? How could those beasts do such a thing to such a respectable and amiable woman? Question mark? Kimoki hugged Qianxuan distressingly, wishing to skin and tear apart those who made her sad, and glared coldly at Qianxuan Yu and the other 2 with anger. Qianxuan Yu touched his nose. This man is really hopelessly crazy. Ali blinked, looking confused. What's wrong? Why did Zhao Zhuangxuan's fiancé look at him like that? Did he cry too ugly? Oh, that won't do. Ali quickly took out a tissue from the bedside table and began to wipe the tears from her face. Mu Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He lowered his head and eyes, suppressing the jealousy raging in his heart. Kimoki retracted his gaze and patted Qianxuan lovingly. Wait. Shang Guanyu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Qianxuan with hope. Zio Qianzi, what did you say your second brother's ability was? Qianxuan was a little confused and said blankly, controlling the blood in the body of a living being. Is there any problem? His tone was a little nervous. Shang Guanyu's eyes lit up, and he murmured excitedly, controlling the blood in the body of a living being. The blood in the body. Does that mean that he can dissolve the blood clots in Miya's brain? The most critical thing about Miya's situation is the blood clots in her brain. Qianxuan was stunned. It should be possible, right? Although she was still unsure, she had already had great hope in her heart. Ali seemed to understand what he said, but he grasped the key point. He said with sparkling eyes, does that mean Maya has hope of recovery? Mu Yuan was excited and expectant. That's great. But it would be great if Maya's legs could recover as normal. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that he was too greedy. How could people live in this world and have everything they want? Chapter 222 Don't be afraid. Qianxuan smiled. That's not impossible. As she spoke, she raised her chin and told Shang Guanyu and the other two about light magic with sparkling eyes. As Qianxuan spoke, Shang Guanyu and the other two looked more and more energetic. Just as the three were about to continue talking, a nurse knocked on the door and told them that Maya's operation was over. Qianxuan was stunned and ran out quickly. Not long after she walked, she saw a nurse being pushed out of the operating room by several nurses. She quickly glanced at Maya, whose eyes were closed, and her face was as pale as paper, and the depression of her lower body under the quilt. Qianxuan almost burst into tears immediately, but she managed to hold it back. After walking a few steps, he saw several doctors walking out of the operating room while talking to each other and hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is Miya's condition? The middle-aged doctor took off the mask on his face and said gently, the operation was very successful. Next, it depends on the patient herself. Qianxuan's face was happy, and she bowed to the doctors. Then she turned around and followed Miya, who was pushed away. She didn't return to Shang Guanyu and others' ward until she saw her being pushed into the intensive care unit. How is it? Did Miya's operation go well? Seeing her, Ali couldn't wait to ask. Qianxuan squinted and smiled and made an okay gesture to him. Seeing this, Shang Guanyu and the other two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their faces relaxed. Great. Mu Yuan looked relieved. Ali held a cup of water and drank most of the water in one breath, grinning and said foolishly, this water is so sweet, so sweet. As she said that, tears rolled down without warning. Qianxuan was also delighted. It's late now. I'll go find my second brother tomorrow morning. Maybe Maya will wake up by then. Kimoki gently stroked her hair, his expression gentle and warm. By the way, does Qianxuan know about Era's ability? Qianxuan suddenly paused and asked solemnly. Shang Guanyu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, we are not stupid. How could we tell such an important thing to someone as outspoken as Qianxuan? That's good. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of a possible accident. At this time, she had the leisure to think of Era's ability. In addition to the unexpected ability, she was also interested in the wind transformation ability because it seemed to be similar to Ping Xiafang's ability. Thinking of the thousands of soldiers who were easily killed by Ping Xiafang, Qianxuan was so angry that her teeth itched. There is no good person in the Ping and Jiang families. By the way, Shangguan, what are the abilities of you, Muyan and Mia? Qianxuan looked at Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu leaned against the head of the bed and said softly, I have the ability of thunder, Muyan has the ability of teleportation, Mia has the ability of wood, Pang has the ability of strength, Zhangsha has the ability of arbitration, Ak has the ability of gold, and Qianxuan has the ability of water. Teleportation? Arbitration? Qianxuan tilted her head. Shang Guanyu's eyes were blurred, as if he was lost in thought. He said in a dull tone, the teleportation ability, as the name suggests, is powerful, but has no offensive power. Although it can protect itself, it cannot save others. As for the arbitration ability, Zhuangzi can transform into a big sword. If the enemy is guilty, the big sword will be a fatal weapon. If he is open and honest, the big sword will be just an illusion like a castle in the air. Qianxuan was speechless and said bitterly, it is really suitable for Zhuangzi's ability. Like her, she is upright and fair, and it seems that she should not be born in modern society. After a pause, she suddenly said, I understand why Pang Pang and Mia are seriously injured and disabled. Because the abilities of these two people have offensive power, so when facing them who are controlled, even if Qianxuan Yu wants to let them go, he can't do it. But Mu Yuan and Ali are not the same. By the way, Qianxuan, Ali, Mu Yuan, what are your plans? Will you join me? Qianxuan said with some expectation. The three of them smiled at each other, and then said in unison, do you still need to ask? Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. Let me tell you, we plan to build a city of our own. Qianxuan said with a smile. Qianxuan Yu raised his eyebrows. Is that what I meant? Qianxuan's eyes and eyebrows were full of pride. That's what you meant. We have even decided on the area. 500,000 square kilometers. Ali opened his mouth wide. Zhao Zhuangzi, are you kidding? No matter how ignorant he was, he still had some common sense. 500,000 square kilometers is not a small number. Qianxuan snorted and asked back, what do you think? Zhao Qianzi, how many people do you have now? Qianxuan Yu asked seriously. More than 30,000 people. Qianxuan Yu frowned slightly, and then relaxed very quickly. Maybe we can try our best. Qianxuan didn't care about Qianxuan Yu's words, but it wasn't that she didn't value Qianxuan Yu's opinion, but she knew that Qianxuan Yu didn't know their trump card, so she said that. Qianxuan blinked. You'll know when you recover. Seeing her being so mysterious, Qianxuan Yu didn't ask further. Anyway, he would know sooner or later. It's better to keep some suspense and have more fun. By the way, let me tell you first, the logistics team will send someone to ask you to sign a magic contract, so that you don't have to prepare. Qianxuan suddenly thought of something and said. Ali was curious, what is a magic contract? You will know when the time comes. There is no harm. Everyone has to sign it. It's a bit like joining an agreement. Qianxuan said uncertainly. Not getting an answer, Ali pouted childishly. Qianxuan smiled and said nothing. Seeing that they all looked a little tired, she told them that she would come to see them tomorrow morning, and then said goodbye and left. Qianxuan and Kimoki walked side by side in the corridor. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. Qianxuan was in a good mood, and her steps were lighter than before. Hey, are Qianxuan and the others all doing well? She raised her head and said with a little pride. Kimoki glanced at her and nodded gently. However, he didn't think so in his heart. He really hoped that there wouldn't be so many people around Zhuangzi. Maybe fewer, even fewer, preferably just him. In this way, would Zhuangzi be his alone? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, Kimoki shook his head and quickly stopped himself from having such crazy thoughts. Kimoki, calm down and be rational. If you have this thought again, you will hurt Zhuangzi. Nothing is more important than Zhuangzi. Haven't you always known this? Kimoki's mind cleared up, and then he breathed a sigh of relief with fear. It seems that there is something wrong with me, he thought in panic. Looking down at Qianxuan's lively smile, Kimoki's heart tightened, as if something was pressing on his trachea, making it difficult for him to breathe. His eyes became darker and darker. No matter what was pulling him into the bottomless abyss, he would not compromise, and could not, absolutely could not hurt Zhuangzi. What's wrong? Seeing Kimoki's face was a little heavy, Qianxuan asked worriedly. Nothing. Kimoki smiled, and the depression on his face dissipated for the most part. Like the glimmer after the rain, it was light and bright, and he said gently and tenderly, no matter what, I will never let you get hurt again. The voice was very light, but it struck Qianxuan's heart like a vow. While it was sweet, Qianxuan was a little flustered and grabbed his clothes. What's wrong with you? Kimoki was startled, and suddenly realized that it was his tone that made Zhuangzi uneasy. He stretched out his hand to hold Zhuangzi in his arms, stroked her hair, and said with comfort, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. Seeing his warm and peaceful eyes, Qianxuan felt relieved, and gently hugged his waist. "Well, I'm not afraid." Kimoki kissed Qianxuan's hair. "So pass, so affectionate. My girl, I hope you will be loved by happiness and joy, away from all sadness, pain, displacement, and exile. If God is unwilling to show mercy, I will support a free and happy sky for you." Feeling Kimoki's body temperature coming through the clothes, Qianxuan's heart was soft, and she gently held his hand. After listening to Qianxuan's soft voice saying goodnight, and waiting for the door to be gently closed, Kimoki turned his eyes away, sighed and turned away. Listening to his own footsteps in the silent corridor, Kimoki suddenly remembered the days when he was waiting for Zuan in the apartment in S City. On the way home at night, in the corridor sprinkled with hazy yellow lights, he also walked slowly and unhurriedly. However, he was so exhausted at that time, his heart beat heavily and slowly, as if covered by a veil, and the despair in his heart was so deep that he almost went crazy, wanting to destroy everything around him, and everything that did not keep Qianxuan. He always subconsciously looked back from time to time, hoping to see the girl who was in his heart stepping on his shadow mischievously, sticking out her tongue, and acting coquettishly with him. When he opened the door of the apartment, he always subconsciously wanted to get out of the way, as if Qianxuan would jump in from behind. When he closed the door, he always subconsciously looked sideways, as if he could see Qianxuan jumping on his back as a prank. Every time he saw that he was not knocked down by her sudden attack, he pouted with an expression of what a pity. Looking back now, he didn't know how he survived at the time. He didn't go crazy? Perhaps he should thank Zualan. If he hadn't always held on to the hope of prying Qianxuan's whereabouts from her, he might have given up long ago. He asked himself more than once, how could you be so sure of that girl? However, he could never get an answer, and instead he kept getting deeper and deeper into it, until he was beyond redemption. And now, how could he bear to let the treasure he had finally found get hurt? Even if that person was himself. Kimoki's eyes were deep, with an unyielding determination. That kind of resoluteness seemed like the brightest and hardest diamond, eternal and cold. Chapter 223 The Return of Chaos. Second brother, are you sure you have dissolved the blood clot in Mia's brain? Qianxuan looked at Wu Qianfang with some suspicion. Wu Qianfang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you have asked several times, am I, your second brother, so untrustworthy? Qianxuan smiled awkwardly and whispered, then why hasn't she woken up yet? Wu Qianfang frowned, and held his forehead and said, my silly sister, have you forgotten? Your comrade in arms was injured in more than just the head, and he had such a big operation. You should give her some time to relax, right? So that's it. Qianxuan's face suddenly understood, and her expression relaxed. After coming out of Mia's ward, Qianxuan was about to go to see Shangguanyu and the others, when she was stopped by Wu Qianfang. Second brother, do you have something to do? Wu Qianfang put his hand on her shoulder and said lazily, big brother is reminiscing with Shangguan, you don't need to go over now. Wu Qianfang and Shangguanyu were in the same training camp when he first joined the army. Oh. Qianxuan nodded, and then asked curiously, second brother, what do you think Aki wants to talk to Uncle Wu about? Kimoki went to Wu once early in the morning, and no one knew what he was talking about after closing the door. I don't know. Wu Qianfang rubbed his shoulders and said casually. Qianxuan blinked and whispered, hey, do you think we should eavesdrop? She was really curious about what Aki wanted to talk to Uncle Wu about. Don't think she didn't see that Aki was indifferent to everyone except her, and there was an unconscious alienation. Wu Qianfang tapped her on the head and said indifferently, don't embarrass me. He remembered that his sister was not like this originally, and she must have been taught badly by Kimoki. Wu Qianfang thought angrily. Qianxuan puffed up her cheeks and glared at Wu Qianfang unhappily. What, you said it as if you were so noble. I don't know who it was that often hid in the closet to eavesdrop on the conversations of uncle and aunt. Looking at the snowflakes falling outside, Qianxuan sighed. She didn't know when the snow would stop. After a few days, she was tired of the vast expanse of white. However, she felt dull again when she thought of the withered yellow after the snow. How nice it would be if there was a different color every day. Qianxuan had a wild idea. The two were looking at each other in silence when someone came to inform them that Wu Wance wanted them to come over. They didn't dare to delay and rushed to Wu Wance's office without stopping. When they arrived, they found that everyone from the 8 major clans was there. What's wrong? Qianxuan stood beside Kimoki in panic and asked quietly. Kimoki's mouth curled up slightly, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. He took Qianxuan's hand and said softly, "It's a good thing." Hearing this, Qianxuan immediately relaxed. Sure enough, the news announced by Wu Wance made everyone overjoyed. "Uncle Wu Wu, are my sister and the others really coming back?" Zhu Shasha was excited. Wu Wance had a faint look of joy on his face and nodded, saying, "Just now, the aircraft system detected that there were other aircraft approaching. You know, it is most likely Zixi and the others." As he said that, he looked at the time. "If I guess correctly, they will arrive in less than half an hour." Everyone looked at each other and was very excited, especially Lingling, who had a stern face, but her eyes were full of excitement, expectation, and anxiety. Under everyone's eager anticipation, 15 minutes later, faster than expected, a small aircraft entered the big screen. It was the aircraft that Zhu Zixi and the others took when they left. Everyone hurriedly opened the door of the aircraft and walked out in the wind and snow. When they arrived, the door of the aircraft just opened and everyone rushed out impatiently. When they saw their appearance clearly, everyone was stunned. Ugh ugh. The sound of vomiting one after another rang in everyone's ears. Fortunately, the weather was extremely cold and the snow and wind did not stop, so the smell did not spread. Otherwise, the scene could be imagined. Qianxuan was also stunned, but her body was suddenly lifted into the air by a pair of hands. She was stunned for a moment and then screamed. Ha ha ha, the hearty laughter sounded with an indescribable clarity. Qianxuan was stunned, and the scream stopped abruptly. She lowered her head and said in surprise, "Sixth brother." What came into view was a clean and delicate face, and the smile at the corners of the eyes and eyebrows made the face more open and charming. "Sixth brother's little darling, I miss you so much." Wu Qiansheng skillfully held Qianxuan in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead fiercely. "Sixth brother, Zhuangxuan misses you too." Qianxuan's little face was bright, and she hugged Wu Qiansheng's neck and kissed him on the face several times. "Zhuangxuan, what about me?" A bright smiling face came to Qianxuan's eyes. "Mina." Qianxuan screamed and threw herself on Wu Qianzhen, rubbing her head against his shoulder several times. Wu Qianzhen raised his eyebrows. "I told you not to call me Mina. I'm not a bird." Qianxuan ignored him and rubbed her head against his chest, which made Wu Qianzhen's heart soften, with a helpless and doting look on his face. After rubbing for a while, Qianxuan raised her head from Wu Qianzhen's arms, and her eyes swept around, and she saw Wu Qianlun standing one step away. "Seventh brother." Qianxuan stretched out her hands and made a gesture to hug her. Wu Qianlun picked her up and weighed her, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, the weight hasn't decreased." "Seventh brother." Qianxuan's eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up. Wu Qianlun looked relieved, with a faint smile, and said softly, "That's great, Zhuangxuan's light is very beautiful." There was a slight sense of relief in his eyes. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then she understood what he meant. Her nose was sore, and she was almost overwhelmed by the emotion in her heart. "Look, there are so many people who care about you, Wu Qianxuan. How can you not be happy?" Looking at the 4 happy people in front of him, Kimoka's face was completely black. God knows how much effort he used to control himself from stepping forward to snatch Zhuangxuan back. He silently said to himself in his heart, "Don't be impulsive. They are Zhuangxuan's brothers. Don't be impulsive. They are Zhuangxuan's brothers. Don't be impulsive." However, his eyes still couldn't help but look at the man Zhuangxuan called sixth brother. You know, he has been used as a substitute for this person by Zhuangxuan more than once. How can he not mind? Thinking of the forbearance again and again, he clenched his back teeth. Here, the 4 brothers and sisters met happily and were talking about their own misses, but heard Lingling screaming over there. "Big brother! Second brother!" Lingling threw himself on Mo Wang, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, with a panicked look. Mo Shi on the side looked at Lingling in a daze. Although he had met Mo Wee Wee, He was still shocked when he saw Emo Ling Ling in front of him. Has the jewel in their palms, who was pampered in their memories, grown up like this outside of their care? Emo Ling Ling trembled and touched Emo Wang's pulse. No, it forced herself to calm down, put her hand on Emo Wang's chest. Heartbeat. No. She took a deep breath, put a finger under Emoshi's nose with tears in her eyes. No. No. Seeing Emo Ling Ling's face collapse, Emoshi suddenly reacted, stepped forward and hugged her, and said in a painful voice, Ling Ling, don't be afraid, your second brother is fine. He is just in a state of suspended animation now. As long as we find a way, he will wake up. Really? Emo Ling Ling said hoarsely after a half beat, and there was a glimmer of light in her originally empty eyes. Really, sister, don't be afraid, big brother and second brother are back. Without waiting for Emoshi to answer, Emo Wee hugged Emoshi's legs and said excitedly. Qianxuan, who had just come over, did not disturb the siblings, and stepped forward to stand next to the stretcher, where Emo Wang was lying. She first scanned Emo Wang with her mental power, but found that there was no energy attached to Emo Wang. Wasn't his fake death caused by energy? Shasha, come and take a look. Qianxuan shouted to Zhu Shasha, who was talking loudly with Shibaemin and Zhuang Luo. Hearing this, Zhu Shasha hurried over. Shibaemin and Zhuang Luo followed behind her, and Emoshi and the other two also cast their eyes over. The situation was urgent, and Qianxuan had no time to say anything to the two friends, who had reunited for a long time. She just tacitly gave them a silent hug of comfort. What's going on? Second brother Emo's body functions are in a static state, but his body has no damage. This is too strange. Zhu Shasha frowned, puzzled. Qianxuan was about to ask something when she looked behind Zhu Shasha with wide eyes. What's wrong? Zhu Shasha turned her head in surprise. Shibaemin and Zhuang Luo wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Zhu Shasha's body swayed, and Zhuang Luo supported her, so that she didn't fall down. Second brother. Zhu Shasha's voice was horribly hoarse. Qianxuan burst into tears and choked. What's going on? Her eyes were wide open, and her hands tightly grasped Kimoki's wrists, pinching his hands out of control and leaving bruises. Kimoki didn't care at all, and reached out to cover Qianxuan's eyes. Zhuangxun, don't look. Qianxuan opened his hand and looked stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Who did it? Zhu Shasha's voice was soft, but full of deep hatred, like a ferocious beast that eats people. No one answered, and everyone's emotions seemed to be trapped in something, and there was silence. Zhu Yan sat in a wheelchair, and was pushed out of the aircraft by Zhu Qianqian. His eyes were closed, his expression was comfortable, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. His handsome and elegant face should have been gentle and elegant. If his eyes were open, he would have been the familiar cunning and smiling tiger. But all of this was destroyed by the hideous scars all over his face. Not only that, his limbs were empty, and it was not difficult to imagine what was under his clothes. Zhu Qianqian blinked, forced back the tears in her eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, second brother's eyes were dug out, and his tongue was cut off. Qianxuan and Zhu Shasha's eyes went dark, their bodies swayed, and they almost fainted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Crazy Jiang. Who did it? At this moment, Wu Yuan's heavy and hoarse voice came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw Wu Yuan walking slowly from a distance. He seemed to be calm and composed, but when they saw the expression on his face, their hearts skipped a beat and they all felt nervous. They all felt familiar with this expression. They remembered that, when Lu Jun died, Wu Yuan was also like this, expressionless, but his eyes were extremely bright. But that brightness did not make people happy at all, but instead made them feel as cold, as if they were facing the light of a sword. However, that time, there was also the big picture weighing on Wu Yuan's heart, so he did not vent all his anger at all, but instead suppressed it with blood. But even so, his restrained anger made Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, the two old thieves, feel lingering fears, and thus became wary. At that time, for a whole year, Wu Yuan was filled with low pressure, and everyone retreated 3 feet away. Seeing Liu Yuan walking beside Wu Yuan with a face as gloomy as water, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the old lady usually looked kind and gentle, she was no less cruel than the old man. Otherwise, she would not have escaped unscathed in the Founding War. When he approached, no one answered. Wu Yuan frowned, his pupils slightly elongated, and raised his voice and said, "I'll ask again, who did it?" Although Liu Yuan didn't say anything, her eyes swept over them with pressure. Zhu Qianxuan sighed, helped Zhu Yan brush away the snow on his shoulders, and smiled bitterly. "Old man, it's not that we don't want to say it, but we don't know." Wu Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked silently. Zhu Qianxuan pursed her lips and said bitterly, "Second brother can't speak at all now, and his hands and feet. There is no way to tell us what happened to him." Wu Yuan paused, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was suppressing something. Liu Yan's eyes swept through the crowd, then stopped at Wu Qiankong, and said lightly, "Qiankong, go read Xiaowen's heart." It was obviously the same tone as usual, but it made people feel creepy. Hearing this, Wu Qiankong nodded, walked to Zhu Yan, and launched his supernatural power on Zhu Yan under the gaze of everyone. Under the gaze of everyone, Wu Qiankong's face turned pale little by little, and cold sweat dripped on the exposed skin. His pupils shrank rapidly, as if he was extremely shocked. At the same time, they saw that Zhu Yan's face was also as white as wax, and beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. His face was also slightly twisted as if in pain. Who? After a minute, Wu Qiankong suddenly bent down and gasped heavily. Everyone did not rush him, and waited patiently for him to announce the answer. Half a minute later, Wu Qiankong stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and did not care about the blood dripping from his fingers. His body trembled violently, as if he was afraid, and as if he was furious. He took a deep breath and gently uttered a name, Crazy Jiang. Upon hearing this, everyone except Kimoki was shocked, and then subconsciously looked at Qianxuan. Qianxuan paused, blankly accepting everyone's attention. After a while, she suddenly cried out, "Is it Jiang Shaoing?" Wu Qiankong closed his eyes, as if he couldn't bear it, and nodded gently. Looking at the silence in front of him, Kimoki narrowed his eyes unhappily. He hated the feeling that everyone else knew, but he was the only one who was kept in the dark. Especially this matter was obviously related to Qianxuan. Qianxuan's face suddenly turned pale, and she murmured absent-mindedly, "How could it be him? Why didn't he die?" At first, her words seemed too vicious, as if she was looking forward to someone else's death, but everyone present didn't think so. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but it was really that for such a person, anyone who could have good intentions, that was simply not a human being. As for Jiang Shaoing, their first reaction, when they heard this name was creepy. Seeing Qianxuan panicking with fear, Kimoki felt a pain in his heart. He gently held her in his arms and coaxed her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Just one sentence, but it was like magic that made Qianxuan feel at ease. Although her face was still pale, she was no longer distracted. Among the people present, the only ones who did not change their color were Wu Yuan and Liu Yan. After all, they had been through a lot of storms and waves. They had seen all kinds of people. How could they be afraid of a mere junior? "Qiankong, tell me the details of the matter," Liu Yan said in a light voice. Wu Qiankong looked at the surrounding world covered in silver, then looked at the people standing, and his eyes swept over Mo Wang on the stretcher and Zhu Yan on the wheelchair. He frowned and suggested, "This is not the place, let's go back and talk about it." When he mentioned it, everyone suddenly realized that they were standing in the wind and snow. Wu Yuan nodded, and everyone quickly divided the work, and cooperated to arrange everything properly, and then went back to the aircraft together. Sitting in the living room, Wu Yuan nodded gently to Wu Qiankong, indicating that he could start talking. Qianxuan was held in Kimoki's arms, comforting him over and over again. Wu Qiankong coughed twice and said, "From what I read about Yan's memory, he met Crazy Jiang 2 months ago. However, he did not recognize him at that time. After all, he hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, and Crazy Jiang had grown from a teenager to an adult man. but Crazy Jiang recognized him, but deliberately did not say it out loud, and gave a false name. The memory afterwards was very confusing. I only saw that Crazy Jiang wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill him at the beginning. I don't need to tell you the reason, you know. He subconsciously glanced at Qianxuan, but met Kimoki's cold eyes. His body stiffened, touched his nose and continued. Later, a Yan awakened a very precious supernatural power, which made Crazy Jiang change his mind. And the supernatural power that a Yan awakened is. After a pause, Wu Qianxuan looked at Zhu Yan, then said slowly, the power of resurrection. Silence. The whole room was silent. After a long time, there were gasps one after another. Wu Qianxuan's eyes widened, and he almost jumped up, but he suppressed his shock and said, "Fourth brother, are you sure you are not joking with me?" Wu Qianxuan took a deep breath and said, "I also find it incredible, but unfortunately, this thing really couldn't be more true. As long as the time of death is not more than an hour, a Yan's ability can resurrect people. What a pity." Wu Wanhao couldn't help but swear, and said excitedly, "This ability is simply amazing. As long as I have a Yan, I don't have to worry about this and that in the future when I fight. It doesn't matter if I die anyway." Everyone was embarrassed. Is your focus a little off? A trace of helplessness flashed across Wu Qian's face, but Zhu Yan's mouth curled up even higher. Wu Qianxuan rolled his eyes and continued, and the reason why Crazy Jiang planned to keep a Yan was because he felt that, after finding Zuan, a Yan's special ability could provide an insurance for Zuan's life. Hearing this, Kimoki frowned slightly, feeling displeased, but he keenly felt Qianxuan in his arms tremble slightly, as if she heard something terrible. His heart tightened, and he hugged her tighter, until her body relaxed again. But, you know, no matter how high Crazy Jiang's IQ is, his mind is always unstable, and it is inevitable that he will have flaws occasionally. And a Yan is no pushover. He is as cunning as a fox, and it is reasonable for him to see through Crazy Jiang's disguise and identity. So, his attitude on the surface is still the same as before, but in fact he is secretly planning to escape or fake his death without anyone noticing, because he is very sure that his strength cannot compete with Crazy Jiang. Needless to say, looking at Yan's current appearance, you should have guessed that he failed. He almost succeeded, but failed because of Crazy Jiang's whim, and the result was that his limbs were chopped off. At this point, seeing that he had been exposed, Crazy Jiang no longer concealed his true nature, and became even more unscrupulous. At the same time, he no longer took a Yan seriously. He believed that a disabled person was no longer a threat to him. So, he told a Yan many of his ideas, including his plan to find Zuan, and many of his plans. After a pause, Wu Qianxuan said in a dry voice, at that time, a Yan had already wanted to die, in order not to become a bargaining chip for Crazy Jiang to force Zuan to submit. But he lost his hands and feet, and his supernatural powers had no attack power, so his only choice was to use words, to anger the mentally ill Crazy Jiang, so as to get what he wanted. I don't know why, maybe because he was too obsessed with Zuan. Crazy Jiang dug out a Yan's eyes, cut off a Yan's tongue, and abused a Yan in various ways, but he never took a Yan's life. Thinking of the bloody and cruel scenes he saw in Zhu Yan's memory, Wu Qianxuan was so angry that he trembled all over, his eyes were red, and his lips trembled as he said, seeing that things were hopeless, a Yan changed his strategy, and stopped resisting and provoking. Crazy Jiang just thought he was desperate, and resigned himself to his fate. A Yan lay dormant for half a month, and Jiang Crazy's vigilance against him was gradually relaxed. Then he waited for an opportunity to roll down from the car, and wanted to end his life. He was lucky that he actually rolled into an earthquake crack more than 10 meters deep. Crazy Jiang thought he was dead, and he himself thought he was about to die. As a result, Zixi and the others found him under the guidance of the third sister-in-law's intuition, and brought him back. After speaking such a long paragraph, Wu Qianxuan slumped on the sofa, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. How unreasonable. Wu Wanqing slapped the coffee table with one hand, and said angrily. Wu Wancheng, who was standing by, crossed his hands. His face was pale and blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The Jiang family is really too much. time and time again, until now, the irreconcilable hatred. If I don't take revenge, wouldn't I have come to this world in vain? Wu Wanli laughed in anger. But, very good. Qianxuan, you dare to bully my 8 clans like this? Wu Wanhao had a grim smile on his face, and his eyes, as big as cowbells, were full of murderous light. The arc of Wu Wanyan's mouth did not change at all, and he seemed to be still so gentle and elegant, but there was a terrifying murderous aura flowing in his half-closed eyes. Wu Wan's face was even calmer, and his eyes, as quiet as a clear lake, seemed to be stirred up by a stone, just waiting to roll up and swallow the enemy. Chapter 225 Devil. Compared with the elders, the reaction of the younger generations was no less than that of the elders, but because the elders were present, they suppressed their anger and did not erupt. For a moment, the solemn atmosphere in the living room rose steadily, and even the air seemed to be frozen. At the same time, the momentum of each person was surging little by little. However, this situation only lasted for less than a few seconds before it suddenly disappeared. Everyone seemed to have thought of something, and they became frustrated and dejected. It's really frustrating. Wu Wanhao expressed the thoughts of everyone. Over the years, the 8 major clans have always been at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Jiang and Ping families. Except for the trip to the granary, which weakened the opponent's strength, they achieved nothing at other times. And they, not to mention the matter of Zhu Yan this time, just what Ping Xiafang did before made them hate it so much that they almost broke their teeth, not to mention the family feud that lasted for decades. Now they are willing to take revenge, but the situation determines that they cannot spare their energy to find them at this time. That means that a period of silence is inevitable. By the way, has Crazy Jiang returned to the Jiang family? Wu Qianxuan suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned and immediately realized what he meant. In fact, if they hated and despised Qianxuan, then the Jiang family was deeply afraid of Qianxuan. Otherwise, Qianxuan would not have been detained in such a small town. Moreover, Jiangxuan probably hated this grandson more than he loved him. After all, his most beloved grandson died at the hands of Qianxuan. Wu Qianxuan said nonchalantly, "You think too much. Even if the Jiang family wanted to take Qianxuan back, they would not agree to it because of Qianxuan's extremism and viciousness. What's more, the Jiang family is avoiding him as much as possible." Everyone thought about it, and it was true that it took a lot of courage and guts to accept such a rational madman. Wu Yuan coughed twice and said, "Okay, tell me more about Xiaoxi and Xiaoang." Even though the anger in his heart had not been completely suppressed, his face still had a hint of smile when he looked at Moshi, and his eyes were filled with the joy of regaining what he had lost. Moshi straightened his face and said in a deep voice, 4 years ago, in that plane crash, Awang and I were doomed. I didn't know the truth at first, and I felt puzzled that I had saved my life. But now, I have a rough guess in my heart. Awang should have awakened a kind of superpower in that accident, but I don't know why he entered that kind of suspended animation that makes people helpless. Then your hands and feet? Wu Qianfang asked in a dry voice. Moshi had a calm face and said lightly, they were affected by the explosion of the aircraft. But Awang, how come he is intact? Moshi coughed. I protected him. As he said that, a trace of embarrassment seemed to flash across his eyes. Then why didn't you contact us at the beginning? Wu Qianxuan's tone was very dissatisfied and condemning. Moshi lowered his head, his tone somewhat disappointed. I originally planned to secretly collect evidence of Ping Jiangwei and Jiangxuan's various crimes of abusing power for personal gain, and taking human lives lightly, and sue them until they were disgraced, and preferably sent to the execution ground. But I never thought the end of the world would come suddenly. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say. Moshi really was. If the end of the world hadn't come, with his ability, plus the advantages of I know and mindless calculation, it would be possible to do what he said. Moreover, they had to admire his perseverance and caution. In order not to alert the enemy, he actually did it to such a point. His love for his 2 sisters is obvious to all, and he was willing to make them sad. From this, it can also be seen how much he hated the culprit who killed his parents, uncle, aunt and 2 cousins. From this point of view, it is not unreasonable for Ping Jiangli to want to kill him. He should be thankful that the end of the world has come, allowing him to avoid the miserable end of being disgraced and despised by everyone. Wu Qianxuan frowned. What happened to your hands and feet? They are so backward. How did you treat the wounds? She was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I treated them myself with primitive methods. Everyone gasped. This? You are just kidding, playing with your own life. Wu Wanli said angrily. She's eyes were a little evasive. For him, who has always been steady and serious, he felt a little guilty. That was the most impulsive and brainless thing he had done in his life. However, he thought his brother was dead at the time. He was in great pain and blinded by hatred for a while. He did something that now seemed stupid without considering the consequences. Fortunately, he survived that life crisis with his determination. Otherwise, he would have died in vain. Looking at the disapproving eyes of everyone, She was ashamed. After a long while, Wu Wangxing said calmly, okay, let's talk about A Wang's situation now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to wake A Wang up. Everyone thought about it, isn't it? But, second brother Mo's body is as good as it can be. There is not even the slightest damage. There is no room for action at all. Zhu Shasha looked embarrassed. Qianxuan also frowned in worry, and then said, besides, I didn't detect any abnormal energy in second brother Mo. Hearing this, Wu Qianming touched his chin and said thoughtfully, the body and energy are normal, so the problem lies in the mind. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let Guan Miao come to treat the second brother. Mo said impatiently. No. Qianxuan looked solemn and pondered. Things may not be that simple. Although she is not good at mental therapy, she has a deep understanding of mental power. She swept her eyes over Emoshi, Imolingling and Moe, and then said, given the situation and time of the accident of second brother Mo, it is impossible for him to be mentally attacked, and the possibility of his mental power being damaged is very small. So, I guess that he should be mentally stimulated when he was dying, and then his instinct took over, and he entered a state of suspended animation. Zhu Shasha seemed to understand what she heard, and asked in confusion, then what do you say we should do? Qianxuan bit her lip and said, unless someone can awaken second brother Mo's consciousness, or the 7th level light magic god's blessing can also be effective. Both light and dark magic will begin to have some spiritual attributes when they reach advanced levels, but the light magic has positive effects such as soothing, calming, and purification, while the dark magic has negative effects such as confusion, manipulation, erosion, and corruption. Second aunt, Maya, big brother Mo, second brother Zhu, and now there is a second brother Mo. It seems that she has to put the matter of engraving the magic pattern aside for now, and focus her energy on cultivation, so as to break through the 7th level as soon as possible. Hearing her say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a way, things are not too bad. Wu Wan sighed, turned to Wu Wanyan and said, fourth brother, please go back and organize the Legion's superpower files, and then find out if there are any special superpowers who can help Ah Wang's situation. Now that everyone has awakened their superpowers, with so many people, if they don't look at the files, it is impossible for them to have a clear understanding of everyone's superpowers. Wu Wanyan nodded, planning to take action immediately after returning. By the way, fourth brother, what is Crazy Jiang's superpower? Wu Qianxuan suddenly asked. When everyone heard this, they almost forgot that they knew themselves and their enemies. Wu Qianxuan's face was solemn, and he said, it's the water system. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard him continue, control the water in the human body. Everyone was stunned, and then exclaimed in unison, weird psychics. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was heavy. What should this say? Then his levelies. Wu Qianxuan's cold voice was filled with imperceptible expectations. Wu Qianxuan's face became worse, and he almost distorted it and said, 7th level. Everyone gasped, really not knowing what to say. Our current 7th level psychics. Wu Wanyan said hesitantly. Wu Wans tapped the coffee table lightly, and said lightly, there is only Moki. No, Lin Hui and Lin En are also at the 7th level. Zhu Qianqian interrupted. Kimoki said unexpectedly. Qianxuan Yu, the comrade of Qianxuan who was rescued this time, is a 7th level thunder type mutant. And the 7th brother is already a 7th level wind type mutant. Wu Qianjin interrupted. Also, if Jiang Haoshan wakes up, he will be a great help to us. His strength will not be lower than any 7th level strongman. Qianxuan also followed closely. Wu Wancheng was overjoyed and exclaimed excitedly, surprisingly, there are really crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Not only him, the complexions of Wu Wanli, Wu Wans and others have improved a lot. The number of these strong men represents whether Yinzing Khan can straighten his back. How can they not be surprised by such an unexpected discovery? Let me deal with Jiang Shaoing. At this time, Kimoki's low and indifferent voice sounded softly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Kimoki to take the initiative to take the job, but when they saw his gentle eyes falling on Qianxuan, they knew it clearly. Not to mention, although they have many 7th level powerhouses, but if they really want to say who can suppress Jiang Shaoing, it must be Kimoki. After all, Jiang Shaoing has a great advantage as a weird psychic, but Wu Qianzhang and Wu Qianfang, who are also weird psychics, are not of the same level. In this way, Kimoki, whose abilities are even weirder than those of the weird psychics in their eyes, is the best choice. Qianxuan suddenly grabbed Kimoki's hand, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but said nothing. Kimoki rubbed her hair and said soothingly, believe me. Qianxuan's face turned pale, and she said hoarsely, but, that man is a devil. Her voice was so low, that it seemed like it would disappear with the wind. Kimoki, who was close by, heard it clearly, and could not help but frowned. What on earth did that man do to Qianxuan that made her so secretive? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.